Good morning. Hello,
World.
everybody. Good
Hello,
world.
world.
Good morning. Hello, everybody. We are now live for a short little talk before we start into our new, let's say, next round of our Austrian Legacy Masters. This will be the second tournament that we have this weekend, and right now I'm Daniel again. I'm joined with Philip and Peter. We are the In Response trio. Yeah, so we will of course guide you through the weekend again, together with Felix. He's one also that will be joining the commentary cast for today. Philip will mostly join tomorrow.
Yeah, my dad has his birthday today, so
Hmm.
I have to attend his his birthday.
Exactly.
That's why you can see me now and
Yeah.
tomorrow.
But we have Peter. Peter was not here yesterday. And yeah, so today we have the Austrian Legacy Challenge. That is one tournament that is also rewarding one ELM qualifier. Maybe we can shortly discuss what is the ELM again for anybody that doesn't know it.
So, what is the European Legacy Masters? The European Legacy Masters is the most prestigious tournament in all of the European legacy community. It's held in Belgium, in Hasselt. This is the main event at the Eternal Mania.
Yeah.
And it's an invitational tournament where you have to earn your invite
Mm-hmm.
and therefore be crowned the European Legacy Champion. It's like something like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, the
Yeah.
European Championship.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a community founded event where basically communities from I think 24 different countries in Europe organize some slot distribution between like local leagues or bigger tournaments like this one, and even the real biggest tournaments in Europe with above
Mm-hmm.
100 players, where the winner gets awarded a slot for the European Legacy Masters. So it's around 120 people that will
Mm-hmm.
attend the tournament in Hasselt this year on the 10th of August, and we will crown there the European champion.
Very cool.
That's awesome.
And for this weekend, we have two slots, as previously mentioned, that we play out. We can maybe have a look at the schedule for this weekend's tournaments. Yesterday, we had our warm up FNM at the evening, and now we have our Austrian Legacy Challenge that is about to start in a couple of minutes. And tomorrow, we have
The big main event.
the big main event, the Austrian Legacy Masters. That's also on 10 a.m. CET.
Also, don't forget to tune into our YouTube channel because all our events will be uploaded there in the next maybe 2 to 3 weeks. It will get a little bit edited out, so that's more beautiful to look at.
Mm-hmm.
And also check us out on youtube.com/Austrian_legacy.
Exactly. And for today, as we have the Austrian Legacy Challenges, we also have some super nice prizes in addition. Maybe Peter, you can guide us a little bit through what will the winners get for today's tournament.
Yeah, so basically we have 55 players competing today, and we have payout down to the 12th place. For 9 to 12, we got the new Kaito, which is currently being played in blue, black, and Grixis shells. For 5th to 8th place, we have a copy of the old Onslaught Flooded Strands, which is a nice add-on for a lot of newer Legacy players to make their Legacy deck a little bit more beautiful. For 3rd and 4th place, we have a foil Force of Negation. For 2nd place, an old bordered foil, new printing Force of Will. And for the 1st place, we have an excellent City of Traders, and of course the previously mentioned Elm in white.
Very good. And of course, for tomorrow, just a little bit of forecasting what will be the prize pool for tomorrow. There will be even higher stakes, let's say, and we have even higher prize pool. Peter, what do we see here?
Yeah, for 9th to 12th place, we have a copy of Saga, which is now a little bit more in the meta since the changes to how Saga interacts with Blood Moon. For 5th to 8th place, we have an old printing of Ancient Tomb. For 3rd and 4th place, we have the recently spiked Mox Opal. For 2nd place, a German copy of a Phyrexian Dreadnought. Like, as you know, a pretty dicey reserved list card. And for first place, we have a Savannah, an European Legacy Masters invite, and a gift from Savatarix, from Kai Savatari. It's a beautifully altered winner's copy of Days.
Oh man, this Days looks so awesome. Kai is our only artist.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so great that we have an artist for the first time here, and it's Kai Savatari. He has his own booth and will play every event at his booth. That's so great.
Exactly, yeah. So definitely there's some nice matches that we will cover today. We will start the round in a couple of minutes. We will start the tournament at roughly 10 a.m. So don't go anywhere. Grab your snacks, grab your drinks, whatever. So we will start with first round. We will cover the match. It will be myself and Felix will join for the first round, and then we will guide you through the day with 6 rounds of Swiss plus top 8 today. So stay tuned and see you in a couple of minutes for a lot of magic. Hello everybody, welcome. We are ready for the first round almost. I'm now joined with Felix. Welcome to the stream again. I hope you're energized and refreshed.
Hello guys, thanks for having me again today.
Very nice. So we had like a short, let's say, introduction for today's event. We have the Austrian Legacy Challenge that will feature 6 rounds of Swiss Legacy tournament play and the top 8. So of course, yesterday we had, let's say, a little bit of a relaxed, fun FNM. We saw a lot of different decks. When we head now for the Austrian Legacy Challenge today, what do you think will be different when it comes to deck choices?
I think there will be much more blue-black, either Reanimator or Midrange. Also, yesterday I didn't see a single Oops player.
True, yeah.
So maybe today,
Yeah.
it's like not really playing Magic. Some say, right, playing Oops is not playing Magic and not playing
Yes.
Legacy.
Yes.
So maybe we will see some Oops today. They're playing it more serious. But basically more blue-black and more Oops, I think, would be my guesses.
Yeah. I think this is something that would make sense. Let's see what we will see. We of course have deck lists today ready. Should be probably during round 1. We will get them up and running for you, so that you can actually also have a look at the featured players that you see on camera. We have the Stream Decker extension, so you can have a look at the deck lists. But we will get them into the deck first. And yeah, for the time being, we have the winner of our yesterday's FNM, which is Tamas. He played a very interesting brew. Let's say it was like a Tron kind of deck. We were not super sure. Yeah, how would you call it? But we just call it Tron.
Yeah, we saw the Leyline and the Helm combo. But many Tron lands, not only tower, also the power plant and the mine.
Exactly, yeah.
Kind of like more like a prison deck, kind of. With all the disruptor flutes, the Trinispheres main like the Karn.
Yeah.
And also the Leyline main deck, of course. It's more like a prison deck, I would say, but we can just call it like Tron, a prison Tron.
Yeah.
I think it's appropriate. It's like not a Stompy deck, since we didn't see a single Flash Raker, I think.
Yeah. No, not really. It was it had some prison elements, as you mentioned, like we saw Trinisphere. I'm not sure about Chalice, but yeah, this was kind of the direction, and mostly the Helm combo and Ugin. I think this was one really nice, powerful card that we saw yesterday that really showed in a lot of games how strong it is. It was against, I think, the Ninjas deck that we had a look at, right? That just got demolished by the Ugin, unfortunately.
And the breakfast deck, they got demolished by Trinispheres and Disruptor Flutes and
Yes.
the prison cards.
Yes, exactly. Okay. Perfect. So for now we have again, let's say Tamas. He is playing actually against, I think, Kevin Kara. We will get to know shortly what everybody is playing, and yeah, after round 1 we will do that. The players, I think, are almost ready. We can start to look at their screen, and then we can get the first match going for the Austrian Legacy Challenge today. So at least I think we have now, who was it? Tamash
Tamash
is on the
left side.
exactly is on the left side. And we have Kevin on the right side. Seems to be up on some kind of blue deck for sure.
Yeah. Looks like it's a bobble. Maybe it's a Delver.
Mm-hmm.
And we already saw the Count Great Creator on Tamash's side. So I guess he's playing the same deck as yesterday.
Ah, yeah. So he thought, okay, it performed well. So why not try it again for another spin? So let's see what we're not super sure. Yeah, it might be some kind of, is it Delver maybe that Kevin is on? We will confirm in the next couple of minutes for sure, because usually this is what you see when you have baubles and volcanic islands. It usually means Dragon Rage Channeler, and the new Core Steel Cutter usually is also something that you would expect. What do you think about this card?
Core Steel Cutter.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think it's a very strong card in like multiple decks.
Yeah.
I mean, in Legacy it gets mostly played, and I think yesterday we saw it in Mono Red Stompy in round 1, I think, and later on in the Issa Delva as well. So it's kind of a tempo card, but that generates value every turn with all the free spells and the cheap spells. Especially Legacy is famous for the blue cantrips.
Yeah.
So I think it's a good way to like progress the game with cantripping and still advancing your board state, creating more monk tokens.
It's often said that it's good against single target removal, right there.
Make a monk every turn, right? One of the weaknesses this Delver has, kind of when you kill both the Delvers, they have lag pressure, and it's hard to kill the Core Steel Cutter, I think. At least game 1.
Yeah, it is for sure, as it is an artifact.
Yeah.
Is it Ursa's what is it?
Is it Workshop?
Workshop. Yes. Ursa's Workshop, not Misha's Workshop.
Yeah.
And yeah, the turn gets, I think it produces 2 mana when Metalcraft is on.
I think when Metalcraft is on, it makes 1 mana for every artifact.
Ah, yeah.
I think, and it produces 1 colorless right now. But the key gets dazed. And then Kevin used the new Surveil land to put another land in the graveyard, so he has 2 lands in hand we know about, or like 1 walk now.
Yeah.
So kind of a slow start from the Delver deck. There's the Planar Nexus, but this just taps for 2 mana. We might see a monolith here, exactly.
It adds one colorless
For each Urza's
land that you have, yeah. Apparently, the Urza's Workshop, if it's turned on with Metalcraft.
There's the Trinisphere.
Ah, that had a really good showing yesterday already.
I thought I saw a Force of Will in Kevin's hand, but maybe I'm mistaken why he doesn't force the Trinisphere here. And now he wastes lands to prevent Tamash from playing anything, which is good, I guess. So both players are doing nothing, playing land go, I guess.
And disrupting the
opponent.
Yeah, exactly. Tamash is, however, close to being able to have more mana when he gets more artifacts. He needs just 1 more, so that the Urza's Workshop are turned on.
And the workshops are Urza's land themselves, as well as I think it's a power plant we see here.
Yeah.
So if he would play another artifact, each of them would tap for 3 mana.
Yeah. That's already quite a big boost of mana. And Kevin is, of course, only playing 1 land drop per turn. He's a tempo deck.
Still no threat.
No threat.
But these are beautiful volcanic islands.
Yeah, even matching.
Yeah.
Perfectly side by side.
I think that's end step, the Cossacks command. Just like scry 1 and make a Scion likely to make more mana.
Which is a Scion an artifact? I think so, right?
No, it's an Eldrazi creature.
Is it just okay? Otherwise, it would have been the missing artifact.
That would be insane.
That
yeah.
would be very good. Yeah. Yeah, true. It's only a creature.
You don't want to push Eldrazi even more.
Yeah, we discussed yesterday. In the last couple of months, it was not super present, but somehow it crawls back now with, partly because of the new Ugin, I guess, and metagame shifting, of course. Also, people are targeting mostly the graveyards at the moment and not really artifacts. So this is a big advantage for Eldrazi decks overall.
Also, we've seen the Eldrazi Confluence yesterday popping off on stream in multiple games. That's also kind of a new card for the Eldrazi decks.
It is, yeah. and also seemed to be really powerful.
Mhm.
Kevin, on the other hand, he just plays another land, and I think he passes again. So, what do you think? Is he only having interaction without any threats? I guess so.
Yeah, we saw a board, I think, but nothing much going on here. Just playing lands. He's a Wasteland in hand. He didn't
Yeah.
play yet, but
Yeah.
I guess it's still Delver with a slow start, maybe. I
Mhm.
have no clue. It should not be a blue-red control deck, right?
Yeah, I was not sure. Yeah, I think it's some kind of Delver deck. Yeah.
Yeah.
But let's call it is a tempo at the time.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Maybe it's like a more wizard shell. That could be.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the wizards wouldn't play the bauble, maybe. Not quite sure, but maybe like with Flame of Honor and Tamio, and there's Khan though.
Mm-hmm. First threat from Tamash that can really turn the table, or let's say also lock the game if he wants to. As we saw yesterday a couple of times, usually Khan brings along the Mycosynth Lattice from the
Mhm.
sideboard, which, if being deployed, would shut off the game completely.
This is quite a nice play, plusing the Khan here, I think, since you want to play around the first lightning bolt.
Mm-hmm.
But he gets unholy heated instead.
Ah, yeah. With, I guess, activated, or let's say
Delirium.
enabled Delirium, yeah.
Yeah, the Wasteland, the Bobble, I think a Ponda and the Force.
Yeah.
Or the Daze.
Or the Daze, yeah.
Force, yeah. And I like plussing the Khan here because if you minus it, what do you get? Like the coating doesn't do anything since the Khan dies to an obvious bolt. The lattice doesn't do anything into the obvious bolt. So I guess plussing for one more turn and then minusing next turn down to 4 makes a lot of sense. Or baiting out 2 bolts maybe is also quite fine.
And
with a single
that's
Khan.
That seems also like a good exchange, yeah. That way, at least you play always around one bolt,
Mhm.
and for 2 bolts, it's okay. There we see, oh, it's actually a main deck card, interesting. The Eldrazi Confluence. We can maybe pop it up again. I think it enables, it has like the spatial contortion effect.
Mode, yeah, then a flicker effect and can make a 1/1 Scion, the old ones.
Yep.
Oh, it can exile a non-land permanent.
Mhm.
Wow, so he just can protect the Karn.
Oh wow, yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
So this is the second mode, exile target non-permanent, then return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. So it gets to save the Karn from the unholy heat.
Yeah. It doesn't do anything on the monolith since it would enter tapped already. That would be
Not super great, yeah.
yeah. If it enters untapped would be insane.
Mhm.
But Naima just makes 2 spawns and saves the Karn. And Kevin can't double bolt it because of Trinosphere.
Absolutely. Which means that Tamash is really happy, I would say, for this time being. Funnily enough, he still hasn't 3 artifacts.
Yeah, it's still 2. Otherwise, the workshops would tap for 4 right now.
Yeah.
Uh,
So like 4, 11 mana, or with the Science, 14 even.
mhm.
Close to Emrakul Hakasta. I'm not sure if he plays that.
But he gets like an artifact with the Karn now. Since I think he drew a second one in turn, or like I saw it in hand, I think. I'm pretty sure. So, like exposing the first one to bolt is
Yeah.
okay, I would say.
Would you go for a Lattice? I guess not, right? Because of the
No.
bolt.
The bolt is so obvious.
Yeah.
Maybe you can like start taking the how is it called, coating now. I think that's good. You get the coating, you turn on Metalcraft, and then future turns after you start blowing up at least 3 lands, then you can get the lattice. You're not under any pressure really. So
Yeah. And I guess if you castle the coating, it prompts now an answer from Kevin if he wants to bolt, for example, the Karn in response. Because otherwise he would also always get at least 1 land in that case that gets destroyed.
not this turn since the Khan can plus this turn, but starting like this turn
Yeah.
you can just tax 1 mana.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
But
true.
starting from every next turn you can start killing the land. So
Yeah.
we see Hardcast Force of Will, which was in hand indeed for Kevin, but likely no blue card. That's why he didn't force like the Trinisphere on turn 2.
This would have been an obvious force,
Mhm.
I guess, from Kevin's side. Yeah, good thing the old Science can attack for 1.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
actually a new card, but old
Yeah.
science.
Yeah.
So
Interesting. Yeah, from like Kozilek's command and so on, they produced 0/1 Scions, which also is one of on the battlefront from Tamash.
I think this was mostly due to limited gameplay, would be my guess. Since like making 1/1 science in limited would be really obnoxious, and the O1s don't really do anything besides like jump block or make mana.
True.
So I think and this is called the Eldrazi Confluence, comes from the Commander Precon. So it's fine to have like the 1/1 science, I think.
Yeah.
Here we see Bolt on the car, which was kind of telegraphed, and the Tamio.
Okay, first kind of threat.
So it could still be Tempo or Delva, we don't know yet.
Yeah.
And then for 5 mana, looks like Cossacks command to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For 5 mana, so X is 3, and he could scry and make another couple of scions if he wants to. Yeah.
Looks like it, yeah, completely ignoring the Tamio.
So this is what I was wondering about, if you would kill the Tamio.
Depends on my wish board, I think. If like Karn has something to get that can kill the Tamio, I'm not scared of it. He likely gets like a Needler Disruptor Flute, so you can like name the backside. Maybe Kevin isn't even interested in flipping it right now. Just wants to draw cards with the clues, since he can't really spend mana anyways on all the spells he draws with the Tamio ultimate.
Maybe Tamash is thinking, if my opponent has to sacrifice clues with my chalice on the board, we anyways cannot deploy all the cards, right? I'm thinking maybe this is something that is also why he chose not to kill the Tamio.
Now we have Metalcraft with the key, and there we see the Neo Ugin, and
Kevin says nope, I don't want to see that and want to deal with that. Ugin with is amazing as it has the ability, like the cast trigger to exile 1 colored permanent. It's even if you force it, it's a 3/1. So yeah, and it's a game-winning card. Obviously, I don't know how many loyalties it has, like 5 or so.
I think 7.
Yeah,
it's an
if you plus, it has 7, and yeah, it's insane actually.
Plus it goes to 9, so it needs like triple bolt or heat and bolt, which is kind of impossible to do in the late game stages where it comes down. And
I'm really surprised actually. I would say that this kind of let's say this Tron deck that we have seen here, I think against the tempo deck, a full blown with Wasteland Days and so on should also struggle a little bit. But this game, for example, it didn't really feel at all like that. I mean, obviously Kevin didn't have like a turn 1 threat and so on, but he had Days, he had a Wasteland, but still.
Yeah, I think he was missing the threat. I think if he deploys like a turn 1 DRC and then goes for Days and Wasteland, you have so much time to like chip for free every turn. This game went for like 6, 7, 8 turns, something like that. So
without
really
anything,
long time. And he had 2 Cossacks commands and the Eldrazi Confluence, so he had like 3 answers to creatures. But I agree with you that the tempo should be like at least like not losing this hard against the strategy.
Exactly, yeah. So now we actually can put up the deck lists for our players here. Let's see, we have Tamash on the one hand, and we have, it's actually a tempo deck. So they should be up and visible now. We can have a look at the, we had a little bit of a look at the prison deck. So as we again have the ley lines in the main deck as we had yesterday. Full sets of Urza's lands and full set of Trinity in the main deck.
Oh wow. But no disruptor flutes, right? Yeah.
No disruptor flute, yeah.
Because you either play like Trinity Spheres or you play like flutes in the main deck, and you can change those.
From the sideboard, what would you maybe change here? We can have a look at a couple of cards here.
Oh, that's a new card.
Summon Behemoth. A saga.
9 mana saga.
That gets to destroy 2 permanents, non-permanents, and draw 2 cards.
I think this is maybe for like the mirror or something, would be my guess.
A super extra
control, like very slow games.
Wow. Is he actually interested in boarding anything? There's a lot of wish cards.
So. I mean, I can see him like boarding maybe the bridge, since wishing for it costs like 7, you know.
What do you think about Shadow Spear?
I mean, he plays no creatures besides Saga, and I think Saga gets
Yeah.
like wastelanded, so I don't think he boards like anything really. Maybe the Ballista and the Bridge, and that's it, kind
Okay.
of. Or like one of the, I think one of the two cards, like either Ballista or Bridge, you should board in, but that's it, I think. Like, you want, but you don't want even to cut anything. This main deck looks really tacked against the Delver deck, I think.
Okay. And if you look at the Kevin's deck list, it is actually a tempo deck, yeah?
Yeah,
So,
it's like the new Delver deck, right? Without Delver though. Plays the Dragon Age Channelers, plays the Cory Steel Cutter.
yeah. Pretty solid and standard, I would say. What we look at the sideboarding, what is interesting, maybe Consign.
Yes, of course.
Meltdown looks very nice. That was not really cast yesterday. A Braid, I guess, right?
Yes, and also Force of Negation. And as you mentioned yesterday, Consign to Memory is kind of an all-time low in Legacy right now. We see one copy of Consign,
Yeah.
while the Eldrazi deck is so popular.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. So I guess this is something that for sure will be brought in from Kevin's side. And Kevin is now on the play. He starts again, however, with a turn 1 Ponder instead
No
of a
turn one
threat.
threat, yeah.
This is something that when I'm playing against Tempo, I'm always happy if my opponent plays turn 1 Ponder and no threat. This is almost a sigh of relief a little bit. You know, okay, I'm not super under pressure.
I mean, this might change with the Steel Cutter. You have like less 1-drops. Like Kevin's list plays 6 1-mana creatures.
Yeah.
Instead of like you used to play against 10 with 4 Delvers.
Yeah.
And now you play like Steel Cutter is a 2-mana haste threat, so it counts kind of as a turn 1 threat if you have the bauble.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would also be happy in Tamar's place if he just goes like land pass. And now we see the Steel Cutter.
However, no bauble or something like that to follow it up.
Also, no second like colored source is interesting. Signals maybe he doesn't have a second, like a third land after this.
I assume if you would have the wasteland, you want to sand bag it to not knowing, getting your opponent a chance to play around it.
So this is, I think, a sideboard disruptor flute.
It is, yeah.
I was about to mention like setting in the Pifflintel maybe the flutes, and now I think he should name Wasteland in this spot to protect the Tron.
Yeah.
Like he's one piece away from assembling the classic Tron 3 lands make 7 mana, which is not seen a lot in Legacy, I guess, since Wasteland is so popular.
Never really, yeah. Now this is very nice to see actually, but no, usually not. But of course with Ursa's workshop, which I'm not sure if it's modern legal. I don't think so. Yeah,
it's a Commander product.
Yeah, and the Planar Nexus, those lands are of course quite potent.
The two like Commander cards to push the Ursa lands.
Yeah, exactly. So Cory Steel Cutter is now online with, it was a preordain actually, and a Mishra's Bauble, so he gets 1 Monk token, and he can start attacking.
I don't think I've seen another land in hand from Kevin though,
Yeah.
so that's why he's hesitating on the Wasteland. I think I saw like 4 separate Brazen Borer and 1 yellow card. I have no clue what it is. Maybe it could be the island from the Aether Drift special treatment that looks like with the yellow border, you know.
Yeah.
But besides that, maybe it's or a Steel Cutter with a yellow border, maybe. I don't know if it exists, but it looks so yellow to me. The card in his hand. We will see once he
gets to and shuffles through the hand again.
Yeah, he draws a card with the bobber.
Yeah. He's looking for sure, I guess, for another land and to be able to double spell even more and generate more Monk tokens.
Also, I think you want to get more Cutter spells with going with Cory Steel Cutter, since you can like double cantrip and you still make advance your board, as we said at the beginning.
Yeah.
Like playing 2 brainstorms or pondering a brainstorm and still making a Monk token and attacking. Feels quite strong to me.
That is true, yeah. That is absolutely true. This is something that I haven't really considered, because so you get rewards off of kind of being slow, because if you're just cantripping, you historically you're not advancing your board state, but with the Cory Steel Cutter on the play, it feels much better, of course. For example, now he has the preordain, and I think he found like a volcanic island as well from the bauble, and if we can now deploy another spell, it's looking quite good actually. A brainstorm.
That's the yellow card.
Yes. Okay.
I mean, it's a brainstorm. Okay, yeah.
It's an altered version, I guess.
Yeah, many beautiful cards in Kevin's deck.
Mm.
So now he cast, as we said, 2 cantrips and still made like 2 prowess triggers and then new 2/2. So he made 4 power for this turn out of 2 cantrips, which is quite strong for tempo decks, I would say.
Yes.
Compared to if he had like Delver or DRC, you couldn't do anything really. So,
Mm.
and we see a Force of Negation in hand in addition to the Force of Will. So he's
Mhm.
pretty much covered for whatever Tamash is
Yeah.
up to for the next turns.
What is the potential mana that he has next turn? 5 plus
If you get, I think the best thing is like Planar Nexus, then
yeah.
you get +2 of it.
plus 2, yeah. Then he could maybe deploy an Ugin.
Mm-hmm.
Would be 7 mana.
And also, I might be interested in like making constructs this turn and the next turn, since I think it's quite obvious that Kevin made top with the Preordain and then cast Brainstorm, that he has at least 1 permission spell in hand, like 1 Force or Force of Negation. So maybe just like making a 2/2 this turn and then a 4/4 kind of next turn when the Saga dies might be more interesting. Since the Monk tokens don't fly.
They don't fly, exactly. You can, at some point, you can just block them. Is it the same deck that's winning the PT in Vegas? I have no idea. What's going on in Vegas?
And Vegas has like 40% Izzet Steel Cutter and Standard.
Ah, okay. Well, yeah, this is Legacy. Of course, there you have some cantrips and Force of Wills still in the deck, but yeah, there's Core Steel Cutter in that.
So this is an attack for 3 right now if nothing happens.
Yeah.
And you know, this looks like a good angle for Shadow Spear now, as you mentioned, doing sideboarding.
If he has it in his deck, coupled with a construct or 2, it could help him to get to more healthy life totals again.
Even outrace like the Monk tokens.
Yeah.
Even.
Yeah.
So he makes the construct, as we said, don't play around the permission, basically. Not play into the obvious Force of Will or Force of Negation.
What now would of course be, and I think, is this even the case? No, I'm not sure. Of course, it would be now tough if Kevin has a meltdown, which is a super strong answer against all those construct tokens.
Yeah, it's 1 mana, kill all construct tokens. Not sure if you want to play it for like access 2 or to kill your own Core Steel Cutter.
Yeah.
Since you have so many counters in hand, you don't really need to kill them all with yet, since you can counter the 1 big spell he's going to play. And I think Kevin right now is thinking about consigning the Ulcer Saga 3rd chapter trigger.
Yeah, I guess what he's afraid of, maybe the Shadow Spear, maybe what else would be a possibility? There's a Candelabra that can help for ramping, but not super much at the moment.
Right now, you can't really ramp anything, yeah. So
Other than that, I would say there's keys and then Needle, maybe. I'm not sure if Needle is in the deck. Maybe mostly the Shadow Spear.
I mean, at this spot, a key would make a huge amount of mana.
Sure, with the
with the
Monolith,
mana
yeah.
hit, but here comes the Candelabra. So that means if right now Metalcraft is turned on, so he can tap the Ulcer's Workshop for 2 and then untap it again.
Does this yield more mana than the key?
I mean, maybe in the future if he plays like another workshop, I think.
Could be, yeah.
So yeah.
Ah, yeah.
So each of those tap for like 3 each, that's 6, and then you untap it for 2, go down to 4 and get another 6, so that's 10.
Okay.
So that's
Wow, yeah.
way more than the key, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Candelabra.
Yeah.
But super good card. It's only a 1-off in the deck, but still. It is quite consistent if you can get it off of Ursa Saga.
And usually you don't want to draw like 2 or 3 or 4 of these, so I think having 1 is just fine. And with the Saga, you have kind of like virtual 5 copies of it anyways.
Yeah. Exactly.
And now we maybe see the strength of the new Ugin. Like just exiling something even though it gets countered.
It likely will get, yeah, because of the Force of Will in hand. But still, I guess this is a okay exchange if he takes the Steel Cutter and trades with Force plus Blue card.
Like a 3-for-1.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like a free one. Yeah.
So here's the Ugin.
Does Kevin have a consign though?
It looks like he has the one of
Ah,
consign, yeah.
with the copy replicate. That is very strong answer to Ugin.
That's a 1-for-1, yeah.
Yeah,
But that's not the
that's.
first spell. I think this turn, not the second.
Is it the first one from Kevin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he should not. Maybe it just indicates the prowess trigger.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Followed up by the one ring. Yeah. Why not have?
Yeah, 11 mana, 11 mana, right?
Yeah. Have it still push through, and this will trade with a force fill.
Now we see the force of will, and this triggers the steel cutter.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, making
Mm-hmm.
even a creature on the opponent's turn where you're passing with like, the counter spells and creating more pressure. It's such a strong card in the
It's
Delver deck, I
impressive.
think.
It's really impressive. Yeah. I have to say.
Oh, there's even more coming.
Yeah, this deck can produce so much mana.
There's like 50 mana, turn 4.
Yeah. Yeah, and now it makes really sense why Candelabra was picked.
He just exiles all 3 monks. Like he flickers them and they don't return since sadly they're tokens.
Yeah, he gets to choose 3 times, and he can choose the same mode more than one time. Yeah. So, yeah, setting Kevin a lot back in his pressure that he has. So yeah, he needs to dig now to find more threats.
It's so crazy to me when the surveillance got like printed. Everyone thought, okay, maybe we play one in the control deck, and then suddenly, okay, now we play one in the combo deck, and then now we play one in the aggro deck, and like 2 in the combo and control decks, and it's everywhere. Like even Modern Burn plays surveillance now, where if you ever draw a tap land, I'm gonna like kind of want to scoop my cards and go next game if I draw a tap land. And same as Delver, right? It's
Yeah, it has been super, let's say, solid, and it's part of the standard mana base for any deck actually.
Yeah.
I think every deck usually has at least one.
every deck with fetch lands, like
With fetch land, exactly, yeah.
it's really crazy how strong these lands turned out to be. Here we see another sideboard card, the Braid.
Which triggers the steel cutter, yeah. Yeah. Let's see if there's enough. Tamas as now not Metalcraft anymore. The Grim Monolith is tapped.
So he lost a lot of mana this turn with the Candelabra. First of the Monolith and also the Workshops got turned down. But there is, after all of these trades, there is still a 1 ring left in hand.
Yeah.
I don't think you want to trade in your construct. You need to keep it around for Metalcraft.
Is the Dragon Rage channel a 3/3?
I think so.
Okay.
We saw Bobble, a Braid, Wasteland at least. It's free, and I guess Preordains earlier, so
Yeah.
it's 4 card types at least confirmed. Oh, he's getting in.
Okay.
Interesting. I mean,
Attack for 3.
I guess it's a free attack since I don't think Kevin would block at this point.
Yeah. He wants to close up the game.
Yeah.
Now with the Run Ring, of course, and now he cannot attack obviously.
I mean, he has to attack.
He has to
with the
attack
channeler,
with the channeler, yeah. Doesn't
but
do
doesn't
anything.
Yeah, exactly. Now he just has to pass back, and
Yeah.
if I'm Tamash, I'm feeling really happy right now in this spot. Get to draw 3 cards this turn.
Yeah, which should find something. Maybe another Ugin, maybe Karn, maybe Eldrazi Confluence. There's even 3 copies in the main deck that we just see. It's actually crazy.
I can kill again the channeler and the monk token. Maybe even more rings or a key would also be a good starting point. Kozilek's command, so many good draws.
Yeah.
Well, we see another Urza's Workshop. Each of those tap for 5 now. Because there he has 5 Urza's lands.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Tamasha won yesterday's warm-up with him with this deck. He went 5-0 pretty convincingly. It was really impressive.
That's why we kind of decided to have him in round 1 if he plays the same deck again and if he can continue his like 5-game win streak already.
Yeah.
And I don't want to jinx it, but it looks really promising right now.
Mm-hmm.
Hard cast for the Force of Negation. It should be exiled.
Which should be
but-
exiled, exactly. We can give the hint.
Oh,
Okay, there it
they
is.
got him themselves, yeah. I guess he named like Force of Will with the flute here would be my guess. Maybe ask him what he named with the flute.
Mm-hmm.
My guess would be like Force of Will in this spot, maybe. Blocking the Monk token. Good catch from Tamash. He gets to block the 2/2 Monk with the 4/4 construct.
Yeah. And Tamio, yeah, doesn't look super. Yeah, I mean, it can help for blocking maybe one turn.
There's no price of progress in Kevin's list though. Consign, okay.
Okay, flute named consigned to memory, yeah.
And as we know, Kevin only plays one consign, so there's no real chance. Like the flute is kind of useless, but it's okay. It's a good name actually.
Maybe because it's might be one of the cards that he fears the most.
It costs 4 now and can't be cast with the flute, so I think
Yeah.
that's smart to name.
Mm-hmm.
But Kevin is on 3 and he needs to find something. Or otherwise he dies to the ring again next turn.
Yeah. Kevin, unfortunately, doesn't play Price to Progress, which is something, yeah, that Lorenzo here pointed out in the chat. Would be, of course, a very, very good card now to cast if he would have it.
I mean, he could kind of like draw the game if Tamash attacks for 5.
Yeah.
And then he has to draw the game, but I don't think Tamash has found anything because he has to untap the ring.
Oh wow,
exactly,
yeah. So he has all the mana in the world, but he just needs something to stop the pressure
Mm-hmm.
and also to replace the ring, I guess, because next turn he will be dying to it.
Oh, is that to a board now?
Yeah.
But he found nothing.
He found just nothing. Interesting. I think this was like 10 cards, something like that.
He drew
Wow.
7 from ring this turn and 1 for draw step, and he missed out on the Khan got forced. So that's a way to get like a new ring, or at least I think some way to get rid of the ring. But
Yeah. Amazing. So actually we get to see game 3. I actually didn't see that one coming. I thought this was almost locked, but yeah, you never should say never in that case, right? So in that case, it's good to play to your outs and play that. Let's say if Kevin of course doesn't have an incentive to scoop right away when he saw the ring because he's one game down, but you also have to play it out, take the two extra turns here and to see if your opponent actually finds something rather than just giving up on it, and play to your outs and allow yourself to that your opponent bricks in that case. And so we see a game 3.
And this was quite a strong showing from Kevin this game. He had many impactful sideboard cards. I think he had 1 or 2 Force of Negations. He had the Abrade, he had the Consign to Memory. So showing the effectiveness of the sideboard cards from the Delver deck. And from the flute, from the Tron deck, we saw 2 flutes, I think.
Yeah.
So my guess is he cut the ley line of the void since it doesn't do that much, to be honest.
Probably.
That's my guess. We didn't see ley line game 2 or game 1.
Yeah. I guess he's not super relying on it. He knows there's mostly Murktide and Ringwrench Channeler, and that's mostly it.
It's right.
Yeah.
And a Holy Heat, I guess, but that's not like
Yeah.
that of a potent card against Tron.
Yeah.
Do we have the metagame ready already?
We'll look at that. We definitely have the metagame up at some point during the this or next round. So we will of course inform you about this.
So Tomasz is in the play. Looks like he kept his 7. And Kevin is thinking about, I see 3 lands, but both players keep. It's just a Tron land and pass. Okay.
Okay. Tron and pass. And Kevin now has a threat actually in turn 1, the Ringwrench Channeler. That's the better start for Kevin on usually.
And as we talked about yesterday as well, we kind of agreed that the Dragon Rage Channeler is kind of the better Delver, since
Yeah.
you can control if it flips way more easily, and also it provides, of course, with the trigger, you can kind of flip it more easily than the Delver. Now we already see 2 card types. Maybe he wants to surveil the card with the Bauble. I think he's still deciding on that. Stays on top, okay. But now basically any like force almost turns on Delirium. And it's a 3/3 on turn 2, guaranteed kind of. Here we see second Tron land, so mine and power plant. And here comes, I guess, Disruptive Flute.
Disruptive Food, what would you name here? Wasteland, maybe?
I think I would name Wasteland in this spot, since I saw the tower in hand, I think, or he's actually Monolith. I mean, that's fine as well. But there's an Urz's tower, there's a Ugin, there is a Disruptive Flute. So maybe you can just like next turn play the flute on something like Force of Will and then go for the Ugin protected.
Yeah, and if Flute resolve, you could name Force of Will.
Yeah. Especially if Kevin taps out now, you kind of bait the Force of Will with the flute.
Yeah.
And then resolve the Ugin freely. You don't have to be scared of consign if Kevin taps out.
Yeah.
So main phase fetching kind of signals to me he wants to play a Steel Cutter maybe, or I guess Murktide is not
yet.
possible yet.
Not yet, yeah.
Maybe a Braid on the Monolith. Let's see what he does. It's a red card, it's a cutter, yeah.
It's a cutter, yeah.
Oh, and that also triggers the Channel.
Yeah,
that's sweet.
It's a non-creature spell, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't think about it until I saw it right now, and oh, it's a second artifact, sadly, so we don't have the Delirium yet.
Okay, yeah. So it takes just for 1.
Mm-hmm.
It's of course not ideal, but still he has his threats lined up. And I think now we see a meltdown from in Kevin's hand, ready to beat some artifacts. This is what you mentioned. He's going now for the flute to likely name Force of Will.
With the full natural Tron.
Yeah.
Of course, this can happen sometimes. I mean, it's like more rare when you in Modern, where you don't play like so many good cards. Like the Planar Nexus really helps with establishing Tron, kind of cheating Tron.
Yeah.
And now we get the Ugin, and we get to. I think I would exile the. Oh, he just scoops. Yeah, he can't counter the Ugin because the Force of Will is named with the flute.
Yeah.
Even if you melt on it next turn, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah. And Ugin just stays.
Yeah, killing the Channeler, I guess, would be my guess. And then you can't melt on because it kills your own Steel Cutter.
Yeah.
And next turn the Steel Cutter dies to next colorless spell anyways. So I think killing the Channeler is the better play. But wow, that Ugin is a messed up card.
That Ugin, and I think also Flute was super important here.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I mean, of course, he would have exiled the Dragon Age Channeler still, and he would have traded, but the Ugin at least would have been off the table. So yeah, I think we should also think a lot more that to use the Flute like as an more or less defense grid kind of mode. For the card that you want to not face.
Yeah.
This is something that I think rarely comes up.
It's a more versatile defense grid, you could say, right now.
Yeah.
I mean, he already plays 4 Trinisphere's main deck, and in this spot, it was kind of a Trinisphere, right? It said, okay, your Force of Will costs 3, you can play it for free. So, yeah, when you see him taking the flutes, it's like better defense grid against combo, I think. Like, as we said, the Eldrazi deck looks kind of weak to combo sometimes game 1. I mean, you can have the Leyline against Oops, that's quite strong game 1.
Yeah.
But against like some combo decks, you need obviously more tools than like a Leyline and a Trinisphere. They can usually beat 1 or 2 hate pieces.
Yeah.
And having more flutes, it's such a versatile card. It can be God Myth Crown. You can even main deck it if you want to. I think this is a really nice addition from MH3 to the Eldrazi deck.
Yeah, exactly. No, very, very strong again, and Tamash is now
6-0.
6-0 basically, yeah. In
Today,
in
1-0.
games, yeah. Today 1-0, and a pretty good start for him. We'll see how this will develop.
Backup is also done. Maybe we get another feature match. any table.
We try if we can have another match ready for you to look at for this round. It's always the case. We have one backup match, but that has already finished. But I think this was nice to see 3 games. It was not completely one-sided. There were some situations where I think, yeah, of course, Kevin had to get lucky and Tamasha bricked on 10 cards, of course. I guess this is unlikely.
I think game 2 looked also pretty one-sided in the end.
Yeah.
If you remember the one Candelabra turn, we just went like Ugin,
Yeah.
Eldrazi Conference, and Ring. Like,
Yeah.
what's that? 16 mana?
Yeah.
No,
Almost.
15 mana
15,
on like turn 4. That's crazy, yeah.
That's crazy, yeah. This is something that, and what I like here, because if you compare that to the modern version of this Tron deck, Tron in modern has to play a lot of these support cards to assemble the Tron, right? And this one, I mean, it just has more explosive cards like the Candelabra, the Grim Monolith with the key, and yeah, for the lands, it doesn't really rely on assembly Tron.
Yeah, I think the difference is that the support cards in this deck kind of are the lands, like the Planar Nexus and the Urza's Workshop are kind of the support cards to like bridge the gap if you don't have Tron, or they enable Tron, or you like make the number of Urza's lands, you make mana. So that's kind of new Tron lands, or like new ways to enable or support the Tron without having to play like Expedition Map or Sylvan Scrying.
Okay, yeah.
Like you have to do it modern. And that also makes the deck less like it's not a good deck in modern anymore because there's so much land destruction now with Boseiju and stuff. You play like more mid-range decks like this one, more prison style decks.
Exactly.
And this deck is also not important to assemble the real Tron. You have like you just want to make more mana than the opponent, and that's it. If you do it by actual Tron, if you do it with Planar Nexus, if you do it with the Workshop, you just want to make a lot of mana, or even with Ring and with Key and Monolith. You just want to make a million mana and then play like Khan, Lattice, Ugin, the Eldrazi Confluence, the Kozilek's Command, the One Ring, so many good payoffs. And most of them cost like 4 mana. So it's not important to go to 7 immediately.
Yeah, exactly. It's important to bridge the gap to get to 4 mana, basically, to get one of these potent threats going. This deck looks very well built. We'll see and watch it, of course, over the course of this tournament, how it will develop.
Okay.
All right. I think the round is also, we are roughly 5 minutes until the end of the round. So for this round, we don't have another match that we cover, but I think we anyways got to see a nice match here. Is a tempo. It's for sure one deck that people should expect in this kind of meta game. It has a little bit of a struggle against the blue versions of tempo, as it struggles a little bit against Nethergoyf and Barogoyf specifically. But given that Reanimator is now a little bit more on the menu, is a tempo is also something that you should expect. And Kevin of course lost round 1, but there's still 5 rounds to go.
Nothing is over for him yet.
Exactly.
He can still make top 8, so
that's for sure still possible. And for this time being, I would say, for the 5 minutes we have a little bit of a break, and it will be then, let's see, myself and you will stay actually, yes, and then Peter will come for covering the next round. So see you in a couple of minutes, and don't go anywhere, of course, for more Legacy and more Magic.
Hello and welcome back to round 2 of the European Legacy
Challenge
today. Something with C. I'm Peter Blank from the In-Responser Legacy Podcast, and I'm once again joined by Felix Stenitzer.
Hi guys, I'm great to be again here for a second round today. Excited for more Legacy.
Yeah, it's an awesome time currently to see the hopefully last few stitches of our current Legacy format. But we kindly want to show you now a new match for round 2, where we will have blue-black tempo versus control and Esper control.
Very spicy Esper control.
And I will shortly change up everything for the stream, and then we will shortly jump in with the players.
Yeah, we see that they are shuffling up right now. We have on the left Tomasz.
And on the right, we have Paul Bernsteiner, local hero, basically a really, really good and consistent player.
Playing blue-black Reanimator. Oh no, Tempo, I think. I think it's a Tempo yesterday. Yeah.
He's currently 1-0, as well as his opponent, Tomasz Vlicek. He's a very, very known and respected guy with a hard-to-write name.
Can you copy-paste it from the pairings? Maybe?
Would be good.
Exactly, perfect. Now we have the correct name. It's Esper Control. Ah,
And
he's also 1-0, I think. Yeah.
yes, exactly. So we will go to the players.
I can
And
also do the Stream Decker to show the decks
exactly.
on Stream Deck.
Tomasz.
Tomasz and Paul. I think there's a search function on top. You can.
Search.
Easy.
Easy money.
Noch nur so Rechtsklick auf die Decks, mal sehen. So we see from Paul traditional blue-black midrange or tempo, Nethergoyfs, Tamios, Bowmasters. Nothing too spicy, I think. 2 Spellbombs main deck to combat the blue-black Reanimator decks.
And on the other side, we have Tomasz with Esper, kind of spicy. Like, we have a few cards that can be very, very impactful. In this matchup specifically, we have the Teferi Time Rebel, for example, as a one-off, and Prismatic Endings to deal more with the Nethergoyf Tamiyo sides.
I think the players are ready and can start.
Yeah, exactly. So we tell them, go.
Yeah, so now you can talk about more of the deck. Sorry for interrupting you, but I saw that the players are waiting, so...
Yeah. So we have on the right side Paul Bernsteiner beginning the game on his first turn, searching up for an underground sea as every basically starting turn of blue-black tempo goes, and we will see how his game plan will develop. If we have a Tamiyo and Nethergoyf a threat to drop on turn 1, or he needs some time to set up with any other cantrips, which would be, I think, the thing that Tomasz would have liked in the matchup, how it goes.
Yeah, like playing a turn 1 Ponder for Paul. I think that's what you like to see as control. Nethergoyf is likely the fastest clock you can apply. Right now it's a 1-2, but it will grow quickly, I guess.
Yeah, and to jump into the matchup, because like it seems like from the card side a little bit like a blue-black mirror, a little bit. But can you tell a little bit the difference that the matchup goes with the inclusion of Swords of Plowshares and also Prismatic Ending for the side of Esper? Because I think this can be quite a huge deal, especially in combination with Nethergoyfs.
I think having 6 1-mana exile answers for Nethergoyf is huge. Like, you can't bring it back from the graveyard. You can't, I think it's escape on it. You can't escape it back since it gets exiled forever. And also killing the Tamiyo for 1 mana and not taking like any life with the swords is also important. Not that life is that meaningful in this matchup, I think, but yeah. So it's, I think the Esper deck is better equipped to deal with the cards from Paul's deck. The scariest card I think is Kaito. Yeah. Since if you get to land a Kaito, there's like, you can't swords it, you can't ending it unless he plays like off-color duel, but he doesn't, so you can only ending for free. So whoever sticks Kaito first, I think it's my guess wins the game, unless he's like ultra behind on board, of course. But I think Kaito is like the key to win the blue-black mirror. Yeah. Also Bowmaster, of course, yeah. But
there comes another card, I think a little bit handy with Baleful Strix on the side of Esper control. Quite weird to see it in a heavy Bowmaster infested metagame, but the Death Touch on the Baleful Strix is quite impactful at basically holding, if possible, a Kaito on the board without being able to attack on. But yeah, Tamio wasn't really the game changer as you mentioned, especially since with Prismatic Ending, you have now a way to deal with a flipped side, because traditionally in blue-black, those are invincible.
Yeah, you can push it. You can. Paul plays a bit of Triumph, so that's one way. But some lists like play a Go for the Throat even, or like some other tool to kill creatures, but not kill planeswalkers. So I like from Paul having the bit of Triumph for Tamio, but it's just a one-off.
Yeah.
So we see the Nethergoyf, I think it's already likely free power with instant, the Force, the Forces, and the land. So it's attacking for free already.
Yeah.
Down to 11. And Tomasz is not really... His hand is like Teferi, which I guess he will cast now.
Yeah.
Gets meet by hard cast days.
Yeah, and this is kindly in the spot here that delays the big threat. Tomasz can't really afford to play around the days here, has to wait for an additional turn, which would further decrease his life total. So yeah, kindly in a good spot for Paul.
I mean, I would say not that great of a spot, since if you look at Paul's hand, I think it's like 2 lands, 1 land and 2 Fatal Push, which are like almost dead cards here right now.
Yeah.
So as soon as Tomasz finds the Swords to Plowshares, the Prismatic Ending, he kind of stabilized. That's like due to the Exile removal. Otherwise, the Nethergoyf comes back, and but it looks like lots of lands for both players. There's Brainstorm. No Bowmaster from Paul.
Yeah, would be an ideal slot for Paul to put in additional pressure onto the life total of Tomasz with the Bowmasters in here. Would be able to get like 4 triggers with the ETB effect, which would put Tomasz on 1 HP, on 1 life, and would mean that Paul has 3 basically finisher on the board, finishing creatures. But yeah, Tomasz still searches for the cards he needs. He has also a lot of lands, as you said, in hand still after the Brainstorm. And I think this was now a threat on the side of Paul.
Murktide Regent, I think so, yeah. Both players are really like threat light, but interaction heavy. Like we have the Forces, but Tomasz is on 2, so he can't. It's like a dead card, you know. And there comes the Murktide. Delving 1 instant. I mean, it's like the 3/3 even is enough, you know. Playing around days carefully.
Yeah.
Delving only 1 instant, it's fine, you know. A 4/4 deals more than 2 damage, so.
Yeah. And a 4/4 is big enough to deal with a Kaito if it comes up, but Kaito can't block because it's not a creature on your opponent's turn. So yeah, and if you've seen some Teferi, you don't really want to be like it's to be bounced and not being able to play it. And with I think 3 cards remaining in graveyard, it's exactly 7 mana to cast a second.
This is such an awkward spot for Tomasz because he has the Force in hand, but he can't force since he put 2 lands on top with the fetch, with the Brainstorm. So he has to like draw a cantrip now and then find 2 removals of the 1 cantrip and he drew another Force. So he just died, and it was an awkward showing from kind of both players, I think, in both decks. Like, I mean, Paul had the Forces, had the Nethergoyf.
Had a Force of Will.
Yeah, but they got discarded, I think, from the
opposing Forces. Yeah.
So basically, he played like 2 spells.
Yeah.
And that's it. And like Tomasz played a Brainstorm and a Forces and the Teferi that got dazed, but that's like. It was a weird game, to be honest.
Yeah, wasn't really exciting blow for both players. But yeah, with sideboarding, I think a few things has changed up. I will tell you a few cards that I think, and then you can elaborate how I'm wrong or right.
Let's go.
I think against blue-black, you've kindly expect a few creatures. You want to empower yourself. The swords, the forces are not really that great. I think you want at least the 2 Barrowglyphs in there. Then is the deciding factor if you want to have a Shieldred's Edict. I think it's kind of key to deal with the opposing Kaitos, because this is one way to get around it. Other than that, maybe you want to play the Deafening Silence game to stop the harassing the multi-spells on the first few turns, but I don't think that's the point. So I'm mostly looking at Barrowglyph and the Shieldred's Edict. Maybe we want to have the Toxic Deluge to deal with everything on board, but I think we're mostly looking at those 3 cards.
I think that makes sense, since Toma's deck is more geared towards beating blue-black in the main deck, I think. So him not having like 5, 6, 7, 8 cards in the sideboard for the matchup makes sense. Since I would describe it as a good matchup, game 1. And as you said, the Barrowglyphs absolutely make sense, playing more big creatures. I mean, they died of Fatal Push, so that's like, but I guess the Strix it's like a great card, but also not a great card at the same time, because it dies to Bowmaster and punishes Bowmasters. And the Edict, of course, to kill the kite. You want to take out the Force of Wills, I guess, as you mentioned. And that's only the 3 cards. I don't think the Silence is like that great. I don't think Surgical is that great. Maybe you have to like keep in one Force of Will.
Yeah, I don't really think that we want to have anything against Graveyard, because the one thing that would matter in this matchup is like to remove the Graveyard completely. To negate Murktide Regent.
And Netherglyphs, of course.
And Netherglyphs, yeah. So let's look a little bit on the other side. We have in blue-black tempo, we have also the Shieldred's Edict. We have also 2 Barrowglyphs with a Brazen Borrower. Then we have like Grafdigger's Cage, Consigned to Memory, Hydroblast, Disruptor Flute, Nullrod, which don't see play. Force of Negation is mostly for other combo decks like Oops of Spells, for example. So I'm also looking at the Shieldred's Edict, Barrowglyph, and I think the Brazen Borrower is a really, really sweet card in this matchup.
Yeah, it deals with Tamio, it deals with Kaito, it's versatile. I can also see, depending on how scared Paul is, him bringing the Disruptor Flute for like a flip Tamio, or he saw the Teferi. You want to name the Teferi as well. Since, again, the Force of Wills are really bad. And maybe even he wants to cut some of Daces on the draw. I mean, Dace is still a fine card, but not great if the game goes long. So both players usually, I think, are shaving down on permission spells and transforming more proactive, I would say.
Yeah. And something also to note is like in Paul's deck, we only have 3 Daces, for example, in the main deck, which speaks for the deck to be a little bit more on the slower side, especially with the 2 Kaitos in there, and being a little bit laid back, also with like the additional Bitter Triumph, as you said, as an answer for opposing Tamios. So Thomas now already started with his second turn. He played as a Wayland on turn 1, and now had to shuffle for his fetch land and is able to cast his Ponder now.
Yeah, I think it's a fine trade to like trade the Wasteland with the turn 1 tapped land. If you don't play anything, like if you play against Derva and they go like 1-drop and then you Wasteland them, I don't think it's a good tempo play, since you're obviously setting yourself behind.
Yeah.
But if Tomas just went like turn 1 Surveillant go, I think it's totally reasonable to go Wasteland. There's another Wasteland, so still fine what Paul is doing. Denying attacking the mana base from the 3-color deck. And I was wondering why I didn't get like basic island here. Maybe he thought, okay, already 1 Wasteland is gone. Maybe he has no more lands left in hand, so he needs to get like a blue-black land, but let's see. And there's the Disruptor Float from Paul, actually. He drew it for turn.
Yeah.
So he brought it in indeed.
And this is actually kind of a position that's really, really interesting to play out, since in Esper Control, you are really revolving around the lands you have. And Paul can really play on 2 to 3 lands for a few turns, but Esper really needs to develop to 3 to 4 to have all the options. You have the stock ups to load up on your hands that you need in the mid game to keep on par with the tempo loss that you usually take with being able to search up for the cards that you want for the matchup. So it's really interesting how to see, and Paul maybe even kept the hand on the premise that I have like 2 wastelands and 2 other lands, and if my opponent goes for non-basic lands, I'm really good to go. Or I can at least deny land drop 3 and land drop 4, because nowadays control decks can't play 7 basics as it was in the good old Miracle days. It's usually 1, 2, or sometimes 3, as we see in the list of Tomasz, with 1 of each of the basics, which is really good for him, which means he can usually stay on the 3 lands and then drop in the 4th if he needs it. But
yeah, it's we see Paul has Force of Will in hand, so I guess he just took out the days, or like cut all the 3 days and then maybe like trimmed 1 or 2 Force of Wills, and that's it. Still has some left in the deck. As on the draw, I think they're better than Dazes. But we see a Fortis here taking the Kaito, which of course is the best card. Yes, it's Esper with Kaito. Has 2 Kaito in it. And Paul just has the Bowmaster, passes the turn, wants to Bowmaster end of turn, or responds to a cantrip. So both players are kind of playing the draw and go game at this point. There is stock up, which is good against Bowmasters.
Yeah, that doesn't trigger the Bowmasters. And the thing is here, this turn cycle is really crucial in this matchup, because if Tomasz can load up his hand with 2 very impactful cards to deal with future turns of Paul's creatures, he's setting him up very good for the late game, because with stock up FCC you get 2 cards out of 1, which means he's 1 card in advantage. You have currently the 3 lands in play. You have the Caracas for the additional white source for the white removal. I'm pretty sure he took another Swords to Plowshares. Yeah.
And the Tamio with it, yeah. And it's good that the stock up doesn't get punished by the Bowmasters.
Yeah.
And also I think it's a bad play from Paul, like, to force the stock up, since you trade 2 for 1.
Yeah.
And I could see him forcing it, but maybe, you know, depends.
Yeah, with both of those plays, you basically lose out on 1 card against your opponent, because with Force of Will you treat 2 for the 1, and then you need 2 answers mostly for the 2 things that Tomasz is getting. But yeah, this is actually the gameplay that we currently see, that we hoped for game 1. Not the kindly non-games with 3 spells for each player over 6 turns, and then the turn 1 threat 1, like in the good old days with Delve of Secrets, punching in for free every single turn, and then dazing and forcing everything that comes in between.
So we saw a 3rd Wasteland from Paul, and the Orcish Bowmaster attack with a Disruptor Flute. What do we think it named? Is it didn't name Bowmaster?
Swords to Plowshares would be my guess. If you're pondering in it, it should name Swords to Plowshares. Maybe we can
ask in Discord.
Yeah.
And that's the opposing Bowmaster, and this gets forced now. That's why Paul kept his force to kill Tomasz Bowmaster, or like prevent Tomasz Bowmaster.
Yeah. Because the ETB is really insane. It's the thing that's makes the second Bowmaster usually better than first. As in the good old days, those were not good days. Like the mental misstep problem. Mental misstep is basically the solution to mental misstep. Everyone can play it, and you can counter opposing mental missteps. And Orcish Bowmaster is kinda in the same way effective here, because the second Orcish Bowmaster can clear the first Orcish Bowmaster, and so it's basically the counter to itself. But yeah, here we see now how Tomasz wants to prevent. Tamio gives him access to at least block smaller creatures, but I think Tamil got now bounced.
No, I think it's just a hard cast.
Just a hard
flyer. And Tamil kind of serves. Oh, and there's the days. Oh, so good.
So what are you thinking that Paul put out of his main deck? Because we have the Daisies in here, we have the Force of Wilson. I mean, the 2 9-span bombs are pretty much clear.
Maybe he cut like game 1 he saw no creatures, so maybe he put out the Fatal Pushers.
Yeah.
If thought it's like a more control heavy deck.
Mm-hmm.
But we know it's 11 creatures. It's like Tamios and Bowmasters as a playset.
Yeah.
So, and Paul doesn't, I mean, Bowmaster kills Bowmaster, as you said, but maybe Paul didn't know about it and just cut like two spell bombs, 2 Fatal Pushers. I think maybe left in 1 day or 2 days, I don't know. But now we see Thoughtseize from Paul taking Esper. Yes.
Yes.
Leaving Thomas with 2 Kaitos. I think it was the 4th Wasteland from Paul.
Yeah.
Since now 4 Wasteland, that's crazy. Did he like double land this turn? I think he double landed this turn. Oh no, this was the turn after. It's okay. He played Wasteland and now he played this turn Thoughtseize and the Surveillant. Okay.
Yeah. And this leaves...
There's the Deluge on 1 life.
Yeah. So Deluge was actually boarded in.
Brought in, yeah.
Which was like a small thought of mine. But yeah, we have Paul Bernsteiner now advancing to 2-0 against Thomas Fletchek. What were your expectations for the matchup?
I didn't think the matchup would play out this way. I mean, of course, this is something that can happen from the tempo side. Paul, game 1, applied pressure, countered the 1 key spell and the Teferi, and that's kind of it.
Yeah.
And everything else from Tomasz was not really impactful. And now, this game, Paul had 4 Wastelands, denying the mana strategy, had the key days, and also applied pressure with Bowmaster, countering the cantrips, and...
Yeah. And the big thing that we saw in here was like the difference in mana base.
All 4 pushes out. Okay. So maybe he didn't know about the Tamios and the Bowmasters.
It seemed to him like the old classic Esper decks, maybe with 4-mana rafts and stuff like that. And
can we get a backup maybe?
Yeah. We have backup table 3.
Let's see if they are still playing. Maybe we can get a backup. We need backup. Please help us. Is this showcased really the strength of the... Oh, perfect. They're already going. This showcased the strength of the blue-black tempo deck.
Yeah.
I think both games actually. Like game 1, applying pressure, casting Thoughtseize, taking the 1 key spell and just killing your opponent, and game 2 denying the mana base, attacking the hand with Thoughtseize again, punishing the draw spell with Bowmaster. Every card he played was like a good card. This game.
Yeah, it's a really efficient deck. Mana base super stable, especially if your opponent doesn't play any Wastelands.
Yeah.
And there we actually saw the downside of the splashing, because like for example when the old blue-black Reanimator deck got a few cards hit with Troll of Khazad-dûm, for example, there was like thinking of like going to Oliphant to splash for red now for the reanimation target, but all crumbled to the mana base, and blue-black seems currently to be the color combination that is positioned best in the metagame, has the solution to mostly everything, and if you splash for another color, you are just that much vulnerable.
Yeah, we thought that the Swords to Plowshares would be big impactful last game, but they didn't get cast a single time since the mana base was shaking and got wastelanded, and you had like no white sources to deploy them.
And
so it looks like we have a backup feature match going.
Yeah, so let's jump in there and quickly adjust everything. Table 3 is now on stream.
Maybe we can get the score from table 3 as well. If it's 1-1 or 1-0.
They're both 1-0.
Yeah.
But how the match already played out, is unfortunately no information for me. So we have Florian Peter on the right side.
I think it's breakfast, or this was maybe a Bant pile.
This was, I think, Bant, yeah.
Yeah, on the left side it's Jürgen Illmeier playing blue-black. Reanimator, I think, or Tempo. We will have a look. And just
A second big uppercase letter.
and the name is Florian Peter. Perfect.
And Jürgen Illmeier. Let's check in what the decks are. We have Illmeier Jürgen on blue-black Delva.
So it's blue-black Tempo again, I guess.
Yeah. I think we will see this deck a lot today.
Yeah, maybe we can showcase the Metagame Breakdown during this round, the next round.
For sure, for sure.
And Florian Peter is playing
Bant
Midrange. So it's maybe like Bant Beans or like Uro Pile, something like that. Let's have a look at it.
Yeah, exactly. Because this is the spice that we want to look at.
Oh, it's Bant Nado.
So
Oh, it's Plagon. Oh, it's...
What's Plagon? Tell me more about this card.
This card looks so cool, man. The artwork is so nice. If you don't know Plagon, it's a 3 mana for 2 in the blue Starfish Wizard. 0/3, and when it enters, you draw a card for each creature you control with toughness greater than its power. So it works well with Tamio, it works well with Nadu, of course, it works well with Stoneforge Mystic, because that gets you the Shuko for the Nadu, and maybe Cultra as well. And also Delighted Halfling, which casts Plagon uncountable, casts Nadu uncountable, casts Tamio uncountable. So this is kind of like the mid-range version of the Nadu deck that doesn't try to win the deck in one turn with like milling the deck and casting Tessa's Oracle, third return. This is more like a slower, grindy version of it.
Yeah, and we are now hopefully in a known territory. 1-0 for Illmeier.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we are quickly changing up the standings in this round. And yeah, we've seen Florian Peter going first, dropping in the Tamio, likely to crack a clue in the near future. We have the explosives for one, which is a neat answer here, but we are still developing the...
This is a weird play that he casts Fatal Push while having Engineering Explosives on one in play.
Yeah.
And I think I also saw a Null Rod, so he should try to get the explosives, like to blow it up. Or maybe I missaw it. It's not a Null Rod, I think. But having the explosives on one, I mean, it's okay to bait out the push this way, since you can still blow out up the backside of the timer. Like you push, force the action, now it's flipped forever, it goes up to 4, it's okay, it does nothing, and then you just go like crack the explosives and kill the Tamio.
Yeah.
Of course, you expose yourself to Prismatic Ending or to Fairy to bounce the explosives, but it's okay, I think, to do.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you're waiting out to with the explosives to get additional cards in, but I think with just Delighted Halfling and Tamios, it's just not enough. And I think you really want to have the push for a future Stoneforge Mystic or Nado or even Plagon, but Plagon is just in there after that to basically trigger Nado, am I right?
I think especially also if you want to... There's another 1-drop into Tamio that's weird, I don't know. I mean, you don't need to even play the push, since you can always crack the explosives, and if he decides to brainstorm response, the Tamio still stays on the battlefield as a 1-mana planeswalker. So I think this was maybe like sort of misplay, or like we don't know what Jürgen is thinking, but I would just maybe go for explosives anyways. And now you should crack the explosives to like protect the Goyf, I think.
Yeah.
Because now it gets to minus Tamio immediately, you get back the swords again.
This would have been a really, really nice play, actually.
Yeah. So in response to the swords, you crack the explosives. You protect your own Barogoyf. I mean, Netagoyf. It goes to the graveyard, but graveyard is better than exile, of course.
Yeah.
And you also prevent the Tamio from taking back the swords.
And this would have been a huge +1 on the side of Jürgen, denies basically a card advantage on the side of Florian, and provides Jürgen with an additional future Goyf, basically, and makes a solution to him not being really able to drop anything that costs 1, because you're also playing Nethergoyf and Tamios, and you really want to drop them if you draw them in the near future. So let's look a little bit on the sideboard cards that we have here that we may see now, because we have Dark Betrayal, for example, in blue-black, but this isn't the matchup for it. We've seen the
Explosives in the
explosives, Consigned to Memory, don't think has really any targets. Gravedigger's Cage doesn't. Or does it make sense? No.
It's only good against the
Zenith version, am I right?
The Zenith versions, yeah.
And Breakfast, for example.
Yeah, and you can stop like the Right Arbor, but it doesn't even play Right Arbor in this control version, so...
Yeah. So you were judging. What does happen if you fetch for a Dryad Arbor? Basically a judge call and you did something wrong with it?
Yeah, I mean, you try to rewind it, of course. If it's like happening right now, you always try to back up to the point of the game where the illegal play happened and then continue from there on. So you try to back it up as much as you can, and if it's like happens 3-4 turns ago, you can't really do anything. So yeah. As you said, engineer explosives. I think I saw a Null Rod. I'm not quite sure about it.
Okay.
But makes sense to counter the Shuko. That's the best way to trigger NATO, I think. It's with Shuko.
Because it's free. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically maybe Null Rod, engineered explosives, because like Force of Negation, not really.
Edict maybe to like kill NATO without having to target it, but I don't think that Jürgen improves a lot post-board.
I think it's mostly on the side of Florian, because we got Whale of Summers, maybe Disruptive Loot for key removal spells, and Carpet of Flowers. And other than that,
I think Whale and Carpet, Flutes to name the Kaitos.
Wrath maybe?
Yeah, maybe this not a rough matchup, I think. Maybe you can like answer the Tamios and the Nethergoyf, but I think it's more like to get rid of Chalices or Chrome Moxes and stuff like that, like the cheap artifacts.
So not really the toxic deluge of white.
I mean, we see a Fortsies with double Plagon, double Swords, Nadu, and we took a Stoneforge, is my guess, since it's the topmost card of the graveyard.
And now we have a Teferi.
Is it Teferi? I thought it's a Nadu, I think.
No, it's...
Or Plagon.
I think I misread the land.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Plagon basically draws a card from himself and is ready to trigger Nadu next turn. So he waits one more turn to play the Nadu. And Tamu is like ticking up the explosive is sitting there. Yeah, this game looks really over for the breakfast player, I think. Like the breakfast players win, not breakfast, another player is winning, I think.
But what happens if you play another Plagon? Because they're legendary, so
they die.
They both die.
One of them dies before.
One of them dies, and the trigger resolves, and you only draw one.
Draw one,
yeah. Because it happens when the trigger resolves.
Yeah, state-based action. You immediately have to sacrifice one of the creatures before the trigger resolves. Now we finally have the explosives blown up after a million turns. And now we see Nadu, and we see the cool trick with Plagon. The activated ability to like draw a card and smack in for free.
Yeah, sweet.
Oh, Plagon is such a cool card. Design-wise and also artwork-wise, you know. It's is it a starfish riding on a turtle?
Yeah,
it looks like it, right?
Basically a starfish on shrooms riding on a turtle. I think the young kids would say it's cringe.
I would love to ride on a turtle, you know. It's
It's like Finding Nemo.
yeah, exactly. So we see Nado doing value stuff with Plagon, drawing cards. I think it was a Shuko drawn for turn now as well, so you can trigger all 6 triggers for free now.
Yeah.
And there's consigned to memory to counter that they one of Shuko.
This is actually,
It's one of Shuko, yeah.
it's one of 2 possible targets, because the second one is a hard Cascade complete.
I mean, you can target like the Nado triggers, you can target the Stoneforge triggers, you can target the Tamio ultimate. Oh, that's activated. But you can target Stoneforge, ATB, Nado ETB, Plague
Okay,
ETB.
yeah. True.
It's more like a stifle, like a bad stifle in this game than like an actual counter spell, and now it counted something, so it's okay. And there's no Stoneforge. I guess we're getting Caldra time now, and yeah, Jürgen has seen enough value made by Florian. Time for
Game 3. Nice to go to a game 3 here. I really want to see what happens if Jürgen goes really onto the pressure now, because like in this match currently, it wasn't really on the pressure side. It was mostly like Florian doing his stuff, and Jürgen got one answer out, but wasn't really able to develop anything else. So let's see how the matchup plays out if Jürgen goes more on the proactive side and Florian has to basically push a little bit back and try to force in his own value plays in there. Because I think this matchup can go really, really far if Florian can stop any Nado hitting. Am I right?
We saw what Florian can't stop.
Now, if Nado goes, it's basically game over.
Yeah, I think so.
If Nado hits the battlefield, but other than that, I think this can be a really, really grindy matchup.
Yeah, I think Jürgen has to be like way more proactive. Like this game, all his hand was reactive, and he was reacting to like with explosives, with days, with forcible, with Thoughtseize, but not applying any pressure besides the Nethergoyf that got immediately Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah.
So that was his only threat we saw, and that's not the way you want to play against the Nado deck, since the longer the game goes, the Nado, I think every card like makes advantage, like Tamio draws a card. Stoneforge finds you something. Nado, of course, draws many cards. Even Plagon on his own draws at least 1 card, and with Halfling you can make all of them uncounterable, so you kind of have to start applying pressure with Nethergoyfs, with Tamios, with Bowmasters from Jürgen's side. Otherwise, you will, I think, always lose the end game against the Nado deck.
Yeah, and one thing or one play that the Florian can do, as I said, like Halfling and the Mushroom Riding Starfish, is and Plagon is like turn 1 Halfling into turn 1 Plagon.
Turn 2 Plagon, yeah.
Turn 2 Plagon plays around days, Force of Will. It's uncounterable.
But doesn't play against Orcish Bowmasters.
That's true.
That would be 3 triggers, killing Plagon or Halfling, so you have to be careful of that. Because otherwise, Bowmaster is not a good card against the Nado deck, since Nado, thankfully, as a design mistake, also says put the card into your hand and not draw it. So perfectly playing around Bowmasters, designed that way, you know. So it's only really Plagon that draws cards, and I think Brainstorm, Ponder. So he plays some cantrips. Bowmaster is still a good card, of course, but it's like not great against Nado per se. Also, we're giving triggers again, and
yeah. Bowmaster, I think, is good at stopping the searching for answers, but not really stopping anything on its own if your opponent doesn't really have anything.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but now we've seen a really, really sweet turn 1 actually on the side of Florian, because the Caracas answering the Tamio is quite insane.
Yeah, you will never get the clue. I mean, now you can replay it and cast a Brainstorm and flip it immediately, but there's no Brainstorm, so very unlikely that Tamio is ever flipping.
Yeah.
So we see the Thoughtseize here, and there's actually the Rough Disguise, as you mentioned.
I'm so good at Magic.
Yeah. This is what I struggle the most in Legacies, like sideboarding, since there are so many niche cards you have to think about, like all the reserved list cards, the really old cards, like even Nulrod, something like that doesn't exist in the like other formats, and any deck basically can play Nulrod, so you have to plan your deck around playing these cards, and that's I think the most difficult thing for me in Legacy. I mean, obviously playing like Blue Mirrors is difficult as well, but like remembering every or knowing every sideboard card your opponent could have is because the card pool is so huge.
It's a really vast card pool, but I think in this matchup is like because Florian knows that the end game is his, because like blue black tempo can't never compete with any Nado resolving and getting 4 cards, for example. So I think Florian's thinking is basically you put in Raffles Disguise, because if you reset the game on turn 3 or turn 4, the game is yours, basically.
Is yours, yeah.
So I think this is the reasoning about like Raffles Disguise, and I think also this was the reasoning for the Toxic Deluge on the side of Thomas Fletchick in the last game. But yeah, here we see turn 2 cantrip, again bouncing the opposing Tamio, setting up for the mid to late game. Florian basically doesn't play creatures currently, he's playing purely control.
Yeah. And I think that was a really strong ponder. He kept on top. I saw Plagon and pre-war Formalware, so like that's an unearth effect, right?
Yeah.
So we maybe see Nado next turn coming down, or Plagon, like drawing a card, trying to bait out the 4 so it days. Then the pre-war Formalware coming down in 2 turns, reanimating the Plagon or the Nado, drawing another card, getting another trigger going, and it looks really grim for Jürgen already, with the Caracas keeping the Tamir in check. Like he spent 3 mana on the Tamio that did nothing so far.
Yeah. I mean, it's basically cost Florian 3 mana, but now additionally, you have no undropped lands. You can't fear the Brainstorm. So especially with Florian having so many lands in his hand, I think we just develop another land. Maybe he has a remove spell or something like that in hand.
I think you just slam the Nado here at this point.
And playing today's?
You have the Formalware, so you kind of want to get the days out of his hand, I think. Or you ponder it, it's fine, you can play it next turn anyways. Like you can go and bounce the Tamio again, you can dig for maybe an ending or a sword, kill the Nethergolf. Jürgen is not applying enough pressure. Another ponder kept on top, so this is like Florian is very happy with what he sees here. Here comes his own Tamio. Can even block the Nethergolf because it's a 1-2 right now, I think. There's only Thoughtseize.
Only Thoughtseize, yeah.
Maybe there's a fetchland below we don't see, but like this is not the start Jürgen wants to see when playing the tempo deck against like the end game deck.
Yeah. It's the threat basically came down on turn 3 now.
Yeah, the first 1-2 threat, yeah.
Yeah, and
there's a fetchland at least.
Which means it's a 2-3. Tam is a 0-3, am I right?
It's a 0-3, yeah.
The stat line doesn't really matter to me. I mean, it's huge because it doesn't block Delvo Secrets.
Imagine this card being a 0-4. Well, please, no wizards.
I mean, it would be nice to be. I mean, it can't be 0-1 because then it would be unplayable.
Yeah.
But I think at 0-2 it would still be fine.
Still play, I think so too, yeah.
Because it doesn't really matter if it's 0-2 or 0-3.
Still dies to bolt, still dies to push, still dies to swords.
Yeah. Still triggers Plagon.
Yeah. Maybe I want to, you know.
I mean, a 1-2 would be really insane, actually.
So this is Barrogoyf here. Coming down as a 2-3, and I think we have Tamio and Ponder, so it's a 4-5.
Yeah.
Oh no, Thoughtseize in both graveyards. So we have Ponder, a sorcery, and Thoughtseize, so it's 1. Then the land is 2, and the Tamio that got discarded by Thoughtseize, it's 3. So it's a 3-4 Goyf, I think. And the other Goyf only at 2.
Yeah.
2-3. So Tamio gets in. Maybe he plans on flipping it.
What does happen now? Because like you need at least another land to play with.
There is Nadu.
You can block and bounce Nado if you really want to. Would be a spicy play against the Barrogoyf.
Yeah,
I mean, it's really mana inefficient, but
you get another trigger, so if you hit the land, you ramp yourself. I mean,
and your opponent doesn't trigger Barrow God.
what I would have loved to see kind of is like Plagon here, drawing 2 cards, flipping Tamio, and then playing like bouncing the Plagon with the Caracas.
Yeah.
But the Nano is fine because now the Nethergoyf can't attack, it's a 2/3, so you only can attack with the Barrogoyf and then just bounce with Caracas and take another trigger, be happy. We saw there was no force, or you can decide against the force on the Nadu, so Florian is pretty happy in putting Jürgen on no force, I think.
Yeah, and one thing that also can happen in this spot is like you force the Caracas activation with the attack and the block.
Yeah.
And
As
in response, if a fatal push or something like that happens, Florian would be giga happy.
Yeah, because he's the pre-war Formula One.
Yeah, exactly.
Now we see the land, he gets the basic planes, so it's like basic snow planes. So even applying more and more ramp to, like, now he can play Nado again and has 1 mana left or 2 with the Caracas.
And
now Jürgen wants to respond to it. I mean, that's a bit late, I think, but
yeah, I mean, he consigned to memory, but he's still happy.
Yeah, I mean, the Nado should be bounced to hand, but we already saw the plane, so maybe you should shuffle it.
Or maybe you should call the judge.
Yeah, they already revealed it. It's kind of late. There was maybe miscommunication. You know, this Nado card is still somewhat new. Triggers of Caracas, like triggers of everything that basically touches it, it triggers. So players agreed to just draw the planes, and
okay,
I think it's okay. It was likely a miscommunication, and the fix would be this, put planes back on top, I guess.
Yeah. Would you rough now in today's? No, I think you just repeat the turn cycle, am I right?
Yeah, you can wait 1 more turn. Also, if you ever flip Tamio, she's protected from Wrath, because Wrath doesn't kill planeswalkers. It kills enchantments, artifacts, and creatures.
Yeah, that's true.
So you want to maybe wait another turn. Like, now I would just replay the Nadu, because obviously there was no force there last turn. So I'm just replaying the Nadu and doing the same block again. Now the Nethergoyf is a 3/4, still can't attack.
Yeah.
Still gets blocked by Nadu. You can attack with both now, since I guess he will block the Barrogoyf, and then the Nethergoyf gets through. Maybe he wanted to stifle the Caracas activation.
But as you said, like, consign mostly in as a bad stifle.
Mm-hmm.
Stifle can counter activated and triggered abilities. Consign to memory only can counter triggered abilities and colorless spells.
Exactly. Not many colorless spells to be cast here from Florian. I think he tells him to, like, speed up. That the clock is pretty far so far, deep into the round. I think we're like close to extra turns, and both decks have a hard time finishing the game actually.
Yeah, they have.
It's on the tournament.
No, they have their
own timer.
Oh,
they have perfect. It's
4 minutes.
4 minutes. Yeah. So another deck like at least takes 2 to 3 combat steps without Kyra to finish. Like now there's a 3/4, but that's it. So we attack now, do the same block
big
again.
Plagons. But yeah, we still have to reset the board with Wrath of the Skies as
we
well.
can do that next turn. Oh, Swords to Plowshares. Now we might get to bait out the days actually. The Nado is in hand now. Oh, we can do it before Nado gets bounced. Huh.
Okay, now he just Wrath of the Skies us.
Yeah. I would love to, like, now try and Swords the Barrogoyf to play. I think Jürgen still has Force blue card in hand, but he hasn't used them like in forever. But let's see.
Wrath of the Skies X3.
Oh, it's Kaito and Brainstorm, or what happens here? There goes the Brainstorm.
War. I mean, I think he doesn't have a dates in hand, but now it would be really spicy if Florian goes to Swords, the Tamio, and then getting into Wrath's taste.
Oh yeah, that would be brutal. Yeah, I think you want to swords the Tamio here, as Florian does, so it doesn't flip. Since you can kill it with the Wrath, of course. And now Brainstorm resolves, and I think it's.
And in theory, he made a mistake. You have to wait after the brainstorm until the trigger is on the stack, because then it can't trigger again. Because if he brainstorms again with the brainstorm on the stack, you get only the trigger at the third card you've drawn a turn. So if the trigger is on the stack, it can never ever happen again.
Because you can't draw like
another third card.
Yeah. You can draw 3 more cards, but not another third card.
Yeah, and then it's the 6th.
Yeah, totally makes sense. So now we see, I think, a Kaito from Jürgen hardcast for 4 mana, which is okay, I guess. There's a Kaito, yeah. Like, Jürgen has to speed up a lot, I think. He's playing very slow. If like they want to finish the game with 3 minutes left. Maybe they have additional time we don't know about, but
maybe they got a few extra minutes.
Yeah, from like a judge call or something. Or moving the stuff, maybe they got like 2 minutes extra.
Yeah, but they started a few minutes earlier, so I think they are playing with the timer.
So we escaped Nethergoyf and don't hardcast the Kaito. Okay. Now it's time for Nadu and Plagon, I think. Because we basically at this point we know Jürgen has nothing, kind of.
Yeah, so
He has 1 card in hand, that's a Kaito, and 1 other card.
Yeah, I think Florian has a chance if he gets 2 to 3 additional turns, am I right?
Yeah, he needs to get like Stoneforge Mystic and Caldra going, I think, or like the Nado and the Formalware, like a big creature. You have to start attacking, and there he starts with the Formalware, getting back, I guess, Tamio as his only creature. Yeah, it's a 2/4 Tamio now. 2/5, and there's Nadu. And Jürgen can't really do anything since there's Caracas protection.
Yeah, it's. Would you have liked to see a Plagon in here?
I'm not sure he has Plagon in hand, but
okay.
But I think it is.
Yeah.
It really looks like the fancy Plagon card. There's Hardcast Kaito, tapping down an attacker, but that lets you get another trigger. So
yeah. But I don't really think that Jürgen can go for the win in here. He just has to.
Oh, there's Caldra. He can hardcast it
on his first extra turn.
We don't know. Let's see what's going on.
Okay. Florian gets 3 turns from now.
Yeah, it's still on 0, I think. So Tamio doesn't untap, yeah. We like slam land, slam Caldra, please. Is it a carpet? Carpet's also sick here, making 4 mana.
Cap means you can do a lot more.
Yeah, you can carpet, Plagon, and then do stuff.
I mean, I think you want to have the combat step with Caldra.
You can kill off the Kaito.
Do you want to kill off the Kaito? I mean, Nado on Kaito and Caldra on Jürgen, am I right?
I think the other way around. Since, I mean, I don't know how big the Nethergoyf is. If it's
it doesn't block any flyers.
Yeah, but we know Jürgen has push, so.
Okay, yeah.
I think it's like we will see. I guess the if without knowing push, you go Nado on. He actually goes both on Kaito. He just wants to get rid of it. I mean, why didn't he play carpet? Like carpet would be so good.
Because you can't play the Caldra on this turn now.
Only post combat. Yeah.
It's at the beginning of each of your main phase.
Yeah. You choose one main phase where you get the mana and.
Yeah.
I see. So now we get rid of the Nado.
It's like a delayed ritual.
Yeah.
But then for each turn.
Maybe it was better to like play the carpet and the plug on this turn. Okay, killing a Nado, getting another Nado back. Not what you want to see. Because I like doing Plagon, and because Plagon attacks for 3, Tamio attacks for 5, then maybe he wants to do it next turn after the stun counters are removed. As like kind of a surprise attack. because like the Plagon makes, I think, attacking with the toughness rather than the power. So Nado attacks for 4, Plagon for 3, Tamio for 5 with the equipment.
Yeah.
So let's see if Jürgen can even attack still. He's attacking.
I mean, can Rekogov even block? Because I'm so unsure about those
Yeah, for sure
cards.
it can block.
Yeah.
The card would be way worse if it can't block.
Which was the card that can't block? There is a one CMC black one, I think. It's the 2/1. The shadow creature that exiles the graveyard.
I thought the Void Walker that can block, yeah.
But
So we have turn 1 now.
okay, they got a few extra turns.
Yeah.
This plays hugely in the favor of Florian.
Yep.
I mean,
So now there's Nadu.
Nadu, Plagon,
Draw 3, flip Tamio.
play Plagon.
Maybe even oh. +2/+2 and Vigilance. Is it Vigilance? Can we check?
It's Vigilance, yeah.
It's +2/+2 Vigilance, right? So just attacking for 7 here.
And now you play how is it? Okay.
I think he's still. I mean, I don't know why I didn't play the carpet, but I like him saving the Plagon as kind of like surprise damage, since you draw cards obviously, but you can decline to not flip Tamio.
Yeah.
So it's a kind of.
Can you
free...
deny?
I think you can decline.
It's a must, am I right?
Oh, it's not. It's not a May. Oh, yeah. Okay.
So you kill off your second Tamio.
You kill off your second attacking Tamio. Huh.
And now is.
I mean, he should equip to Nadu, play Plagon, attack for 6.
I mean, if he plays Plagon, just play Plagon, flip your Tamio. It's not really mattering because like 2 Nadu attacks now win you the game.
You have 1 more turn anyway, so just like draw as many cards as possible. Do everything you can to like win the next turn. You're not winning this turn, likely. So
Tamio should be flipped.
Yep. It's a must, not a may.
Yeah. Because this is currently
an illegal attack, yeah.
An illegal attack.
He targeted Tamio.
Okay. Now
we fixed it, yeah. He's attacking for 4 with the Nadu and for 7 with the Caldra. So he forces a block on the Caldra.
Which removes both blockers.
Exiles them even, so he can't escape them back. And then he can still deploy like a Stoneforge and
get in the third equipment, which is the assimilation ages, which is basically, is it like a ring effect?
It's an O-ring, and you can copy the creature, kind of like the equipped creature becomes a copy of the exiled creature.
Okay.
Or you could just get Shuko and do like much more Nado triggers. If the die with damage, if the die with damage card doesn't exile, thank you.
Wait, how?
It's only if they would die. Not die, yeah.
Okay.
So they should not be exiled.
You can...
Can we read Caldra? I mean...
You can move the comment now as you want, am I right?
Is it with the new rule that you can only assign 1 damage?
I think so.
Each?
But
you want to trample over them, so I guess he dealt full damage, but
it has trample, so it's just 1/1. I'm so unsure.
We will never know. You for sure can't do 1/1 and trample over. That's not possible. Yeah. But maybe you can do like 1/1. But you have to assign all damage still, I think. You have to assign all damage.
Yeah, it was with Death Shadow that you can overkill Death Shadow, not deal your opponent too much life total damage.
It's like this. If you block with a 4 on a 4/4, you have a 5/5 attacking. You could only deal 4 to the first one and 1 to the second. And you can do like 3 and 2 or 2 and 3 or 1 and 4 or 0 and 5. So right now it doesn't matter which. You can always spread the damage, but you have to assign all the 5 damage.
All 5 damage. Okay. So I think there were 2, 3, or even 3/4, so you can.
Yeah, exactly. So Florian one after Jürgen, I think, conceded in the third extra turn or
Yeah.
fourth extra turn, with Tron having the last combat step to attack in the fifth extra turn. We watched a very nice showing of the Nadu deck.
Yeah, exactly. It was really awesome to see like mushroom
Mushroom Man.
infested starfishes riding turtles around and winning games.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we don't really cover currently the metagame. We will do it before the next round. We make a few minutes break and then continue with the tournament.
Yeah, this was already very deep into the extra turn, so don't go away. Next round will be up in like 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, whatever. Won't be a long break here.
So see you in a bit.
Bye bye.
Hello everybody, we are back with round 3 of the Austrian Legacy Masters, Austrian Legacy Challenge. This time I'm back again, Daniel, and joined by Peter. You just covered the last round together with Felix. I didn't actually see it, but I think it was a pretty intense matchup back and forth, right? That took a lot of time.
Yeah, we actually had the 2 matches to cover. We had blue-black versus Esper Control, which was game 1 was kind of number with 6 total spells being casted. Second game was like a 4 Wasteland Steamroll against Control. But then we got blue-black tempo again versus Bant Nado with a mushroom-infested starfish riding a turtle.
Oh wow.
Which is a new card. It's a 0/3. When it's ETBs, you draw cards for each creature with toughness greater than its power. But was an awesome match to look at. Was a lot back and forth, but the inevitability was definitely on Nado's side because the end game doesn't really can be beaten by blue black.
No.
The stream is
Yeah.
So at this point, players can shuffle it up for this round. Actually, we have round 3 to be looked at right now. We have Peter Gärtner on the left-hand side. He is playing blue-black tempo, and he's playing against one of our local guys. It is Jakob Heidecker. He is playing Doomsday.
Yeah, and to talk traditionally about this matchup, because like Doomsday, as we all know and love, typically blue-black combo deck, tries to Dark Ritual into Doomsday and win on turn 3, turn 4, maybe turn 5 with some setup. On the other side, we have Peter Gärtner on blue-black tempo, traditionally a deck that is really, really good to stop your opponent to casting your crucial spells with Daze, Force of Will, Thoughtseize to deny the cards in hand. Is actually a deck that's pretty much built to kill Doomsday.
Exactly. Yeah. So it has a lot of interaction, cheap, powerful, impactful starts. The good thing, of course, for Jakob is that he gets to play first, and he casts a Ponder to start things up, and follows it up with a Lotus Petal. And now we see what Peter can put to the table. I think this is pretty much a standard list that we see here. Nothing really exciting from blue-black's point of view. We got some main deck spell bombs and a couple of Thoughtseizes. There is some Barrogoyfs instead of Murktides that some people like to do. And we'll see if that is something that Peter will take as an advantage here for this matchup. But he opens with a Tamio.
Yeah. Just to fill into the Barrogoyf Murktide discussion a little bit.
Yeah.
Barrogoyf in the main deck is currently a really good thing because it's such a good card in the blue-black mirrors. It gives you card advantage, it gives you life link to bolster up your life total a little bit. But this one is not a blue-black tempo mirror.
Yep.
It's against a combo deck, and there you really, really need the additional hit points of Murktide Region.
Exactly.
So in this matchup, it's a little bit of a downside to be playing Barrogoyf instead of Murktide Region. But to chime in a little bit also on the deck that Jakob is playing, but we've said, yeah, it's Doomsday, traditionally a blue-black deck, but I made a very, very big hint against you, our viewers. This one is not blue-black Doomsday. It's 4-color Doomsday,
Yeah.
splashing white for Teferi Time Reveler and some sideboard cards, and also green in the main deck, because without green in the main deck, I think it's can't be really played currently with so many blue-black players.
What is the green card that you were looking for to have?
Whale of Summer.
Wheel of Summer, okay. So this is what Jakob at this point for this tournament chose to have in the main deck, and I think we also see on the deck list the carpet of flowers in the sideboard.
Yeah.
And we see one here that Jakob has in his hand. So he actually had that one. He just resolved the Doomsday on turn 2, and we see an untapped tropical island, and he would have a Wheel of Summer as a protection if Peter had a force for it,
Yeah.
which was not the case. So he even got to resolve the Doomsday without any interaction, which is a pretty good advantage for him.
Yeah, and I think we saw a Ponder, we saw a Cavern of Souls, we saw a Thassa's Oracle in there, and I'm not sure what the other 2 cards were, but maybe they were redraws to go through the pile on the next turn. You have Days as protection, you have Wheel of Summer as protection. Additionally, the Lotus Petal here in this turn cycle was really, really crucial for him to play around both Force of Will in combination with Days, which is also a common play that can happen on the side of blue-black tempo. And yeah, Tamio is not the Delver of Secrets that can really hurt Jakob here. So life total doesn't really get any lowered, but we have here a Wasteland to limit Jakob's power to cast any crucial spells. As we know, there is a Ponder in there. So blue is actually a card or a land that you want to Wasteland here. And let's see what Peter decides to do, if it's the black source or it's the blue source. But it will be the blue source.
Yeah, it makes the most sense, right? Because, this is, I guess Peter has limited option at this point. What do you think? What was he looking for with this Ponder? He kind of shuffled it almost immediately.
I think it's disruption. Basically, any Force of Will that you can have at this point, because you can't deploy another Forces, for example. So it would be just any free interaction spells. But now we see Jakob here going for the Ponder, which means he has to wait again for another turn. So this Lotus Petal is kind of key here.
So Jakob opted to go for the Ponder that he put into his pile. He had the Thunder in hand, and he draw into 2 Cyclers that he had. So we have Street Wraith and Edge of Autumn in his hand, and I guess there must be some kind of Thassa Oracle in the pile left. Why do you think he didn't go for it at this point? I guess he would have. Well, he didn't have two blue mana at this point, I guess, right?
Yeah. You need the Cavern of Souls that is still in his deck, and the Thassa's Oracle. You, even if there is happening another Wasteland here on the Tundra, you still have the Cavern of Souls to deploy the 2nd blue mana for the Thassa's Oracle. And for this whole game, the Lotus Petal sat out there, basically looking like doing nothing. But this one is actually a key piece for every one of those turns, because it allowed him to play around Days on a few turns. It kept him open the Veil of Summon on the opening turns. And yeah, he was just able to do everything that he wants. And there we put this on Wizard, play a Thassa's Oracle, and the game is scooped up.
So this means that it is the first game that Jakob takes with pretty simple pile of a couple of Cyclers. There was 1 cantrip inside, put in the Cavern of Souls and the Thassa. So pretty. I mean, he opted to go for like a slower pile, passing the turn twice.
Yeah.
And Peter at this point, obviously he didn't have a really potent threat, like for example a fast Murktide, maybe to to as Jakob was at 8 life, he didn't have, and it seems that Peter struggled a little bit. So, yeah, Jakob takes game 1. We can have a look at the deck list a little bit. We also have that up for the stream, so everybody can have a look. So, as you mentioned, that Jakob has a 4-color version of Doomsday. Let's have a look. So we saw the Veil of Summer from the main deck already, and do you think he needs specifically against Tempo the carpets, or what other cards do you think he would bring in?
This one is really interesting because I'm not an expert on Doomsday, but the sideboard configuration looks really spicy because you have on the one side Carpet of Flowers, especially good against blue decks. You have the 9 spell bombs. It's the card that you want to have against blue-black Reanimator, which we are not facing here. Hydroblast, mostly geared towards Stompy and maybe even blue-red Delver to deal with Core Steel Cutter. But the cards that we kindly want to look at is the 2 Prismatic Ending, the 2 Swords of Plowshares, and the 2 Shield Red the Apocalypse additionally.
Okay.
Because like Shield Red, you maybe want to drop in as a card that is not being able to Force of Negation. But I'm really unsure what it does. But it looks like 4, 5, 6 cards being sideboarded.
So from Jakob's side, you mean?
Yeah.
And so you think Shield Red was one of the additions? Because specifically, why do you think that Peter, let's say, boards out the Fatal Pushes, for example?
Yeah, Fatal Push. I mean, you're still playing Tamios yourself, but Jakob didn't showed any Tamios, so maybe Fatal Push isn't really that potent. It should for sure be a card that should be at least trimmed to 1 or 2 copies on the side of Peter Gärtner. And additionally, Peter would look more towards cards that interact with Doomsday on the stack, which is Force of Negation, for example.
Yeah.
But Force of Negation can't deal with a Shield Red on the stack.
So what? So you think about Force of Negation from Peter side. You also think about
Counterbalance.
Counterbalance can be one. Yeah, if you.
And Consign to Memory is actually another big one.
Yeah.
Because Consign to Memory is one of those cards that can deal with a Thassa's Oracle off the stack, already on the battlefield, trigger on the stack, and then you just counter the ETB effect.
It's super strong because of, Cavern of Souls is then kind of a non-factor, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing. What do you think Peter will board out? I guess...
I'm mostly looking at the previously mentioned Fatal Pushes. Nihon Spellbomb doesn't really go that far. The question now is if you skimp down on Tamios because you don't really want to go the long game. Nethergoyf, Orcish Bowmasters are much more potent threats in here that you want to drop on the first or second turn. Kaito is usually the grindy engine. Kaito is not in here to close any games out fast, but it's still a card that you can drop on the third turn.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how many cards you actually have to bring in. If you look at the sideboard, it's mostly 4 cards, so I think he can work with the spell bombs and the pushes mostly.
Yeah.
And keep all the threats, which is
it's 5 cards with the counterbalance that you want to bring in,
for example.
But yeah. To 9 spell bombs. Maybe you go down to 2 Fatal Pushes because you maybe expect the Shield Reds or Barrowgoyfs. Those are typically the 2 cards that Doomsday will bring in. And then maybe go down to 2 Fatal Pushes and 1 Kaito.
Very good. So players are ready for the second round. I guess it will be now Peter on the play for Blue Black Tempo. So let's see what he can now do. Either he's shuffling up or mulliganing, we see in a second. What do you think is some kind of combination of cards that Peter wants to look into?
The most important thing, in my opinion, is like the Nethergoyf on turn 1.
Okay.
Or at least the Tamio. You want to have something on turn 1 that can start something.
Okay.
Then maybe the Foxies. You need to have access to your opponent's hand. then some combinations of days, force of will. You really want to interact with the thing your opponent does. So Paul Gettner looking at a really, really interactive hand. Jakob, it's kindly in the mix, because you expect your opponent to disrupt you with forties or counter spells. So you're not really looking into a hand like turn 1 Dark Ritual, Doomsday. I mean, if it happens, it happens but you really want to have the Lotus Petal, for example, on the sides to play around Force of Will or Days with a Whale of Summer. So you're looking at a 4-card hand in your opening 7 after mulliganing.
And now that we see that Peter is actually just casting a Ponder, I guess this must be Jakob being very happy at this point.
Yeah, Jakob should be relieved a little bit because Peter still needs time to set up for his turn 2, turn 3. So we may be looking at Peter's side into the range of casting an Orcish Bowmasters to disrupt the future, cantripping on Jakob's side, because like especially under the life loss from a Doomsday after a combo with like Street Rapes, for example, if you take some damage beforehand with the Doomsday, you got down to 7-6 life sometimes even, and then you flash in a Bowmaster in response to a Street Rave. You're pretty close to dying.
And what's interesting that I just glimpsed from Jakob's hand, he also had Swords to Plowshares now in his hand that he actually brought in, as well as I guess Carpets and all the other cards. So interesting to see Swords from Doomsday.
Yeah, that's the thing in the sideboarding. You have from those 15 cards, I think 11 of those are applicable in the matchup, with Swords and Prismatic being able to deal with the Nethergoyfs.
Yeah,
and
as we see now, right now.
And then you still have Teferi to play a long game, a controlling game, because like Teferi is pretty hard to deal with from the blue-black side and gives you protection for everything.
Okay, so you think like since Jakob recognizes he has Temios himself in the main deck, he has actually 3 copies of the Fairy, which is very, very high, I think. And so he kind of wants to have this controlish game, and then at some point when he deals with the threats of your opponent, then he wants to sneak in a Doomsday.
Yeah, this is something that I'm thinking about, like delaying everything, like dealing with the first few threats of your opponent, and then after the mid game, kind of the dust settles, protection goes down for both players, and then you try to resolve the Doomsday. Like you don't really need to have the Dark Ritual anymore, because like with the Carpet of Flowers, you have enough black mana, for example. But
Very
now
interesting. This is a Dark Ritual that Jakob just cast off of the Underground Sea, and now he deployed a Teferi. Why do you think he cast Dark Ritual first?
It stays.
Yeah.
It's just stays protection. I really hope that he maybe has another black 1-drop or 2-drop that he can do, but he is not playing any of those. It's just stays protection.
He just cast the Teferi now and passed the turn back. Peter has the nice answer with an Orcish Bowmaster to kill the Teferi on his turn, and follows it up by a Wasteland. So maybe, as I'm just now looking at it, we see an Underground Sea, a Scrubland, and a Tropical Island from Jakob. This mana base seems a little bit wacky.
Yeah, it's a really, really big downside. And one thing that we kinda can mention here, like Underground Sea is the key color for
Doomsday.
For Doomsday. But the decision to Wasteland, like Underground Sea, is kind of an interesting one, because like if you Wasteland the Scrubland or the Tropical, you shut your opponent down on one color, which is something that I maybe would go, because with Tropic Island, you restrict your access to green. With Scrapland, you access to white.
Yeah.
But with Underground Sea, you didn't exclude the
Yeah.
color from your opponent's mana base.
That is true. That is true. Yeah. Although maybe Peter recognizes, okay, he wants to hit the main two colors to prevent that Jakob can do double spelling and so on a little bit. And more or less says, okay, I have a Bowmasters, and if Jakob wants to cantrip, he has to do that by taking some points of damage.
Yeah.
But we see a Carpet of Flowers, which is, I think, a very, very nice card at this point. Although Peter only has one Underground Sea at this point.
But it's still a card that can go very, very far in this matchup. We may even see like Peter not really deploying any additional lands.
True. He has been stuck for 2 lands.
Yeah.
Well, he had the Wasteland, but now
But
he didn't follow up with
currently,
another
for
one.
example, he is on the forefront. And if you can restrict Jakob even hiding maybe with another Wasteland in the next few turns, and you don't play additionally Underground Seas, you deny so much mana from the side of Jakob that it's beneficial for you to not play your holding lands.
Okay, yeah. And Peter, at this point, it's not super much in damage. He just attacks with the Orcish Bowmasters and now thinks of what to follow it up with. We have another Bowmasters that hits the table.
And now I want to see of Jakob's side to stay behind with Tamio.
Just to be able to block the army, maybe at this, as it's still a 2-2. And Jakob, you think like because Jakob is now falling down to 10 life, he should be more on the defensive side?
Yeah, and you can't really use the clues against opposing Bowmasters. So it's kind of not useful to even go for the attacks here.
Yeah.
Just stay on the back foot, wait out until you find the combo, and then play your game. But now he plays Teferi. Teferi doesn't really do anything here. It just pluses for 1 and it's basically meat on a stick.
Yeah, against Bowmasters it's not super potent. It's awkward to minus it. It will die immediately. Especially when there are also 2 of them. Yeah, we'll see what Jakob decides to do with the fairy. I guess, however, if you look at the hand of Jakob, there's not too much else going on that he can do. And Peter decides to daze it.
Yeah, and now he has to use the crucial Lotus Petal here. I mean, Peter is pretty much fine with it.
Yeah, Peter is okay, man. If he uses the petal, of course, it's okay. It's a good exchange.
And one key thing with the second Bowmaster in the last turn was like the 2 damage from the one Bowmaster. They don't go far.
They don't go far.
It needs a lot of time to finish the game out.
Yeah.
But doubling the clock with the second Bowmaster, especially restricting access to draw spells much further, is fastening the clock a lot. And now we see the block of Tamio here. Maybe we see another Bowmasters. Would be nice.
I think, yeah, we'll see what happens. Peter decides to attack the Teferi rather than go for the life totals. What's the incentive there?
Yeah, just maybe restricting a little bit. I would have gone for closing out a little bit because the bouncing doesn't really matter.
Okay.
But also you can fear like the protection that Teferi provides. But with this attack, you don't really kill the Teferi because the most fearful thing from Teferi is the static ability. But at least now with 1 draw on the side of Jakob, Teferi gets shut down and then Force of Will is back unlocked in the hand of power. Peter.
We saw a nice exchange also from Peter. He had the ability to ninjutsu in a Kaito which dealt 3 more extra damage to Teferi rather than just, I think, 2. That was the case. So yeah, Teferi is now down to 1 loyalty. And Kaito is on the battlefield, which is of course a potent threat that
It
will do its job.
Yeah, the typically style for Kaitos that most players follows is like attack, and then I think it's +1, or it's the 0 ability.
This veil is
the
the 0,
surveil-
yeah. Just the 0 ability, exactly.
the 0 ability, just surveil, get card advantage, and hit your opponent for 3
Yeah.
again on the next turn. This
see-
is the typical play style. But in this matchup, the card advantage, if you have like 4 or 5 cards in hand and you
Yeah.
have a counterspell in there, you just go for the plus. You want to hit your opponent as hard as soon as possible.
Okay. So and Jakob is at 10 life as we see. So yeah, next turn even Kaito can be a 5 attacking creature. Whereas if he goes for a second emblem, this would be at the board state not quite lethal, but soon to be.
Yeah, it's we also have the second Bowmasters in hand of Peter, so also a key card to deploy its additional damage. If you plus now the Kaito again, you are hitting, as you said, for 5. The second Bowmasters, if it triggers on your opponent, it's 6 damage. So you have to block something on the side of Peter, but I think we both missed lethal in here because like 4 plus 7 plus.
You mean with the Bowmasters?
No, it's 1 of lethal, am I right?
Well, let's see. Peter can make another emblem, which makes the Kaito 5.
No, he stunts the Tamio currently.
This is what happens right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So this means he can attack for 7.
For 7, Bowmaster triggers 1 to your opponent and increases the Orc Armor by 1, so it's only 9 damage, yeah.
Okay, so
But which means your opponent can't play any Doomsdays anymore.
yeah. That's true. This is maybe what Peter is thinking about. So let's see. Peter is currently activating Kaito and wanting to stun the Tamio, which will put 2 stun counter on it, and remove this blocker this turn. As we said, he has the ability to also cast an Orcish Bowmasters before attacking. Remember, of course, there's still the Teferi, so no instant speed option there. And Jakob says, okay, yeah, I take that. And Peter is now swinging in with everything, killing the Teferi, and Kaito and Bowmasters go face. Okay.
Dealing 5 damage to the face of Jakob.
Yeah. It's now, I guess a difficult situation for Jakob. He's a little bit. I mean, he has enough mana probably, but he is only at this point having a couple of cyclers in hand, a Dark Ritual, a Veil of Summer. Maybe he has to cycle now to go for Doomsday.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. So you.
Or do you crack the clues? What is like the options here?
I mean, what do we have? I mean, the scoop button is always there.
Because what I'm thinking is it would be dead next turn for sure. You have to win now. There's now the Veil of Summer, there is the Street Wave in the hand, and I think there's 1 Cavern of Soul left. So he has the option to crack a couple of clues, which of course will trigger the Bowmasters. And he found another carpet off the top from the clue. And there's 1 clue remaining that he can crack.
He's really, really hoping that Peter has plays out the second Orcish Bowmasters. Because with the second Orcish Bowmasters, you trigger Veil of Summer, your opponent can't target you anymore, and you get an additional redraw of the Veil of Summer.
Yeah, And this is, I guess, at this point what he's navigating through. So he casts a Ponder. He's, I guess, desperately looking now for Doomsday. Yeah, Force Days land, of course, nothing that can help him at this point. So gotta rip it off the top.
And we got additional mana, so you can just concede and go to the next one.
What about cycling Street Riff still?
I mean, it's still a possibility, yeah.
But yeah,
But then you miss the draw into the combo pile, and you can't pass the turn anymore.
you cannot do that unless there is Bowmaster being cast, and then you have Wheel of Summer that draws a card, for example.
Yeah.
There would be the possibility, but yeah, Jakob maybe just says, okay, no, it's too enough. Maybe he just felt the 7 life that he has is not enough. He has to pay 2 life, and second Bowmaster he knows is still on
So
there.
it's
So yeah,
So
maybe
it's on 4, 2
Yeah.
for the, and then you can't really force your opponent to Bowmaster
Exactly.
at any spot.
And what's interesting now, so game 3 will be played now with Jakob on the play. Do you think he will change his sideboarding decisions? We didn't see any shield reds now, for example. It's a question if he actually brought those in or not. Maybe he didn't have it, but what do you think he will change now?
Maybe he thinks the Shieldred are more in there for even slower decks than the blue-black tempo deck. Could be actually a huge point in here. The one thing that I want to see from Jakob here is maybe go a little bit more proactive.
Okay.
It seems like very, very reactive in here.
Yeah,
It's on the play, you kind of want to keep a blue-black tempo always on the back foot. If blue-black tempo can develop for a few turns, it's kind of harsh for Doomsday to go through there.
Yeah, this is because he opted to have a very reactive style. That
Yeah.
was the case for this game too. And Peter at some point just overwhelmed with the amounts of threats and some interaction pieces.
Yeah.
Of course, there would have been a point when Jakob found a Doomsday, and then he would be fine. But didn't up happening. So given that, what do you think Peter will make out of this when we say Jakob now chooses a very reactive style with even bringing in swords to plowshares, for example?
I think Peter's quite happy with that because it still dilutes the combo deck, which means the access to the key cards is a little bit decreased with a lot of like answers running around. So the Forces should be much more impactful in this matchup. And I think Peter is quite fine. I mean, in game 1, we've seen Jakob comboing on turn 2.
Yeah, that's true.
But Peter now experiencing the sideboard plan, which has like disruption. In addition to all those combo cards, could mean that Peter can expect a little bit of a longer game, which should be also quite good for his feelings.
Very good. So we'll see now. Game 3 is on the start. Jakob opens up with an fetch land into Underground Sea and already a Dark Ritual and Doomsday. Turn 1 Doomsday. What
And-
do you say about this? He says Force
Days
and Days.
Is this the fucking SpongeBob days?
Very nice, very nice. Turn 1 protected Doomsday, yeah. That's a very strong hand, yeah. But let's see what he will assemble as a 5-card pile. This is, I think, very difficult decision. Doomsday is not super easy to play. There are so many options that you can have. What do you think he will opt to do?
I mean, 2 cards that he put away that he was sure about were, of course, Cavern of Souls
Yeah,
and how is it called?
that's Oracle.
Thassa's Oracle. Thank you very much.
You gotta win somehow. Yeah.
And now it's kind of interesting because we see like 1 land, Brainstorm, Teferi in hand.
Okay.
My thinking goes to like maybe put in 3 Underground Seas.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Go for the turn 4 win from now on because
Okay.
your opponent needs to have 3 wastelands.
And what do you think about consignor memory? This is one thing
Ah,
that he
yeah.
also has to play around, right?
It's kind of hard to play around like multiple wastelands and how's it called? The consignor memory. Yeah,
What do you think? Multiple races, of course, is
but you have to play around 2, I think.
what I guess one. Yeah, if it's a four wasteland, it's 1 to 2 probably. He has the Teferi in hand. Do you think he will utilize that going in the next turns to maybe play around consigned memory?
I mean, he can play it on a third turn, like, and then you can even draw into Tassa's Oracle. Yeah, could definitely be played.
Yeah,
I mean,
I guess
maybe you want to have a petal in there. I think
petals would be good. This would be
so, like maybe 2 lands, a petal, Cavern of Souls, and Tassa's Oracle. Somewhere around those.
Sounds reasonable. Let's see what he will end up doing. Or he just goes for a fast turn 2 follow-up kill.
Because we have a Ponder.
There's in the pile, you mean?
Yeah.
And from Peter's side, if he actually has the chance to interact, what do you think is what he's looking for? I guess we named consigned to memory.
It's for sure consigned to memory.
Yeah.
Counterbalance doesn't really go that far in here. A card that he would love to have here is how's it called? The new 2 mana, the flute.
Disruptor Flute.
Disruptor Flute would be a key card in here for Peter Gärtner, which is actually a card that plays a lot of blue-black tempo players, which he is unfortunately not. So I'm mostly looking at consigned to memory, maybe a Thoughtseize to gain access to to knowledge about the hand. You don't have a surgical, for example, which is also a card that is always great against Doomsday after resolving it.
Yeah. And he follows it up now. We have Thoughtseize being cast from Peter, and that he just took the Brainstorm instead of the Teferi. Just very interesting, actually. Maybe he thinks, okay, he needs 3 mana to actually cast it. There was Doomsday was cast on turn 1 with Dark Ritual, and Peter answered with a Force of Will, and then Jakob had the days for it. So he casts Brainstorm now on his following turn, and now he has Teferi, Petal, Cavern, and the last card I can't really see. There's an Underground Scene in the hand as well.
I think a Ponder.
And there's a Ponder, true, yeah. So
or is it another? No, it's a Daze.
It's a Daze, okay. So Daze is one thing he wants to have as a protection still.
Yeah, I think on the next turn he wants to maybe deploy the Teferi, or on the turn after that.
Okay. Or he can just go for Tassa probably with the Petal. Can also be an option if he casts. Well, he needs to. Well, no, not really, because he doesn't have the card draws anymore.
I mean, can he be spicy? And would he have been able to put the pile somewhere in there that you can go Tassa? If it gets stifled, play Teferi, bounce Tassa, and Tassa again.
Ah, okay, this is what you mean.
But I think he would have needed another turn after that.
Yeah. So let's see. Peter just has a Tamiyo and passes the turn. He didn't actually cast any cantrips, so I'm assuming that Jakob can now safely deploy the Teferi, because Peter didn't really, like he didn't have the force for the Doomsday in first place, and he didn't cast any cantrips, so unlikely that he has it. So Jakob has now the Teferi, which is very good.
Yeah, and key is here, you don't draw because you don't want to be near that Tassa's Oracle against any Thoughtseize stacks.
Yeah, that's for sure. But he wants to keep the Teferi for the next turn, for for sure.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Peter, of course, is. Let's see if he actually has an option to remove the Teferi. There would be Bitter Triumph, but I'm not super sure if he would bring those in. And Shieldred's Edict, they can potentially, and some Brazen Borrowers, of course, but
Yeah. I mean, Brazen Borrow is mostly the card that is feasible, I
yeah,
would say.
to be in after Sideboard, you mean?
Yeah. And I think this is a Brazen Borrow, or is this another Tamio? I'm unsure about this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And one thing, as already discussed in the chat, is like Tamio is a really, really good card. But those matchups are not the one that it shines. Because not being able to deal any combat damage to your opponent when you just want to raise the clock is a huge downside for the card. But here we have Orcish Bowmasters.
So yeah, this will yield him 1 trigger and 1 damage.
Yeah, which has he targeted the Orcish Bowmasters?
I think it's on the stack so far.
I mean the Teferi.
Yeah, it's the fairy was pinged, and he gets a clue. And the question is now, what happens? Jakob can, of course, not really minus now.
Sure, you can minus because with days you are not protected against consigned to memory.
Yeah, true. But he has to bounce something in order to. Yeah, and he bounces the Bowmaster. So
okay, now it even works better.
Yeah, because I was thinking because of the trigger of the Bowmasters that would kill the fairy. But of course, if you just bounce Bowmaster, and he has the days also. So yeah, very well navigated from Jakob. He won this match. I think it's not super easy to win because Tempo has some pretty good tools overall to win against, like to put something on the table for Doomsday. But Jakob really showed a nice. Obviously, we have a great start with turn 1 Doomsday.
Yeah, and one thing to mention in here is like, I mean, the piles sometimes look super obvious.
Yeah.
After you've seen them.
Yeah.
And that's the key thing to deploy the pile, and especially for example in this matchup, if you go for the turn 1 Doomsday, you really have to think about what are the possibilities your opponent can have. And especially in this matchup, your opponent can have like the turn 1 creature, and then you have Days Force of Will backup.
Yeah.
Your opponent can Wasteland.
Yeah.
Your opponent can Forces you, and then have everything up to consign to memory. So to find a pile that plays against most of those, because I don't think there was a pile that plays against everything.
Yeah.
But
it's usually like that you just have to choose some of the interactions that you think your opponent has and go for your outs basically, and then decide on certain things. Of course.
Yeah, you just have to decide for the statistically most probable card combination that wins against your opponent, and this one is actually really, really spicy.
It's really spicy, yeah, exactly. So Jakob won here. Doomsday advances to 3-0 for the Austrian Legacy Masters. Peter Gärtner still in the game, of course. He's 2-1, but we have 3 more rounds, and this will be the deciding factor. So we have now a backup match that we will quickly check out who that actually is.
It's Death and Texas versus the mistiest of the rainforest.
We have Pavel Dresnak.
It's versus how's it called? Breakfast.
Yeah. Breakfast, very popular deck today. Actually, I think we have like I don't know, 5 or 6 copies.
Yeah.
Breakfast. He plays against
Leon Lakic.
Leon, yeah.
Both at 0-0-0-1-1 currently.
Yeah. Get the scores also up, and
011.
011. Okay.
011.
So any
011.
anybody's chance to get 111. Okay. Let's see about this. So we have Leon here on the right side playing Breakfast, and it's currently 1-1. So last game from this round, and he plays against Pavel on Devon, Texas. There's a turn 2 Stoneforge Mystic that we see here, and Leon has a Surveil land for the turn. And let's see if he can either deploy this Nado that we see here in the hand, or go for a combo with the Cephalid Illusionist.
Okay, I was super irritated
Yeah.
because I thought he was still deciding on the Surveil because the glare on the graveyard card is so much that I thought it was the same color as the sleeve.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have a turn 2 Shuko on the side of Leon. He just wants to deploy a few things in there. He would have loved to play a 1-drop because he has the Nado in hand to deal with something. I think you want to have the swords to plowshares for the next turn.
And
And-
okay, the Shuko
and-
should be of course on the battlefield. He needs that.
and usually we don't talk really about misplays in here. But Shuko in this matchup is a really, really vulnerable card. Devon, Texas has a lot of cards that deal with permanents, either exiling them, flickering them, putting them away. So putting Shuko from the hand onto the battlefield feels kind of as a disadvantage. I mean, it gives you use to your mana, but that's it. And you would have really, really liked to find the swords to plowshares to deal already with the opposing Stoneforge Mystic to not really deploy anything.
So Pavel just went Wasteland Pass. So I guess he has the Stoneforge activation up at this point, and Leon is deciding now what to do. He has the option to cast a Cephalid Illusionist, but of course there's open mana from Pavel's side, so he's not sure and thinking about what to do.
I mean, you played Nado Breakfast also for a longer period of time. What would be your case? Because I'm thinking about like maybe deploying the Nado, getting the 2 triggers in there, getting some advantage rolling, because Devon, Texas is not the deck that closes the game out in like 2-3 turns. So get the value in and then decide to go for the combo on a future turn, or maybe even Nado combo in the next 2 turns. Would be my guess.
Yeah, Leon has both options because he has the Nado in hand as well. And yeah, for example, now he needs to consider this is probably what the Stoneforge Mystic got him. This is the Lion Sash that is an interactive graveyard hate. So with that information, of course, that gives Leon much easier decision on what to do with the because Pavel can put in the Lion Sash and have 1 activation open on the same turn, so he can deal with the Dread Return on the Tassa, for example. So Leon has to think about this. So, but anyways,
Just go for the Nado and draw the cards.
just go for the Nado. Yeah, could be one option. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's really, really hard for D&T, I think, to come around.
Yeah.
If you get the 2 triggers, and maybe he has another one, then you have. If I mean, I haven't seen it from Leon's side, but I think he has a Swords to Plowshares in hand.
Okay. Yeah.
And with the Swords to Plowshares, he can deal with the Lion Sash on the next turn, can stop the Graveyard Hate, and just win on the next turn. Am I right?
Okay, yeah. So he casts now Nadu. He's on the stack, and Pavel is thinking to respond?
I mean, swords.
Yeah. So it resolved. Leon activated the Shuko on Nado, and on that one trigger resolved because of the swords to plowshares, and now the swords is on the stack, and Leon needs to think about what to do.
Would you keep the Force of Will and go for a protected win on the next turn? My opinion is yes.
Well, given the fact that there is the Lion Sash, you cannot.
You have swords to plowshares to deal with it.
If you have the mana for it, then yes, maybe it's a good idea, and we need to make sure that this Nado is of course exiled.
And you have even the Pithing Needle.
Pithing Needle, yeah.
Pithing Needle. Which is
Okay.
actually insane.
There's a
Because if you like equip the Lion Sash, you can't source a plowshare it anymore. But Pithing Needle still stops the Lion Sash. Because I think it's actually the ability from the Lion Sash.
exactly. This is an activated ability that Leon can name with the Pithing Needle, and that shuts off the option for Pavel to interact with the graveyard.
I really want to see here either the Skyclave apparition to deal with the Shuko, or a combination of Wasteland and something else.
Yeah. And Pavel attacks just for 2 damage with the Stoneforge and the Lion Sash, and follows it up with a Wasteland on the tropical island. And Leon is now back on his turn. And yeah, as you mentioned, would you now go for, let's say, Needle on Lion Sash and Illusionist? And have the force for swords or something like that?
Yeah. I think.
Would be one option at least.
Because
right?
it's like you're protected. If your opponent has 2, you still don't look like that bad in shape. You're still a blue deck, you have your cantrips, you can find your stuff.
What is it that you need to think about, right? Pavel didn't play a land, so he doesn't have lands in hand. He doesn't have any equipment in hand, because then he would not attack with the Stoneforge.
Yeah, that's true.
So what cards you would put Pavel then on right now that he has in his hand?
I would look into like Flicker Wisp, stuff like that.
So
The
high
3-drop
cost
slots.
cards.
Maybe even the Skyclave apparition that he actually has in hand.
Yeah.
So mostly in the 3-drop, you're still playing Recruiter. Maybe a Solitude.
Yeah. And Leon just goes for the swords. Also another option. Is another answer to the Lion Sash.
Yeah.
And now let's see if we see an Illusionist being cast, which seems to be the case.
Yeah. And here is the downside of Shuko and versus Nomads on Core, because Shuko is sorcery speed.
Yeah.
Mill 3,
Yeah.
and not mill.
On the other hand, you just need to respond on the stack. If you have swords, when there would be a Nomads instead of the Shuko.
But you can still mill your whole deck afterwards, which is unfortunately not possible with Shuko.
Yeah. So Pavel probably has some kind of interaction and is thinking about when to respond or how to respond efficiently. So I guess there's swords.
The thing is, if it's 1 or 2 swords.
That's interesting. I think he's thinking now on casting a Disruptor Flute. This might be a Disruptor Flute, if I'm not...
And Disruptor Flute would be a huge... Because he knows the Force of Will.
He knows the Force of Will, and I guess this would be not super... Like, and also why now, right? Why would you... Oh, he wants to name Shuko. Yeah. But there's the Force. And even the SpongeBob days, like we saw in the last match.
But this is the
Mr. Krabs days, I think.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay,
Trigger.
let's quickly discuss this. So
Yeah.
Pavel knew that there is a force, so likely the flute doesn't resolve. Why would you tap yourself out and not cast the swords and at least bluff a second sword?
Mrs. I think he has actually the second swords.
If he has two swords,
I think it was a misinterpretation of the combo.
yeah.
Because I think he's only thinking about how Nomads on Core interact with a remove spell, and it doesn't matter.
Okay.
So he thought I can preemptively, because in retrospect, I think the Cephalid was still on a stack.
There was on the stack, yeah.
So he casted the Disruptor Flute with Cephalid Illusionist on a stack, so that your opponent doesn't get any triggers.
Yeah.
Because if he knows that your opponent can only target it once and then have to wait,
Yeah, the sorcerer speed. I mean,
is Sword Splashes way better.
yeah. So if he actually has two swords, Pavel, this is pretty unfortunate for him that he.
But you can still mill the last 3 cards, am I right? Yeah. The last 2 cards. They don't have to be 3. Yeah.
So and yeah, we see now we have 3 creatures. We have 2 Narcomoebers and 1 Cephalid Illusionist, and Leon gets to cast Flashback Dread Return on the Tassa.
Yeah. And then we misread the hand. Permacup. Nah. But
Okay, that means that Leon takes this game and also match. Yeah. Interesting.
yeah, I think we just hop in for a little bit of talk about metagame.
For metagame, yes, actually we can do that. So there will be a couple of minutes before all the tables for this round are finishing, and we see then of course the next round as well. So right now and today we have the Austrian Legacy Challenge as mentioned. So this is the second day of our whole weekend, and we have prepared for you also a little bit of a metagame breakdown, what we can now look at. So this is what we have as a metagame. We have pretty high shares overall on tempo, some kind of mid-range decks in second place, and graveyard, which is mostly attributed to the Reanimator decks.
So blue-black Reanimator, we have lots and lots of blue-black tempo. We've seen in here like one fair green sun. I think this is the one Maverick player that we
Yes.
have in here. Then we have Vile, which means Death in Texas, as we already saw on the field. Spell combo like Doomsday. I think we also have like Sneak and Show. And like permanent combo. We have a few painter experts in here. So yeah, currently very, very diverse. I would have loved to see more on the fair greens and zenith side of things.
Yeah, I think there is no green-white depths or something like that. This
No,
would have been your deck to play.
I have it with me, but I can't start the tournament with 3-0 now.
Exactly. So yeah, we see a lot of tempo, a lot of graveyard, and also Stompy. So quite big, and then followed up also midrange and control, which are the 4 most prominent deck types. For tempo, I think it's a mix of Isodelva and blue-black.
Yeah, and I think the midrange control, there are a lot of the Bant Nado decks in there. Not really a permanent combo, it's mostly value Nado winning after a few combats afterwards, but still outgrinds the hell of your opponents.
Very good. For today, we also have some nice prizes that we also will quickly look at. So we have a couple of nice legacy staples.
Yeah. Kaito being the prominent new card to be named Legacy Staple as the premier late game threat of blue-black base decks. For 5th to 8th place, we have a wonderful copy of Flooded Strand. 3rd and 4th player, we have the 4 copies of Force of Negation, basically a card that is in every blue-black side, in every blue deck sideboard. 2nd place, foil Old Border Force of Will. And for 1st place, an excellent copy of City of Traitors, plus the already mentioned invite to being able to be crowned to be the European Legacy Master.
Okay, very nice. We now will hop into a short break. Our players are almost ready to begin for the next round, so don't go anywhere. We will be just here in a couple of minutes back for next round. Welcome back. This was a quick and short break. I'm now joined again with Felix, and we now at which round? Actually,
round four.
Round 4 now. Yeah, we have two players that are both 3-0, and yeah, we just recently saw blue-black tempo against Doomsday, so two blue-black decks, and of course we thought why not just continue on that a little bit, and we have another blue-black deck, but a little bit of a different trick. We actually have ninjas that we saw yesterday a little bit also, and this time it is in the hand of Daniel Möstl. And he plays against a Reanimator deck, but not blue-black, Felix. What is his opponent on?
It's, you could say, the traditional or like old Reanimator deck. It used to be before the busted blue cards got printed, kind of.
Yeah.
It's the all-in strategy, trying to reanimate on turn 1 and trying to kill the opponent, or as like present the board state that wins on turn 2 after drawing lots of cards turn 1, discarding all the cards from the opponent. With cards like Couple Therapy, Unmask, thankfully not Grief anymore.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. This would be not the cards that we would like to see. So we have Lance Mario actually on the I think left side. We can actually have a look. Left side, exactly. Let's head over to our players, and Daniel Möstl on ninjas. So I mean, ninjas has some kind of interacting cards. Of course, forces. Wastelands a little bit, Daisies also. Do you think Ninjas has a good chance to stop Reanimator here?
To be fair, I've never played with or against Ninjas, but I would treat it as every other blue tempo deck, basically. Maybe a little bit more inconsistent, but more explosive with like Yuriko, I would say.
Yeah.
I think in game 1, as we look at the deck list, there is pointed out 4 Daisies, 4 Force of Wills, and the 1 Nihil Spellbomb in the main deck.
Yeah.
So that's 9 cards to interact with to reanimate while applying pressure. And Mario plays like 12 discard spells. So I think game 1 I would give the edge to the reanimate deck, as it's usually the better game 1 deck.
Yeah.
But looking forward for game 2 and game 3, I see more counter magic, I see more graveyard interaction, even some discard, no discard from Daniel, but more interaction in stack, more interaction for the graveyard, more mana denial. So I think usually this is kind of the drawback of playing Reanimator, that you usually win game 1 by like doing the fast unfair combo thing protected by discard.
Yeah.
And then game 2 and game 3 you kind of die to the hate pieces depending on how much the opponent is prepared for the matchup.
Exactly. So now the players are deciding on who goes first. This is, of course, I guess, a very crucial point in game, because when you have this kind of glass cannon version of Reanimator, being on the play is for sure a big advantage.
Yeah, basically being the play negates the Daisies for turn 1 at least, so you can only have like 4 Force of Will and that's it, or the Spellbomb doesn't do anything on the draw.
Yeah.
And if Mario gets a big creature into play, a Traxxas, Grizzlebrand, or Archon, I think the game is over straight away, to be honest.
Yeah. What do you think about Grizzlebrand being heavily played in this version, as opposed to Traxxas, for example? He opted to go for a full playset of Grizzlebrand.
I think this is what was like stock before Traxxas printing, that you had for sure for Grizzlebrand, and it's, as we talked about yesterday, I think with Phil, it's still the best Reanimator payoff you can play in Legacy.
Like in a vacuum.
In a vacuum, Since it lets you draw at least 7 cards. If you animate at it, you can draw even 14 cards already.
Wow, yeah.
And if you swing once, maybe with a Shallow Grave, you can draw 21 cards sometimes even. So it lets you draw the most cards, unless you're playing against Bowmaster, of course.
Yeah.
That's why we see Atraxa, because the trigger also draws you cards, kind of, but plays around Bowmaster nicely, and Grizzlebrand into Bowmaster is likely not that great for you. Not
that great, exactly. And Mario actually got to play first. He opened up with an Unmasked pitching Reanimator, and I think what we see here, the one of Nihil Spellbomb, that is, I guess, pretty crucial for Daniel, that he I'm assuming wants to keep, and Mario wants to take.
As you said, maybe he has to take Bowmaster. I mean, of course, I
Yeah.
think he has to take the Spellbomb,
Yeah,
and he might have to take the Bowmaster as well for future turns.
could be, yeah.
And also, the 2 cards in the middle are likely Fatal Push from the new set. That would be my guess.
So dead cards overall, which is Mario happy to see.
We go for Dark Ritual. Fortist now taking likely the Bowmaster, as it's the only rare card.
Oh, he fought it himself. This is what happens. And then he can Shallow Grave the Grizzlebrand
Grizzlebrand.
already now into play.
And
Yeah,
As we talked before, now he can draw up to 21 cards if he wants to. Since he goes down to only... Oh, Shadow Grave loses life as well. I don't know, he draws immediately 7. Okay.
he draws 7, yeah, but I
Yeah.
think he lost 2 life because
For
of
the
the
Thoughtseize,
Thoughtseize, yeah.
That's
So-
one of the advantages of Shadow Grave compared to Reanimate.
Yeah.
You get to swing immediately, gain the 7 life back, and don't have to pay any life to have the Grizzlebrand in play.
Absolutely. So, but I think the Shadow Grave removes the creature at the end
It
of turn,
acts
right?
at the end of
yeah.
turn, yeah.
Okay. So this would be the downside, but at least he can attack and draw 7 extra cards.
And that's what makes this glass cannon deck work, since you play cards like Dark Ritual, Lotus Petal. I think that's the 2 mana accelerants, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
So you can use these cards you draw from Grizzlebrand and likely play another creature, either animate dead or even reanimate it after you gained life again.
Yeah.
And still have that big creature stick in play.
What do you think is the reason for this one of Borborygmus Enraged that this deck plays?
I mean, sometimes attacking with Grizzlebrand is only 7 damage and not 20.
Yeah.
As we see here, Mario drew 14 cards already. Now if he finds a way to discard the Borborygmus, he can reanimate it and then immediately throw all the lands at Daniel that he drew with Grizzlebrand.
So it's basically meant to convert any land that it draws into 3 damage each, I think, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And this is what is ending up what Mario wants to do.
It's kind of like ensuring the turn 1 kill, that the opponent doesn't get to untap. Even though his board position is very winning with a Grizzlebrand, he could make an Atrax, he could make an Archon maybe, likely win the game anyways, but with Borborygmus, he can like throw the lands into face, kind of like lightning bolts,
Yeah.
and close the game out that way.
Yeah. So we see Borborygmus being reanimated. This will cost him 8 life, but he has still enough
left.
cards. And he can just convert a couple of lands into multiple ways of damage. So
Yeah, that's 15 damage.
That's 15 damage, okay. So turn 1 kill.
Yeah.
With protection for Mario
With the Unmask.
with the Unmask, yeah. Pretty strong. And this is, I guess, what this Reanimator deck just wants to do.
Yeah, that's what we kind of expected, right? We have no Dazes on the draw, we have no Nihil Spellbomb on the draw, just 4 Force of Wills,
Yeah.
and 1 Unmask is usually enough to get rid of the Force of Will, like either bait it out or take it, and then you're free to go.
Very nice. So Mario takes game 1, and Nathaniel knows exactly now what's going on. When we look at the sideboard, I think he has some nice cards that he can bring in.
For sure.
So what do you look at here?
So we see for sure Surgical Extraction. Of course, the best card, it's 0 mana interaction against the Reanimate plan. You can exile the creature from the graveyard, countering kind of the Reanimate spell.
Yeah.
Also, if the opponent decides to go for a hand disruption spell, you can do it before and already take a creature out of the graveyard. More counter magic, so Force of Negation also will come in. And also Craftigger's Cage stops creatures from entering the battlefield.
Yeah.
There used to be red versions with like Fatalist looting. I could see like playing Hydroblast against those maybe, but Mario's playing a mono black list, at least main deck mono black. So I think only the Surgicals, the Force of Negations, and the Grafdigger's Cage.
Yeah.
Maybe even Wastelands, you know? I mean, he plays Swarms and he will fetch for Swarms if he knows there are Wastelands, but still some edge you could take, like after you force the turn 1 play and then Wasteland the land away. Only 50 lands from Mario, so
Yeah.
I think I would play more Wastelands. They're not great, but better than regular cards.
It's like one way of turn 0 or like turn 1 interaction also if you have basically nothing ongoing. Yeah. But this is what I then wanted to point out, and this was also what pointed out now in the chat. Mario has a nice, let's say, switching sideboard plan, there is this Chain of Smoke with a Bloom Apprentice combo that he now apparently chose to have post sideboard. What do you think? When do you want this kind of combo against which kind of decks? I'm always a little bit wondering why you have that.
Yeah, I think like looking at Daniel's deck, we see 2 Fatal Push,
Yeah,
and I think both Fatal Push likely will get sided out.
yeah,
So Daniel has 0 removal spells, I mean besides Bowmaster, to get rid of the Witherbloom Apprentice.
Okay.
So once this sticks, it will stay there forever. And likely he knows that in a blue-black deck, he will be facing Fort Seizures, Surgicals, Force of Negations, Force of Wills, and so on. Many interactive spells, and also a lot of graveyard targets.
okay, yeah.
And he, as a black mage, can't fight in this deck well against Surgicals. So he's really vulnerable to them. Like one Surgical will kill his game plan, kind of.
Yeah.
So he has to deviate a little bit and go for the combo kill with Witherbloom Apprentice and Chain of Smoke.
Okay. So this is one thing that is, if you expect less removal of the sideboard, you can pivot that into that plan. Also because it doesn't rely on the graveyard.
Yeah, I think he kind of slows down and becomes more a control, like playing discard spell after discard spell after discard spell.
Yeah.
And eventually, when the opponent has like no answers in hand, will play Chain of Smoke and Witherbloom Apprentice even in the same turn sometimes. With Ritual and Lotus Petals. I think he will for sure have to leave in some Reanimator package, like a small package. Maybe he cuts like the Shadow Graves because they don't do anything with the Apprentice, would be my guess. He keeps in the Animates and the Reanimates, of course.
Yeah.
And maybe some Entombs or some payoffs. So for sure some payoffs, maybe one Entomb, something like that.
So
That
kind of
would be my guess.
shaving on that main package a little bit to make room for the shifting plan that he has.
Some animated decks used to play kind of a full transformational sideboard plan where they played like Doughty Voidwalkers, Barrowgolfs, Bowmasters in the sideboard.
Yeah.
And almost cut the entire Reanimator package against these types of decks. Since the big creatures also win games against ninjas, I guess. So
Can also win games against ninjas, exactly, yeah. And for the chat, this is not the Tin Fins version. This is just a classical, let's say, Reanimator mono black with unmasked Thoughtseize and Tombs, Shadow Graves.
I think like this is the new list that plays Shadowgrave. He used to play Fatalist Looting and red cards over it, or like even Grief. But now I think Fatalist Looting is like not that good of a card, to be honest. You always go down a card, and the meta also got faster, I think, and you have to do something impactful on turn 1, like a Shadowgrave, as we saw, to win the game on turn 1 before the opponent can untap, play a discard spell, or play more counter magic or more cantrips. So it's like got slightly less consistent, but more explosive with the Shadowgrave, I would say. And also, of course, you have to play green lands for the Witherbloom Apprentice, at least one. And we also see Show and Tell, which I think is a good plan B. So you have blue lands and green lands you need to fit in your black deck, and you can't really play 5 colors in your mana base anyways.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you want to have this couple of basics with the Swamp in addition to that, so that a little bit of consistent mana base. Yeah, that makes sense. So now Daniel is on the play with his ninja deck. He has a hand. We see a fetch land.
Kaito, I think, is an Ornithopter as well back there.
Yeah.
Mario goes to 6, I think.
Okay. Yeah, it's not uncommon, I guess, to mulligan in a Reanimator deck, but 6 is still okay.
Yeah, you're not looking for like quantity of cards, you're looking for specific cards. So, especially with the new London, I mean, not new anymore, but with the London mulligan, this favors combo strategies a lot more than fair strategies, since you can look for specific pieces more easily, or with less risk than having a non-functional hand.
Daniel opens now with Ornithopter and just pass. He has 1 mana open. He didn't have a Thoughtseize if he would have that in hand.
I don't think he plays Thoughtseize at all.
He didn't play Thoughtseize. Okay, yeah, that explains it.
Yeah, so he only has 10 1-drops to play anyways, besides the Ornithopter, like 6 creatures and 4 Brainstorms.
Yeah.
Maybe he has a Surgical, something like that in hand. So I don't expect him. We see a Brainstorm actually.
Yeah, Brainstorm is one card that for sure he wants to deploy now. Notably, this list doesn't even play Ponder.
Yeah.
It's just more on creature.
I think
And
you can't fit in
Tricky.
all the 8 cantrips. I think you need to play more creatures than the tempo decks.
Yeah.
Since you had to basically play Ornithopter, right?
Mhm,
And
mhm.
something like Changeling Outcast. We could see something like Yuriko happening the very next turn after with the Ornithopter, but it's just a land goes and no ninjutsu in hand. We see.
Mhm.
We know the Kaito on turn 3, but
Yeah.
as of right now, nothing.
This is of course not super ideal for Daniel. The maybe what yeah, this is me kind of raising the question what Mario needs to think of what is in the hand of Daniel.
You also see Show and Tell, I think, in Mario's hand.
Ah yeah.
But there's a bit of Primo Apprentice.
Mhm.
I think Daniel has a Fatal Push.
Funnily enough, I think there is one, yeah.
That's the new artwork, right? Or
Yeah.
is it like a ninja card, maybe? Could it be an Engineer's Infiltrator? Or
It could also be the case.
does it have like a special printing, maybe? I don't think so. I think it's Fatal Push. I'm very sure about it. It's...
I'm not sure if there's no really
Why is it a different language now?
because I just
Geniosa.
genius. Okay, the Witherbloom. Okay, it's already going for
The combo here.
yeah with Chain of Smoke on the stack, and Daniel. Well, if he has a fatal push, this would be a very very easy answer to the Witherbloom Apprentice.
Yeah, it looks like Battle at the Big Bridge. That's the name for the new Fatal Push.
Okay.
It looks like it, yeah.
Mhm. Uh, do you think that Daniel anticipated then the Witherbloom combo? I guess so, right? Because otherwise, the fatal push would be just completely dead.
I think since Daniel Mario Cyber had like 10 cards, I think you could anticipate something like that happening. That's also a downside in paper when you see the opponent, okay, I take out 10 cards, add in 10 cards.
Yeah.
That's why some players always shuffle in their whole sideboard and always take out 15 cards afterwards. So Daniel kind of knew that Mario likely switched things up a little bit, added another win condition to the deck, so he kept the Fatal Push in at least one, maybe even, I think both is correct of him. He should cut the Snufford since all the creatures are black, but keeping our 2 Fatal Push, maybe siding the third one, I think is a good way to combat this angle of attack from Mario.
No, very good, and it ended up being very crucial. Otherwise, I don't think there would be another turn anymore. And Daniel gets to untap and have a Surveil trigger with the Under City Sewers.
And still has the Kaito in hand, I think, that he can play next turn with the Ornithopter. And Mario kind of 4-for-1 himself with the Chain of Smoke discarding 2 additional cards.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate, of course, but you have to target yourself in order to make infinite copies, which triggers the Apprentice infinitely.
Now the mind games will start with, will Mario go back to Reanimator for game 3? Will he switch things up?
We didn't really saw. I think, or maybe you did catch it, what he had to discard. But I think there was maybe a second Apprentice.
Was a second Apprentice, and I think a black card. Maybe I saw Spoils of the Vault in his hand, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that was the second discard. Yeah. If I'm Mario, I would just do like put all 15 cards back for game 3 and then take out the same cards even again, but just to mess with like Daniel.
Yeah.
So he doesn't know what's my plan for game 3.
Maybe if that would help, that Daniel says, okay, maybe I can trim 1 or 2 fatal pushes, then Mario can still go for the Witherbloom line. Yeah, exactly. This is what Romulito points out. This is what you mentioned, Felix. Some people, and in general, a good habit to just shuffle in your whole sideboard all the time and just take out the cards that you need afterwards, so that the opponent doesn't know how many cards you switch.
Yeah, I did it a lot at the last 4 seasons with the mono red deck, since I think it's kind of telling how many cards you sideboard in the deck. If you side like 0, the opponent knows, okay, you have nothing.
Yeah.
If you side like 8, the opponent can think, okay, he takes out all 8 moons maybe.
Yeah.
So I don't have to worry about moons. So I decided to just do like side all 18 cards, or 15 cards, since I want to conceal which way I'm sideboarding with my deck, since I think this actually matters quite a lot in Legacy, more than like any other format, since there's so many different strategies you can bring in your sideboard. Like we see Mario bringing kind of 3 different approaches: the
Mm.
Reanimate game plan, the With the Bloom combo, and the show and tell. So
Oh yeah. And you would never know really if you just like incorporate the habit of just making sure that you sideboard all 15 cards,
yeah,
and even if you just bring out the same that you don't
same
need.
15 cards again. You shuffle 15 cards in and take out the same 15 cards.
It's also a possible option. And we see now a pretty explosive couple of 2 turns with the Kaito, and I think there's now this Jericho was also with the new printing
It's
here.
the new printing of Yuriko, I
Yeah.
think. Yeah.
That closed the game, and yeah, Mario, of course, he had to discard himself. He were kind of 4 for 1 himself. So the Fatal Push was really the key card for this kind of game, which is cool because now we can get to see game 3, and let's see what Mario tries to do. He sides 2 cards, interesting, which I think is something that tells Daniel, okay, With a Bloom will be still in the deck, right? So this is something, a small advantage that he should now, let's say, glimpse from this behavior.
I think he should like maybe add the third Fatal Push again if he hasn't done it yet.
Yeah.
Consign doesn't do anything, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
Forces should have also been brought anyways, so
Yeah. And he should still keep all the graveyard hate that he can
course.
access. So yeah.
I think it's only 4 cards, like it's 3 Surgicals, 1 Cage. I mean, the Spellbomb cycles anyways, so it's just having 4 dead cards in your hand that win you the game sometimes is a good enough upside, I think, to take.
Yeah. It's not that that this even though it is a lot of cards that the With a Bloom package has, without the show and tells, it's 11 cards usually. Still there's the Reanimator option. So
You can take out some more of your grindy cards, like if I should take out the Retrofitter Foundry, you don't need to grind with the constructs.
yeah.
You take out the Snuffer that doesn't kill anything. Maybe even shaving on like Kaitos or Ingenious Infiltrators. I think Kaito is too expensive as ninjutsu 3 because I think Yuriko has 2 and the Infiltrator also has 2. So maybe like shaving 1 or 2 Kaitos as well, going down on the expensive cards, or maybe even shaving down a Tamio since it costs actually a mana. And like the ultimate wins the game, but before she doesn't really do anything, something like that maybe. So I think you want to be as kind of fast as possible as ninjas with the most amount of disruption you have, and don't spend mana on big spells like Kaito Ninjutsu costing 3. Of course, it's good to surveil and draw cards and pressures the opponent, but Yuriko also draws cards, and the Infiltrator also draws cards, I think.
Yeah, it's just on hit.
On hit, yeah.
And Yuriko has the big potential when it deals extra damage of the cards that Yuriko flips.
You don't pay that many expensive cards if you say we trimmed down on Kaitos.
No.
You only have like Infiltrators and Forces, but you can use Brainstorm to set that Yuriko up. That's a quite...
Yeah.
You don't want to cut blue cards, of course, yeah.
Yeah, this is something that you need to keep in mind, yeah.
So maybe he's cutting the Changeling outcasts as the 1/1s instead of the Tamios, yeah.
That could be for sure an important factor.
The blue count is quite low, right? It's 3, 7, 10, 14, 18. I mean, it's 26.
26 is okay.
Yeah, we had Force of Negation, so it's 28, but we cut some. Yeah, I think it's kind of low, on the low side.
I like the idea of just maybe trimming Kaitos and the other non-blue cards that you mentioned.
Yeah, I think Onitop is great because it costs 0 mana.
Yeah.
So you can leave like Brainstorm open turn 1, push open turn 1, and still apply the ninja creature.
True.
So let's see, I think Daniel kept his hand and Mario mulligans down to 6 again.
Okay. And Mario is on the play. This is of course important for him. He can again play under spell bombs, pushes even, dazes, like you mentioned.
That's an interesting hand. I think I saw 3 lands and 4 discard spells.
Okay, yeah. Would you keep that?
That's a good
discard after discard.
I think it's viable to do actually, since it buys you a lot of time.
Yeah.
But like Daniel is not applying much pressure usually.
Yeah.
Like you can let him have a 1-drop maybe, then you discard the ninja card, and hitting for 0 or 1 isn't like that big of a deal.
Of course, yeah. If this is kind of the iffy part of this ninja deck. If you just keep on drawing Ornithopters and Outcasts, of course you're not doing whole a lot.
Yeah, compared to like playing Nethergoyfs in the blue-black deck.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but Mario decides to go down to 5.
I think it's 5. So is he going for maybe a turn 1 Reanimate play again here?
Could be, yeah. Maybe he wants to take the advantage of being on the play really to the extreme.
Looks like he's happy, or like thinks he has to keep his 5-card hand.
Yeah.
And we see Bowmaster, Gravedigger's Cage, 2 lands from Daniel. So no Fatal Push yet. No Force also, or Days.
Yeah. Maybe thinks, okay, yeah, it's unlikely that there will be turn 1 again, and I want to deploy a cage on turn 1.
Especially after Mario only sideboarded like 1 card, you know?
Yeah. That he knows, okay, there's still this with the Plume plan, which is, of course, also possible to be done on turn 1, but less likely.
Yeah, you need like a land, a Lotus Petal, like Ritual, that's 4 mana, and then both cards, that's 5 perfect cards you need in your deck without card selection.
Yeah.
So we get the Surveillance here, I guess. The green one, even. Maybe he plays 2, I think, the green and the blue one. Yeah.
Surveillance in all the decks that play Badlands.
Even in Ninjas, right? Ninjas plays also 1,
Yeah.
So the aggro kind of tempo deck also plays the Surveillance.
It's almost free to do so.
Imagine drawing it on turn 1 and not playing the Tamio as your only land. That
happen.
Sucks. But
Can happen.
Yeah.
Maybe he would mulligan this hand then.
Maybe. Yeah.
There's a Witherbloom that he actually deployed into the graveyard. Interesting.
He might have a second copy in hand
Could
already. I think he has both cards, Chain of Smog and the Witherbloom Apprentice in hand already.
Okay. Well,
maybe he's just looking like for a discard spell to like ensure his combo win this time. And as we said, Ninjas doesn't apply that much pressure.
Yeah.
Like no Nethergoyfs happening, no Tamio emblem happened right now.
Also no Murktide.
No Murktide, exactly.
Yeah. And yeah, as we saw, Daniel has probably some interaction. He didn't even go for the Tamio, so I'm thinking he might have some 2-mana spell that he could cast. Or let's say a Brainstorm, maybe, that he want to have instead of the Tamio.
He plays the Bowmaster.
Or the Bowmaster, yeah.
I think he has a spot the Days in his hand in addition to a Tamio, so it's fine for Mario to go slow. He's taking 2 a turn. He can do this 5-6 more turns, playing the waiting game, playing the slow game. And this also gives Daniel more time to draw. I think that's a Brainstorm of the new set. The blue card he just drew.
Yeah.
So let's see. Is there gonna be a ninjutsu? Yes.
There's one.
This is a 5/4.
This is a 2/3, I think.
Oh, a 2/3 only. Oh wow.
Yeah, it's only a 2/3. But of course, yeah,
Whenever a ninja, so it deals multiple card draws.
Exactly.
The other one is that the 5/4 costs ninjutsu 4. That's like play the vintage cube.
I think
it acts as the top 2 cards, and you can play them for free, I think.
Okay, yeah.
But they cost ninjutsu 4, so it's too expensive for this ninja deck. Yeah.
But yeah, this draws of any extra ninjas that are attacking with the Outcast. If you have it, for example, it also calls as a ninja.
Yeah,
It's
Fallen Shinobi, exactly.
I think it was tried out originally when it came out, but yeah, it's
4 mana is way too much for his deck, I think.
It's too much. Yeah.
So now we have Daniel Westl doing pressure, 3 damage per turn, drawing at least 1 card. As soon as the second ninja comes, drawing 2 cards. I think these stacks, so you draw 4 cards if you have 2 of those connecting.
Yeah.
So Mario gets to put under more and more pressure. Right now it's okay, I would say. But also with Daniel now drawing cards, he gets pressure plus more Force of Will, Stasis, Force of Negations. So the clock is kind of ticking for Mario, I think. And he feels pressured into playing the first Witherbloom Apprentice.
Makes sense, I think. Let's see what Daniel has as an answer.
We know he has the Days. So
he has the Days,
he can Daze it, that's great.
It would prevent on the table to follow up with the Chain of Smog immediately.
But I mean, as Mario, I wouldn't do that immediately, I think. Like, not playing into the Days if you can.
So you would have actually just let it resolve, or let's say pay for the days and then just pass one turn.
Yeah, I would not play the Chain of Smog immediately here.
Also, yeah. Even if it just resolves, okay.
Because I want to play around days if I can, you know?
Yeah.
We know there's 4 days and 3 Fatal Push, so the odds of him having
Yeah.
days is higher than him having Fatal Push.
It's also just a better card in general, I would say, for this deck.
Now we see the Brainstorm digging for the Force of Will, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Or a Fatal Push even. And that's a Spell Bomb, and a Fatal Push, I think. Funnily enough.
Could be, yeah.
So if he goes for it, he gets dazed, and unless he has like a Ritual, that would be sick. His last card is like Ritual and...
Ritual and Smog could be a game, yeah. I think there is even...
I think it's...
No, that's too large.
Spoils, Show and Tell, and
And
Chain of
the
Smog.
Chain of Smog, okay. Yeah. Let's see if Mario is actually patient enough.
I think Daniel also kept a Fatal Push in hand, so
Yeah.
if Daniel goes for Mario goes for a discard spell now, he gets to discard the push. So I think he should hide the Fatal Push as like the topmost card,
Yeah.
since you can't play it anyways this turn.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see what happens for the next couple. Mario is, I think, deciding.
Yeah,
Or is it just still Daniel? I'm not sure if now the...
I think it's Mario already.
Okay, yeah.
As in like Mario's seat, I can tell, okay, he has no Force of Will.
Yeah.
That's my point. What I'm taking of this interaction, how the Brainstorm worked out.
Yeah.
He likely has Daze or Force of Negation. That's what I'm putting Daniel on. So it makes sense for Mario to wait a turn.
Yeah.
Maybe cast Spoils of the Vault, trying to get for
A discus spell,
Discus
you mean?
Spell. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
You have to think which one you take since there are so many, right? But likely Thoughtseize or Therapy would be my guesses. And so here goes for Chain of Smog.
Okay. Doesn't respect the days.
And there's the days.
Yeah. But there's one
Two drains
trigger.
for one.
It raised from one, yeah.
He can go again with spoils. So this is actually a good outcome for Mario, to be honest. Since now he knows, okay, there's likely no force.
Yeah.
And he can go spoils into
Another
again,
chain. Yeah.
chain again.
Of course, there's the fail push,
There's the
however.
fatal push, now it's
Daniel, yeah.
kind of over. We see Daniel drawing 4 cards now, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
4 cards out of the 2 triggers. Oh, like 4 triggers. Crazy amount of value. Yeah, Mario. I mean, he has spoils still. Can he?
He can't play a land. He played the island with the days. Maybe we can try to get the fixed because he picked up the island with the days.
But I think it was on the turn of Mario, right?
Yeah, but he replayed the island.
Ah, yeah, he replayed.
So he can't.
Ah, yeah, okay.
I don't think he can. He played 2 lands this turn.
Yeah, that's true. We need to clarify that maybe.
So he can play the Spell Bomb.
So I think we need to maybe call for a judge here at this point because there's so much stuff already happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, he replayed the island
For the
days.
He picked up the
Yeah.
island with the days. Maybe tell him he picked up the island with the days. Maybe we can tell it to the judge.
Yeah.
Und dann hat er Island plus Fetch gespielt.
Yeah, let's see. We just need to make sure that this is clarified. That was for sure days.
He has 3 lands in play.
Yeah.
He picked up the island with the days, and now he played.
Maybe, yeah. This is at least what we contemplated.
Maybe I should go upstairs if it doesn't. If like they're not sure. Now the connection isn't working.
Let's see.
Yeah, streamers are down. I mean, I can run upstairs. Ich gehe schnell rauf.
Aha. Ja. Weiß. Wir sind nicht sicher, aber wir glauben, dass das.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Felix takes up turn, so we need to clarify that with the judge. If that is happening, that actually Daniel had a double island drop. So we will get that fixed and clarified for you. So at the moment we have a judge call ongoing. Of course, there's a lot of things happening when he deployed the Scalding Tarn, fetched for an underground sea, and wanted to play the Nihil Spellbomb. So they're opting to shuffle back the underground sea that was searched for with the Sculling Tarn, and the Sculling Tarn comes back to the hand.
Fully.
I think we are back, yeah.
Yeah. The Wi-Fi went out somehow. Yeah, we are reconnected.
Yeah. Very good. We are back now live. Sorry for the delay. We just had a internet technical issue breakdown, but we are back. Now we need to get our camera back and rolling.
Mm-hmm. We missed, unfortunately, likely how the game ended. Maybe we can still see it, but indeed it was an additional land played. So we roll back everything until Daniel's turn, where the arrow happened.
Yeah.
So we put the card that Mario has drawn back on his deck. We put Spellbomb back in Daniel's hand. We put the Sculling Tarn back in Daniel's hand from the graveyard.
Yeah.
And the Underground Sea into his deck again and shuffle the deck.
Okay.
Randomized it again.
Yeah, yeah.
So he indeed played 2 lands, and it's Mario's turn now. We think try to cast Show and Tell.
Yeah.
So let's see if the game has already ended or not.
Camera. So we need to fix now the camera again so that we can get the players on stream. That's so maybe we can have a couple of more turns. But overall, I think what we can conclude so far is Mario deployed the Witherplume Apprentice, got dazed.
Yeah.
And
I think it would have Show and Tell.
Yeah.
To like go Show and Tell a Grizzlebrand.
Yeah.
And if the life totals are correct, if he's on 4, then Daniel can simply put in a Kaito.
Yeah.
Stepped on the Grizzlebrand and swing for lethal.
That makes sense.
That's likely what happened.
Yeah.
We didn't see it, but that would be my guess.
Okay.
Based on like the hands and board states.
Yeah.
If Mario's on more than 4 life, maybe he can. But even if the Kaito comes down anyways, the Grizzlebrand can't attack, can't draw more cards. So I would give the edge to Daniel into the dark. So
yeah.
But let's see.
It looked very, very good for him already. He had 2 infiltrators on the battlefield, and
maybe we get back with Mario comboing off a Barbarhythmus. Who knows?
Anything is possible for this, but given the life totals and so on, I think it's pretty much clear that this happened.
Let's see if we can get. We have a result already on the website. No. Okay. So no result on the website yet.
Yeah.
Also, life totals are still the same for an 18.
Yeah, could be that they scooped. Let's see if we can
get the camera working already.
Yeah.
Logi Capture funktioniert nicht. Ist anklickst. Okay.
All right. What I think. Anyways, let's see. We have a couple of more minutes. Let's see.
Let's try again.
It is mitten Ei. Okay. At this point, I think we will just take a short break Anyways, we will have a couple of minutes before we can get into another round of Magic. So it will be done soon. We will get the camera fixed for you also, so that we can, of course, have more Legacy to come. So in a couple of minutes, we are back with more Legacy.
Hello and welcome back to round 5. I'm once again joined by Felix Stenitzer, aka Tuko, and we are here to present you a spicy round 5. Both players are standing 3 wins and 1 loss and are sharing 1 color for both players. Both players are playing mono black, but one of them is midrange and one of them is a little bit combo with Necro dominance.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this feature match. Of course, we have some players at 4-0 who are going to ID, like the intentional draw into the top 8. So I think we have seen all 4 of these players already. If you can maybe have a look at the standings again for 1 second. So we have Jakob Heidecker on Doomsday, likely locked for top 8. We have Daniel Möstl on Ninjas, who we saw last round, likely locked on top 8. Tamash, who we saw round 1 and who won the FNM yesterday on the Eldrazi Ramp Prison Tron deck, kind of. Leyland Helm, you know, everything. And Markus Schmidhuber, another local guy. We haven't seen him today. I think he's playing blue black Reanimator as far as I know.
Yeah.
So these 4 players, all 4-0, they're likely gonna handshake twice and be happy in the top 8. So we decided to bring the next relevant match, I guess, and it's Jonas with mono black Necro against Thiago with mono black midrange. So no Force of Wills, no Reanimates also. No Chalices, no Ancient, I mean, maybe some Ancient Tombs from Jonas. I don't think so. So lots of fair black magic.
Yeah, it's a spicy one. Jonas Schermberger plays those ancient Cephalid decks actually a lot. He's very, very profound on the deck, and I'm really, really excited to see it now in action at the feature table. Just to tell you a little bit, is Ancient Cephalid is a card that drains. Yeah, not drains, but loses your opponent life when you cast a spell for less
Mana costs.
less than its mana cost, and this one gets to abuse basically Soul Spike, a card that was recently spiked for Modern, and also March of Wretched Sorrow, for example, where you can pitch black cards from your hand to make it cost 2 less.
Or Sickening Shoal is also like a pitch removal spell, I think, similar to March, yeah. So this deck is really cool. I'm looking forward to the Necro Dominance deck. This deck originally birthed in Modern, first of all, where you basically played the same shell without the Cellar Spawns, though. But you have the Marches, you have the Sickening Shoals, you have the Soul Spikes. Just play a mono black control deck with Necro and One Ring and Sheoldred. And then now it's kind of banned in Modern with the ring being gone and lacking card draw, lacking late game potential. And in Legacy, Jonas has been rocking this deck forever. Like, he played it in Modern as well, or still plays it sometimes. And the Cellar Spawn is such a crazy card. Like, imagine Soul Spike deals 4 damage on its own, and it deals an additional 7 with the Cellar Spawn. So this could be turn 3, kind of Soul Spike you for 11.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And also with the Grid Soul, it could happen even turn 1 already. So I'm looking really forward to Jonas doing busted stuff with this Neoform Necro Dominance deck.
Yeah, and this one actually he brought off from Modern to Legacy because he started playing Modern once again last year and he fell in love with Necro Dominance. Yeah. And then, as I said, wasn't really playable again in Modern. So he decided with Ancient Cellar Spawn, it's now time to put this beauty together, and boy it is. If you just a little foreshadowing for pun intended for sideboarded games, he also plays, for example, Shadow of Mortality, which costs X less, where X is the difference between your life total and your starting life total, and this card can burn your opponent for 13.
That's crazy. Yeah, so it's kind of like reverse Death Shadow stays the same power toughness, but costs less mana the lesser life you have. Yeah, crazy technology from him. And I think looking forward to this matchup, to be honest, Jonas should be a huge favorite in my opinion. Both players will go discard spells, trying to take out the hand of each other, and then Jonas just plays like a ring and draws a million cards, plays Necro Dominant, draws a million cards, and Thiago has threats like Bowmasters, Doughty Void Walkers, Netherglyphs, but like none of these card draw engines for late game. I think we have to give them a go.
Yeah.
I think they're ready to go. Mulligan both to 6.
And now they can start. On the other hand, as I said, Thiago not really have the card range, but a lot more in the creature base. And also the disruption in form of Hymn to Turk, which is kind of nice to see. Maybe we see a Dark Ritual Forces Hymn to Turak, which is an old classic.
For free, right?
It's 3 for free, yeah.
I mean, Jonas plays Duress instead of Hymn, since it's, I guess, cheaper. He wanted to play it on turn 1. We already see the Dark Ritual here, though. For the Hymn, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Here we go. Nice.
Yeah. And
2 and... Oh, reroll.
and another one. And the third one. What do we got?
Ring and Duress, I think. That's an old Duress.
And we got another old Duress.
Yeah, from Urza's Saga.
I think so.
We take the... Oh, he can take the land, actually, but...
He can take it.
I think he should... No, maybe the result is better. No, he's dodging Sheoldred.
Yeah.
It's so funny. Thiago could have gone for turn 1 Sheoldred, actually. Like, Ritual, Sheoldred. It works, right? It's free, and then you pay 1, go to 2, get 3, go to 5.
Yeah, it would be quite an insane play here.
Now we see Jonas maybe going for Ritual into... how is it called? Felder Profane?
To kill.
To kill the Doughty Void Walker.
No, it's a tapped Boggart Trawler. It seems.
Yeah. I mean, the Doughty is like not threatening yet, since there's nothing going on for both players.
Yeah, and even if both cards are the perfect cards, you don't have the mana to tap your Helm of Obedience. But is it playing Helm of Obedience?
No, it's just a midrange deck, I think.
It's just a midrange deck.
There's Delicate Stalker, Stalactite Stalker, I would say. I would try to pronounce it.
Stalactite Stalker, yeah.
This is a kind of recent addition to Legacy. I think around spring last year, Lost Caverns of Ixalan. Kind of the Revolt. I mean, not Revolt, but it's called...
It's Descendant.
Descent, exactly. It's almost the same as Revolt, but if you get to discard something... Okay, here we see a 40s. It grows, so it's kind of like a second... People compared it to like Death Shadow or to another Goeth kind of type card, but never impressed that much compared to the recent printing of Nethergoeth then. Yeah. So before Nethergoeth, it's a lot more play, I think.
Yeah, and actually Jonas played Stalactite Stalker for a long time as well. He had a mono black deck with the Entomb Reanimate package with Troll of Khazad-dûn, and he played Nethergoeth, Stalactite Stalker, Doughty Void Walkers, not Grief, but previously Grief, and also Troll of Khazad-dûn, and basically all of those cards had Menace, or Shadow, or like the Troll Super Menace. So it was pretty difficult to block any of those creatures. And yeah, that's also a thing with Stalactite Stalker. It can get pretty out of hand if it grows like once, twice, or even a third time. You can kill basically everything.
So we see a 4th land from Jonas. He has Soul Spike in hand, and I don't remember the last card because of the glare. I think it was a Dark Ritual. So he's 1 mana short of actually hard casting the Soul Spike with the help of the Dark Ritual, but there's another land and there's Sheoldred.
And then we get the trigger.
And we see likely another land, and Jonas just packs up his card. Oh, it was a 40s, okay. Yeah. Interesting game, to be honest. I think Jonas should have just gone for like Dark Ritual, Felder Profane immediately. That would be my guess.
to clear.
to clear the Doughty, and then you play the Bogartroller's land, obviously, and you are both in top deck mode, kind of. Opponent is 2 lands away from the Shieldred, but he can't draw a Thoughtseize, he can't draw a him, he's like no good draws. And Jonas also has 3 lands in play, can draw Necrodominance, that kind of wins on the spot. Needs to draw a land for the ring. But yeah, so we saw Jonas getting the ring discarded with the Hymn to Torok, which was quite good. Otherwise, he would have slammed it turn 2 with the Dark Ritual.
Yeah.
And Thiago takes the first game.
Yeah, the ring was basically the key piece in his hand, and
the only important card really
Yeah.
in his hand. Yeah.
and he was really hoping to get additional cards in there to do something. And yeah, but let's look a little bit further ahead, looking into sideboarding. What do we have here? On the side of Jonas, we have Linen of the Void, we have Shadow of Mortality, we have Barugoyfs, Doughty Voidwalkers, Surgicals. Are you looking at something in particular?
I mean, I've seen Jonas taking out 5 cards by now, and for the rest in one ring. I mean, the rest makes sense to cut. You don't want to hit the creatures, they do the important things.
Yeah.
I think Barugoyf is a very good card to play. Rarely doesn't die to Fatal Push, since there are not many ways to trigger Revolt in mono black, actually. And also, of course, the opponent has Barugoyfs, and you just want to play a huge blocker. Maybe his own Doughty Voidwalkers, playing Doughty Voidwalker and a discard spell, taking a huge creature. I don't know which matchups the Shadows are for. Maybe for more aggressive matchups. I don't think this is one, to be honest. But who knows? But the Leyland, no. And Surgical also, no. I think Doughty is just nice to get like big creatures from the opponent. And it's a blockable creature, gets value over time, and same as Barugoyf. Also, big creature gets value over time. So the game goes along, I think, or you kind of want to remove the bad top decks. In a mono black discard war, you don't want to draw a Thoughtseize on turn 10, you don't want to draw the rest on turn 10, you don't want to draw a Hymn on turn 10. I mean, Hymn is, of course, too good card to cut it, but as we saw Jonas taking out the Duress is because you don't want to draw the Duress in the late game, you want to draw the Barugoyf, the Doughty, the Ring, the Dominance, the Shieldred, and so on, all the good cards.
Yeah, and as I said, the Duress doesn't take the Shieldred or any of the other meaningful creatures. It only takes it opposing discard spells. It's basically a proactive discard for the opposing discard. On the other hand, in the mono black midrange deck, we have like Disruptor Flute to maybe deal with the One Ring, or Null Rods even. We have Fetus Worm, which kills enchantments.
Yes, in creatures, it's only sorcery speed. There's an instant speed, but that costs 3 mana, so it's too expensive. But I don't think he will bring it in since it's sorcery speed.
Yeah.
You have to kill the Necro kind of instant speed.
Then we have Shieldred's Edict, which seems nice to deal with the bigger creatures, maybe in exchange for the Fatal Pushes, as I said.
Yeah, I think we saw no big creatures from Jonas. We didn't see the Seller's Spawns, so maybe he doesn't know about them. We only saw, I think, the Bogartrollers, which was a land.
Yeah.
So I guess the pushes come out, some edicts come in, I guess. What's spitting the Dilophosaurus?
It's so nice that you don't know a card. This one we actually have to Google because even Stream Decker doesn't know what the card does.
Because it's a bonus sheet, yeah.
Okay, when spitting Dilophosaurus enters the battlefield or attacks, put a -1/-1 count on up to 1 target creature. Creatures your opponents control with a -1/-1 counter on them can't block. Seems like for a race, really, really good. So maybe...
I mean, maybe for something that plays a lot of X1 creatures like Delver, Death and Texas, maybe I could see it's like another removal spell that happens every turn when you attack. So I don't think it's for this matchup, but we see Jonas, both players I think kept 7. Jonas leads with Thoughtseize, still showing Fatal Pushes, Doughty's, Bowmasters, Dark Return and lands, so we can play a 2-drop on turn 1 for sure if you want to.
But I think you want to keep the Dark Ritual for a bigger turn.
Maybe for Shieldred, yeah.
And
I think Jonas can kind of ignore the push, depending on his hand. Like if he has no creature, he takes the push. Never mind, you know. I haven't seen his land, so maybe he's like Dark Ritual, Cephalid lined up for next turn.
Yeah. It's risky to go for it. Yeah, one card that I'm also looking in the midrange deck was the Palantir. Was a really big card 2 years ago.
Yeah. I can see it being brought in. Jonas has no way to deal with it, and it makes value every turn. You can play it on turn 1 with Ritual. Sounds like a strong card to me.
Yeah. Especially to prolong your game a little bit more. And
Is that actually a Cabal Ritual on Jonas's? No way, right?
Yeah, he's playing a playset.
Oh, he's playing 4 Cabal Ritual. Wow.
Yeah, so he's going Dark Ritual, Cabal Ritual, the One Ring. Yeah, seems like.
Yeah.
I show you how to count.
1 to 3, from 3 to 1, and from 1 to 4 again, and then there's the One Ring. Now we play a Dark Ritual Bowmaster. Makes totally sense. Jonas takes 1, and now it's time for a Sickening Shoal to kill the Bowmaster.
I mean, you get the trigger, you get the token.
This is the Cephalid that gets exiled, kills the Bowmaster, and you get to draw a card.
I mean, I wouldn't have killed the Bowmaster here because it doesn't really matter. And next time you get the Sickening Shoal and the Cephalid maybe, if you get a Dark Ritual.
He has no land, so the problem is he's growing the Orc army. Even like the Orc army can ping itself.
Yeah.
And then it's a 2-power already, and so even though the Bowmaster doesn't really do anything that's correct since you have the protection, it still grows the Orc army for future turns, and the ring is slowly chipping away at Jonas' life total since it will be stuck on the battlefield forever. Since there's no artifact removal in mono black.
No.
Only Jonas can remove apply a second ring to reset it. There's another ritual, I think. A Boca Trawler. Also Cabal Ritual, I think. Dark Ritual and Cabal Ritual.
Is this a Barograph?
Looks like it.
Yeah, this is exactly the card that he needs here.
And Barograph is so huge. We have instant, sorcery,
creature,
land. Yeah, I think 4. It's a 4/5 already. And now let's see if Thiago has the Shielded Edicts in or not. He somehow left 4 mana open. 2 mana open. He just wants to surveil, I guess.
Yeah.
Is there any red card in his deck? Actually, no, right?
No. He's just playing the 2 of those to have access to, just surveillance.
Surveillance, yeah. It's like a 1-colored surveillance. Is there any... Maybe you should play the blue-black one to like... Maybe shock the opponent on turn 1 if you surveil turn 1 and they think it's blue-black.
Yeah.
So I think playing at least 1 blue-black would be the best, I guess. But in this deck, if you don't have a turn 1 play, usually mulligan in your hand, I think.
Are there any creatures in Legacy that you know about that can use the
red or the white abilities?
Because like with Dirty White Walker, you may get access to one of those.
Plagon has a white ability.
But it's also blue.
It's white or blue, yeah. Anything else? Let me think. Delver. Oh, the Steel Cutter does it cost red to equip? I think it costs 2 colors to equip, maybe.
I mean, for the white one, it's Knight of the Reliquary.
Yes, you sacrifice. But you have to sacrifice a forest or plains?
Plains.
No?
Forest or plains. Yeah.
So you sack this, okay. We are thinking, chat.
But I don't know the red one.
Yeah, maybe no red ones. Cory costs 1 red to equip. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So it's for Cory Steel Cutter, it's correct to play the red one.
And Knight of the Reliquary.
I mean, that's the best white, or Plagon, you know.
Or Plagon, yeah.
Is there any white decks? Steph in Texas, you can activate Stoneforge Mystic with white, but
to
you
search
don't
up
have
nothing.
any equipment, yeah. I mean, Death Ray Shaman is banned, thankfully.
Yeah, it will be spicy.
I think we're missing some cards in the Doughty Excel. Not playing blue plays around choke. Very, very good point, yeah. Not playing the blue-black surveil. Plays around choke, exactly. Damn it, this is crazy. I think they figured it out themselves, yeah. Without the exile. kind of almost as they can hear us, you know.
Yeah.
You're happy if the board and choke exactly. If someone plays choke against my mono black deck, I'm super happy. Yeah. They already fought sees themselves kind of with the choke in their hand, so
You can say, yeah.
second
That's
barrel
the
golf.
joke.
That's
Yeah.
the joke. Second Barograph coming down. And that's it for Jonas. Looks very commanding position with Thiago having just 3 lands in hand. I think it was a push, which... Oh no, it was not a push. Shielded maybe? 4 mana? Is it him? Okay. Cellar spawn and... Oh!
And
Thiago.
now it can be spicy. Because now he can get one of those cards.
He could get a Necro Dominance, yeah. The problem is with Thiago's deck, I think, is how the Necro Dominance deck is designed is you skip your draw step. So you never get to draw a card except for paying life for it.
Yeah.
And that's why you play these bad cards like Soul Spike, like March of the Wedged Sorrow, or even Sheoldred to gain you back more life. Because to draw more cards. Once I watched Jonas play a game and he just was like on 5, he drew 4 cards with the Necro Dominance, didn't find a single life gain spell, and he lost the game because he's not gonna draw another card for the rest of the game. So Jonas would pay a 19 life, likely Jonas would pay something like 10, 12, 14 life here. Doesn't matter, he will recover from it, but Thiago, maybe plus 3, 4, 5, not too much.
I would be thinking at like 5, 6.
Yeah.
Because like 5 is afterwards the answers that you can choose. 6 or 7 maybe to get like basically a scry or 2 surveils to put in 2 cards of those into the graveyard and get some good 5. But you don't have a way. I mean, you can draw into some Barrogoyfs.
Or Sheoldred. You need the Sheoldreds. Because the Sheoldred plus Necro Dominance actually nets you life, so that's good. But also he's facing 8 damage.
Yeah. So
or even more potentially since the dot is gone now. Let's see how much he decides to go. Maybe he is 5. You know, this is 5 on the table. But it's a very risky thing to do. I
is
think.
it 5 or was it 8?
Let's see.
5,
6, 7, 8.
Okay, yeah.
So it goes to 11, yeah?
He used a few scries.
And you have to discard 5 cards now.
Okay, now 5 or 6 would have made, in my opinion, more sense with 2 cards in hand.
I mean, you don't
Those are lands,
need
yeah.
2 lands, yeah. But he found a Shielded Edict that can kill one of the Barrogoyfs immediately. Also one less card to discard if you do it right now. And I guess he discards a bunch of lands, to be honest. That would be my guess. Those cards get exiled, by the way, from the Necro Dominance.
Yeah. Which is actually good for him because they don't grow the Barrogoyf if there is an artifact or something else in there. I mean, there are no artifacts in the deck.
Yeah, but now I think he's kind of in the position he can clear 1 Barrogoyf. He goes to 7, needs to draw a Shielded in like the next 2 or 3 turns, basically. Otherwise, he can't draw any more cards.
Yeah.
Like, you don't draw for draw step anymore. You just have to... Like, he has 6 cards left to draw the entire game. Unless he finds a Shielded or a Barrogoyf in the next 6. So, the odds are not looking good for him. I'm not the biggest fan of him taking the Necro Dominance. Obviously, without the Necro Dominance and just having 2 lands in hand, he would lose the game on the spot to like double Barrogoyf and so on, you know. But yeah, let's see what happens.
Yeah, the position that he was in was quite tricky because the shadow doesn't really do anything in there. You're staring down the 2 big creatures. You basically have no hand with the lens in there. So just take the Necro Dominance, going for the spin, going for the double jump.
Yeah, I think you kind of want to say, I think Jonas has no cards in hand. You want to say, okay, Jonas, you can't activate the ring on your turn.
Yeah.
You can attack. I will likely block twice, but blocking twice is against him is a bad play. So I guess he just blocks 1 and takes 4. Let's see. I don't think there was a winning line for Thiago anyways on this point, but we will find out soon what's going on. Jonas goes to 12, but he gets 8 life back of the Barrogoyf, so that's no issue. Maybe he even wants to draw for a card post combat. 4 cards, so let's see. There will be one jump block. one Barrowgraph trigger. Does he find a creature? There's Boggart Trawler. And Cephalid.
But the thing is, do you take the trawler? Just because you need the lands?
Maybe he has a land. He will close the game out on the spot now, actually. And I think Thiago should be at 7. Yeah.
Yeah, because like Soul Spike and the land is GG's.
Yeah, now Jonas draws 4 cards, trades with the Barrowgraph, but he found the Soul Spike. So if he has a land, he can just kill Thiago for the 11 damage.
Yeah. Sweet.
Or even just drawing a single Soul Spike would deal 4 damage. That means Thiago can only draw 2 more cards for the entirety of the game. And here is Cephalid, and here is
Soul
Soul
Spike.
Spike, and that's 11 to you, my friend. And on to game 2.
Nice one. Yeah, it's a really, really awesome matchup to see.
Yeah.
It's basically the same shell with completely different goals and engines.
Yeah. And also this game really showcased why I think Jonas is so favored in this matchup. Like he has 8 of these cards, 1 ring Necro Dominance that kind of win the game on its own. You can check them a little bit by Bowmasters or by Doughty, but in the end, Jonas' spells are more powerful than the one from Thiago. So let's go for a game 3.
Yeah, and as you already said, the 8 draw engines are just a thing that tips it a little bit on the scale. I mean, the more consistent draw of Thiago is still there with a lot of creatures, but on the other hand, yeah, you just drop in one of the big guns and the game goes on and on for Jonas. So it's really key to see how the discard matches up, because with like only 8 of those, you're still more easily disrupted with the discard spells.
Yeah, also as we saw in this game, kind of at some point both players had only lands or no cards in hand. And if you then draw in 1 ring, if you then draw Necro Dominance or even a Shieldred, when no one has removal or a Barrowgraph, that makes you win the game so easily compared to draw. And Nethergraph can be huge as well, of course, but drawing a Stalker, drawing a Bowmaster, drawing even a Voidwalker in the top deck war isn't that good of a threat, yeah. So let's see, maybe Thiago now on the play can do a play with him to Trolloc again on turn 1 or double discard spell and disrupts Jonas' hand again like game 1, apply fast pressure. Let's see what happens. There's still heavy sideboarding going on. So maybe bringing more discard spells into play again, or more ritual effects.
Yeah, I can see more discard, especially since you now have access to the first turn hand of Jonas, seeing to take away the crucial, the 1 ring, as we have seen in game 1, or maybe even deal with an Necro Dominance, or erasing all the removal that he has, and then dropping like a Stalactite Stalker, and then go on the next turn, and Jonas then seems to be a little bit in trouble. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to after mulliganing to see how this game shapes up.
Yeah. I think also now Thiago saw like Cephalid and 2 Barrowgraphs. He might be a little bit more inclined to play less Fatal Pushes and even more Shieldred's Edict. Like game 1 was over so quick. He for sure kept in all 4 of those pushes. But now maybe he adds more edicts. We saw some edict in game 2 already, but maybe more edicts to kill the big creatures. Since Jonas only plays 11 creatures in the main deck and 4 of those are lands, so he plays really 7 creatures only. Now 3 more Barrowgraphs, that's 10. And those creatures die to Fatal Push, but you always have to keep up the fetch or like another way to trigger revolt. So let's see what the last game brings us from this game match.
Yeah.
It's so crazy. Like in Legacy, every color is viable to me. Every strategy is viable. We had Reanimator, we had Ninjas, we had blue-black tempo decks, we had Plagon even today. We had colorless Eldrazi. Now we have 2 mono black decks sitting a 3-1 playing for eventual winning in for top 8 kind of already. This is Legacy at its finest.
Yeah, legacy is when you are proficient with a deck, when you really build it up from the ground and basically question every single card decision in your deck, you can come up with a deck that can compete in the meta. And I'm really excited to have from Maverick to Death in Texas to Blue Red Delver to Blue Black Temp. We have everything here today. It looks really diverse with a big portion of Blue Black Tempo, as it's currently the best deck, and Tempo decks are usually the ones when they are the best gets picked up easily for a tournament. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with how the meta turned out for the day, and I'm glad I will be watching in round number 5. As I said, 2 mono block black decks, different decks competing against each other.
Do we maybe have a confirmation if the first 2 tables ID'd on the standings already?
We can.
Can we refresh it? It looks like no to me, right? Or maybe all results are missing so far. So maybe they have ID'd. Both table 1 and table 2 have ID'd, so we can confirm that. So that likely, as we said, Jakob on Doomsday, Daniel on Ninjas, Markus on Blue Black Reanimator, and Tamash on the Mono Black Eldrazi / Tron deck. It's not really an Eldrazi deck since it doesn't play any Eldrazi's. It's like colorless ramp, prison, whatever, with Leyline and Helm as well. So
it's just big. I mean, I've talked with Paul Bernsteiner, who is currently also 3-1, and he said, yeah, he basically lost then to his opponent, casting Kozilek's command for 17 tokens, and then for one with 22 tokens, where he scryed 17 and 22 respectively, and then went the new Planeswalker, how's it called?
the Ugin.
Ugin into Karn, into Lattice, and yeah.
GG. Nice. So back to the game, we see Thiago Nemalik into 6, Jonas Nemalik into 5. So if Thiago has a discard spell, it's really valuable right now. Putting Jonas on essentially 4 cards, taking his best card. It's a beating mulliganing against discard spells. Like usually you say, okay, let's keep spells and lands, but both of those decks don't really play that many lands, so you have to, and also don't want to keep generic spells, of course. But
is it?
Like it feels, if I'm Jonas, see it, I would feel really awkward and like bad mulliganing into 5 against the discard deck, and like imagine getting him on turn 1 or turn 2 now. It's like you're just out of the game, kind of, if there's any pressure from Thiago. And this turn 1 fetch either means a Thoughtseize, a Netagorf, a Stalker, or that's the 3 options, or maybe Dark Ritual into a big play. So let's see.
Yeah, Jonas is basically really hoping that it's just a Netagorf or something like that. As we told in previous rounds where the combo players, I'm really hoping that my opponent ponders on turn 1. Okay.
Oh, that's a Dark Ritual. That's not good. And that's a Hymn Torok, I think, again.
Yeah.
So, as we said, Jonas now has 3 cards left in hand. And mulligan again? No, okay.
And it's
2 lands. Ouch.
And that's the power of Hymn to Torok.
I think Jonas kept 5 lands. Like he kept 3 spells and 2 extra swarms. I think that was his keep.
So if it is, it's really big.
I mean, he gets Wasteland, immediately plays the next land. Opponent goes Surveil land, and I think found a Netagorf that is already a 3 power creature with instant sorcery and land. Thinks about the Surveil, keeps it likely on top.
Yeah, and with the Dark Ritual now, maybe he has a Devon Ring in hand, Jonas, so he's just 1 mana source away from
recovering, actually.
Yeah.
That's a Soul Spike. That's not what you want to see. Maybe that's a Shieldred. I see the Dark Ritual. I see the Soul Spike. I see the.
He missed the land drop.
He missed the land drop. Netagorf gets in for free. I should be putting us to 17. Yes. The dice was wrong. Okay.
I love the hand counting of those two.
They're showing us every time. their fingers. Oh, that's a Necro Dominance. That could get him back into the game, especially with a Soul Spike in hand already.
Can he get something? Can he get a creature in graveyard? Tiago? No, not really. Am I right?
No,
So it's
Not
just Soul Spike then on the creature.
but if he has Bowmasters here, this will be painful for Jonas.
No, it doesn't.
Soul
No,
Spike costs
it doesn't
2.
matter. Yeah.
But he has to put the Bowmaster in response to Necrodominance. So Jonas can decide after he sees the Bowmaster how much life he wants to pay. So here comes the Bowmaster. Jonas likely has to pay like 2 or 3 life this turn.
I would go for 4.
And into the Bowmasters, no. He has the Soul
No,
Spike in it.
3. Just to keep it in range of the Soul Spike. Am I right? The token.
He needs to kill the Bowmasters.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So he has the Soul Spike in hand. I think he's another black card. I think that's Shieldred, maybe some black card. So he needs to draw at least 1 black card now. I would like draw 2, maybe 1 or 2. I think 1 is kind of risky. I think 2 should be good enough to like find the removal, and the next turn you draw 10 or something and hope to find something.
Yeah, with how it's called, with Soul Spike you gain 4 life,
Again,
right?
4, exactly, yeah. So now you pay essentially 4 life to draw 2 cards, and then you take 6, 7 again next turn from the damage. Well, that's the issue with the 3. Okay.
3.
So will you draw a land on the first card? I think so. No, 2 Thoughtseize and a Sickening Shoal. Ooh, that's a good card to draw.
Thickening Shoal.
Because now you can kill the Nethergoyf with the Soul Spike, and then you can Sickening Shoal kill the Bowmasters.
Yeah.
That's such a good sequence. It only leaves him with the... No, Jonas. Oh, it's actually... No, it's the correct sequence. My bad. He kills the Nethergoyf or the Orc Army. That's also fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hits for 1 less, basically.
I think the Orc Army is a 4/4, and the Nethergoyf is a 4/4.
No, it's 3/4.
But it will grow to 4 if you kill the Bowmaster with Sickening Shoal, which you have to.
Yeah, true. And then you can't really kill the Goyf with any future Soul Spikes.
Exactly, yeah. So I would like to have killed... I mean, you can push both. I mean, it's okay. I think you should have killed the Nethergoyf.
Yeah, it's true.
You should have also killed the Bowmaster before combat damage, I think.
No, it doesn't really matter. Because of...
The Nethergoyf, yeah, true. Shielded Edict and another card in hand for Tiago. Jonas, is Sickening Shoal, is it black 1? Yes. Okay, so he kills the Bowmaster in the end step, I guess.
And then he will draw 9 life.
He should draw 9 cards, yeah.
Or 8 to fear Bowmasters.
But if Bowmasters, you're dead either way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
I think you should draw 9 cards here. You need another Sickening Shoal or March. No, there's no Bowmasters. Unlucky.
I mean, you still have to draw 9 cards. You have to still draw now 8 cards and try to survive the trigger, am I right? With a big march.
Mm-hmm. You can do that. You have to draw 8.
Does he concede now?
I think he conceded to the Bowmasters. He should
I-
draw 8 cards. Maybe we see the top 8 of his deck a little bit. Did he find... He had a march in the top 8, I think. So I think he should have gone for it.
Why does he concede? He can still live with the trigger on the
He
stack,
puts the
am I right?
Bowmaster trigger on the stack. I mean, he has to like push the Bowmaster token and the march. I think he could have lived that for
Yeah,
sure.
you have
yeah.
to basically march the Bowmaster's token.
Yeah, I think he was not confirmed that, but
March the... You need a march and a soul spike, ideally,
yeah.
out of those cards.
I think the best is like march and push, and you like push the Nethergoyf and
Yeah, keep cards in hand.
yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
Would have really liked to see the top few
Yeah.
cards in there, but yeah,
So-
Jonas decided it was the time to go. And this means I think it's time to go for the backup match if they are
I think
still playing.
Beckertail ist fertig, ja.
I mean, it's like how many minutes? We have 1, 2, 3, 4,
Maybe table
4
5.
tables playing. I don't think so that we need a backup. Am I
I
right?
mean, Manuel is looking for a backup match. Maybe we get one, maybe not. It's only 10 minutes left, or less than 10 minutes. Most tables are already finished. So
Maybe table 15. Because like on table 15 we have Christian Münster
on Maverick.
on Maverick.
On your beloved Knight of Reliquary.
Yeah, because we talked about it against Gottlieb Riesch. What is Gottlieb playing? So maybe we get them.
Let's see if we have another feature match for you.
He's playing others.
I guess
It's Defintex.
No.
No.
It's Eldrazi, Mystic Forge. Ooh.
I was clearly told it's a white and black deck because of 1 white and 3 black sideboard cards.
And the black card, you don't even cast the Leyline of the Void, and the portable hole is only for Karn. You don't sideboard it in either, so...
Yeah, and you can only play it with your Moxopal and your Lotus Petals and your Planar Nexus.
Yeah.
So,
So you have
basically
9
for free.
sources. Yeah.
With a Candelabra.
And let's see if we get maybe this 100 open. Okay. I mean, we take any feature match at this point, I think. We take any...
Yeah, they are all in the middle of gaming, so it seems like we talk about prize pool, metagame,
Yeah, let's go.
how
I
everything
haven't
works
seen the
out.
metagame anyways.
You haven't seen the metagame?
No, I heard it's lots of tempo, like blue-black tempo.
Yeah.
Show me, please.
So this is actually the metagame. We have 27% tempo, which consists of both blue-black and blue-red Delva. Then we have a singular player on fair green Sun Zenith.
Is it Chino or is it Elves or is Elves like combo?
It's Maverick.
Oh, it's Christian with Maverick, yeah.
then we have Stumpy, consisting out of the colorless decks, like the one that Tamash won with yesterday, and Monored Stumpy. Then we have 3 players on Death and Texas. Then we have 10% spell combo. 10%
It's like Ant, right? Like Storm from Kai.
Kai. Maybe we have an oops player here. A Show and Tell, for example. Then we have
Omnishow, yeah. Exactly.
Omnishow, yeah. Then we have a few permanent combo players, Painter. Then we also have 1 food chain player.
I heard about it. And also some, I guess, Nado counts into this. Or
No,
like
I think
the
Nado
breakfast counts into this, I guess.
breakfast, yeah. Midrange is mostly consisting out of the Bant control decks. I think there is also the Bant Nado deck in there that we saw with the crazy starfish
The
turtle
Plagon,
guy.
yeah. Since it's not combo killing, right?
No, it's not combo killing.
Yeah.
It's just doing something that you can't really interact with.
As we saw some Esper mid-range / control builds with like stock ups and stuff, and
And then 12% on blue-black Reanimator.
so that's the graveyard part is the blue-black Reanimate only.
I think so. Because if I've looked over all the deck lists and I think... no, we have 1 black-red Reanimator player.
We had him last round, Mario, yes. So we
That's
can say
true,
that
that's true.
blue-black is like almost 40% of the metagame is straight up blue-black.
No, tempo is also blue-red Delver.
yeah. Okay, but still a huge proportion. Like 1/3 at least is blue-black kind of.
It seems, yeah.
And hello, Max. Christi. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, so crazy metagame. I think lots more tempo than I expected, to be honest. I expected more players to bring the Reanimate deck. But maybe I think if the tempo deck is built well, it's kind of favored against the Reanimator deck. Like if you play main deck spell bombs, and I think you're kind of slightly by a millimeter edge ahead.
Yeah. It seems a little bit like being pre-boarded already versus blue-black Reanimator, because you don't really need too much of the graveyard shenanigans. I mean, you don't have the Reanimate to interact with opposing cards in the graveyard, but in the current builds of blue-black Reanimator, with not having trolls running around in the graveyard that you can easily reanimate, you only care about the big beaters and maybe the occasional Barrogoyf in there. So yeah, it's looks like more opted to the more stable deck in blue-black tempo, and it seems to be, if we go just for one sentence into the Bant talk, that currently it doesn't really revolve that much around the Entomb, but more about other cards in the blue-black shell.
Yeah, I think it's about the blue cards or like the black cards with Bowmasters or Kaito or whatever. But I think the Reanimate shell.
Would you ban Kaito?
No, of course not. But I'm thinking about black cards, you know.
Yeah.
You said the blue cards, but yes, also black cards are strong, of course.
The Barrogoyfs, the Bowmasters,
Yeah.
they build such a solid foundation for any deck. Together with Tamio, you have so much possibility for the mid to late game.
Also, Nethergolf is so impressive. I think, did we cast the game against Esper together?
Yeah.
Was it us? Where they won Nethergolf, like chipped him for 3 and 4 damage every turn until the game was over. As like a 1-mana threat, that's better than Delva, kind of.
I mean, it was just like Delva,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's actually a recurring thing for 1 mana. It's really, really good. So we hope a little bit for the meta that we get more Swords to Plowshares back in the meta game.
Maybe, yeah.
Because Swords to Plowshares and Prismatic Ending is the new little brother of the card, new 3-4 years, but whatever, is currently not that present in the meta game. We've seen a lot of it decreased in popularity. Swords to Plowshares only being played in while, and like the 4 Cephalid breakfast players and
The Nado midrange piles, right?
yeah, those are basically the Swords to Plowshares deck. And previously we had like 10-12% like control miracles and more. But yeah, Swords to Plowshares is on an all-time low, which makes Nethergolf all that much better. But I think we will hop in a break.
Prices?
Prices, yeah.
Of course.
Of
What
course.
can you win here today at the ALC, you know? Austrian Legacy Challenge. You can win for 9th to 12th place the Kaito, which will not get banned, hopefully. you
No,
know?
Kaito will not get banned.
And 4 players have already likely secured the top 8 spot. Who 5th to 8th place gets a very nice looking Flight Strand from Onslaught. I love the Onslaught fetch lands. They are the best, I think. They look so beautiful. It's like the old flavor. Mwah, chef's kiss.
Original beauty.
Yeah. 3rd and 4th place gets each a foil version of Voice of Negation. 2nd place gets a foil old board of Force of Will. This looks very cool. Nice foiling effect. And the 1st place today gets a City of Traitors. I think in excellent condition, I've heard. And of course the ALM invite for the European Legacy Masters in August later this year.
Yeah. On the 10th of August, we have the European Legacy Masters in Hasselt, Belgium. And there will be, I think, 6 different artists. It seemed to be like a well-rounded tournament. I like the local guys there. I'm unfortunately not there, but if you can make it, come there on Friday. There will be a chaos draft and beer tasting event, so definitely join in there.
Yeah, I will be there as I'm qualified, and I've already signed up for the beer tasting event, so I'm really looking forward to it. And for tomorrow, the prizes for tomorrow, my friends.
Yeah, we show them too.
I heard they might get like improved for tomorrow. Like we even have better prices maybe, since we have more people signed up than we expected to.
Yeah, it's depends a little bit, but maybe
will
we
see
can
for tomorrow.
improve it for tomorrow. Yeah.
For sure, guaranteed. You have 9th to 12th place, the new buffed Urza Saga kind of with the Saga
Yeah.
rule change, not dying to Blood Moon anymore. 5th to 8th place is an Ancient Tomb each. I think also English or German, good condition.
Yeah.
Ancient Tomb from the old Tempest.
Tempest?
I think Tempest, yeah. 3rd and 4th place, the 1 copy of Moxopal, very broken card. Recently unbanned, like half a year ago, unbanned in Modern. The price spiked over 100 euros. It's crazy how expensive this card is. I didn't know it myself. We had to look it up and was like, hey, what is Moxipal doing here instead of Ancient Tomb, you know? But it's like just that expensive. So I think in Legacy it's fine. You only need like 1 or 2, but in Modern you really need the 4. So it's good to have at least 1 copy to start with. Phyrexian Dreadnought, Legacy All-Star, reserved list cards, good looking, very fearful 12/12 body, you know? Good card. And the first place gets a White Border Savannah in German, I think, or
It's how's it called? Revised.
revised. Is it German? Oh,
No, it's only English.
Oh, okay, only English. So English revised Savannah and the ALM invite as well to European Legacy Masters, and a very, very nice gift from Kai. Do
We have it here.
We have it
Just
somewhere.
put in there. This is the camera,
Here.
and to exclude the glare,
Yeah, maybe
I have
maybe more on my side with less of the light. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's a beautifully
I
altered
think it's a Japanese.
Japanese Dämmerzustand,
Yeah.
as we say in German, with the Austrian flag colors in the logo included. Also, some parts of
Oh,
the
this
Austrian
looks
Legacy
nice.
League logo. So it's like really, really nice from Kai to give it to the community, or better to say, to the winner of tomorrow's Austrian Legacy Masters. And with that, we go to a short break before we round out the last and detrimental round of Swiss before heading into the top 8
Yeah.
of today.
Next round will be covered by you and Daniel.
Yeah.
So break for me, and I will be back in the top 8 match, and you enjoy your last round and maybe get some nice winning in close games. I wish you a lot of fun next round.
Thank you very much.
To you guys in chat, see you soon again.
Hello and welcome to round 6 of the European Legacy Challenge, day 2 of the European Legacy Austrian Legacy Masters.
Not yet.
Not yet. I'm Peter Blank from the In Response, a Legacy podcast, and I'm joined
But Daniel, yeah.
by Daniel, also from the In Response, a Legacy podcast. We're looking into round 6 of today's tournament. It's the last round. We have 2 players standing, 4 wins and 1 loss. We have Elves versus Blue Black Tempo, and I'm really excited to cover Elves such deep into a tournament.
Yeah, exactly. This is very unusual that we see, and we also saw Gino playing a funny version of Elves yesterday in the warm-up FNME. Actually, we had Storm Elves that he brewed kind of on his own, and we actually got to see a Tendrils kill of Elves on stream yesterday. So this is very, very nice, and you should definitely check that out if you haven't seen that. So yeah, I'm very, very curious to see how this matchup is going, for sure.
Yeah, I'm really, really excited to cover this today. We won't see such crazy things as we had yesterday with Tendrils wins, but we have still a lot of cool cards on the side of Elves. This is not your traditional Elves deck where you play Glimpse and go through your deck. You don't actually have Glimpse in the deck. This is Chino Elves, as we say in our local community. This is value Elves, where you have Elvish Archdruid. You have a lot of your basically your Lord effects to empower the whole board. And how do you actually think, Daniel, that this matchup versus the top dog of the format, Blue Black Tempo, will shape up?
Before we might discuss, I think we might have to clarify what's going on. It might be that Christian and Paul actually drew now, and we switched to a different matchup. We need, I guess, to clarify that before we. It could be that Gino actually and Paul had the good enough standings that they decided to make an intentional draw, because both were 4-1, and yeah.
I am I allowed to tell to the stream what I think will happen?
I'm not sure. Yeah, sure.
I mean, they both had already drawn, so
Yeah.
but Gino had really, really, really bad breakers.
Okay.
So I'm like 90% sure that he drew himself now out of top 8. But yeah,
see.
we will see, and we will get information about which players are actually currently being seated.
What do we have as backup? Table 3. We can have a look at the
Table
pairings.
3 is Simon Ritter versus Thiago de Bella. Thiago de Bella was in the last round on stream.
Okay.
He's playing mono black mid-range.
So basically, both are as well 4-1 from what I see here. So it is a win and in for both players as well. And it's anybody. Definitely, the winner of this match will be in the top 8. Simon Ritter is on. We need to check what Simon is playing.
Cradle control.
Okay. Yeah, Cradle control and mono black midrange. I think Thiago has like a more aggressive style of having. I think I saw something like Voidwalker, Sparrowgoyfs, Nethergoyfs even, and stuff like that. So like fair mid-range kind of deploy threat after threat, from what I see. Also some main deck Voidwalkers. And Bowmasters also. So a lot of, let's say, the best creatures that Black had to offer in the last couple of years, combined in one single deck.
Yeah, also like the old historical play of Dark Ritual into him, for example, is a thing that he can do. On the other hand, we have Cradle Control, your typical green value deck where you have Keen-Eyed Corridor now, a new beta, you have Rite of the Reliquary now, being able to sack creatures to turn it into lands and power out everything. You have Talon Gates of Madara to get in the crucial last bits of damage. Yeah, we'll be really excited to see how this game shapes up. Thiago de Bella still playing for Wastelands, which is, I think, key in this matchup. And yeah, let's see how Simon will perform.
So we saw that Thiago cast the turn 1 Thoughtseize and he took the Green Sun Zenith, which is a good choice to pick when it comes to Thoughtseizing. He doesn't want to make Simon access to something like a White of the Reliquary. Or Sylvan Safekeeper is also one key piece that enables the Cradle control to protect their threats, usually. And Simon has another Thoughtseize as well. That is, I think, now... what does it take? It took like... Yeah, we can't see the card at the moment.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have Sun. If you notice, Legacy players, this is a round big object that emits light.
Yeah, it was...
and it's currently right through the window onto the graveyard on the side of Thiago.
It took the Doughty Voidwalker from Thiago. It makes sense. I think Voidwalker is a very strong card that is something that Simon doesn't really want to see on the battlefield. When we think of White of the Reliquary, some interaction with the graveyard is given for this deck, and it's also the cheapest threat at the moment from Thiago's hand if we look at the other shield threats, for example.
Yeah. And now we've seen Simon going for Natural Order, sacking away the Dryad Arbor, which should usually get the Atraxa, am I right?
Yeah, exactly. Atraxa is the prime pick to take for this Natural Order, just ensuring that this is a potent threat, and on average I would say at least 4 cards you will get off the trigger and sets you back pretty much ahead from, in this case, Thiago, who only has a play in 2 turns as of this time and situation that he has.
Yeah, Thiago mostly looking now for a way to deal with an Atraxa. He only has it in the way of Felder Profane, I think. But it's also 2 turns away.
Yeah, well, Atraxa, exactly. Felder Profane would be one removal spell that he has, the only one in the main deck that can deal with Atraxa. And besides that as well, like I said, he gets to get 4 cards off the trigger again. He's 4 cards ahead, even if he finds a removal spell in time. From this point of view, Atraxa will connect once, so there will be 14 points worth of life swing that sets this apart as well. And yeah, I'm not sure if the Shield Reds then will pull their weight after that. Or Atrax just goes all the way.
Yeah, it's currently a little bit on the downswing of Thiago. He's just waiting to draw the ideal card. There isn't nothing like Jonas could have drawn, where he can draw a Necrodominance to draw now 16 cards, for example.
I mean in the previous match.
In the previous
okay.
match.
Yeah.
But Thiago doesn't really have access to such cards. And even if he goes in 2 turns for the Felder Profane kill, on the tracks, he's just too far behind to even get playing.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's look a little bit onto sideboarding. We have a playset of Snuff out in the sideboard of Cradle Control, which I don't think we will see here. We also have like 3 Force of Vigor, which we won't see. We have a Gadok Teak.
Yeah, funnily enough, when I look at this exact sideboard, I'm not super sure there's so many great cards that Simon has to bring in. I'm mostly maybe looking at the Endurances, just because it can shrink Nethergoyfs, it can interact a little bit with Barrowgoyfs, potentially, although not super favorably, and is a creature that can be just cast with reasonable stats. I could think that he brings those cards in, but other than like I said, Snufford is a dead card completely. Force of Vigor doesn't have any hits. The one of Urza's Saga can be a potential card to bring in. However, I'm not super confident in it because of the 4 Wastelands that Thiago has in his main deck.
Yeah, Urza's Saga would be just the one card that goes a little bit over the top. Can be a little bit grindy, but as we have seen in this game, it doesn't really be the grindy, so I don't think that we will see the Urza's Saga either. So maybe we get a few Endurances, and basically that's it. On the other hand, we have a lot of cards in here. We have 9 Spellbomb, which I don't think we will see, even though it isn't that bad. Then we have Disruptor Flute, which is actually really good. We have Feed the Swarm, additional removal, Null Rod, won't see it. We have 4 Shieldred's Edict as additional removal. Opposition Agent is actually a really, really good one. And Palantir of Orthonac and Spitting Dilophosaurus.
Okay, let's have a look at the last one, because I never saw
Spitting
it.
Dilophosaurus is a creature with an ETB to put a -1/-1 counter on another creature. Also does it whenever it attacks.
Yeah.
And creatures with -1/-1 counters can't block.
Okay. Yeah, so what I'm thinking here is definitely this creature card that deals with a lot of small creatures that Simon has from the Cradle Control in the deck. I would assume that this is a very good card that he wants to bring. On the other side, there's also like Disruptor Flutes are, I think, quite serviceable. There are some many activated abilities that Simon has. If we think of White of the Reliquary, we think of Sylvan Safekeeper.
Yeah.
And Grist can also be one target, for example.
And another big thing with Disruptor Flute is also the cost aspect.
Yeah.
And Green's Incentive costing 3 more
Yeah,
is
it is-
also quite insane.
Yeah, exactly. It's we discussed this in a couple of previous matchups. It's a kind of a more flexible defense grid for targeted card in that case. And besides that, I also think Opposition Agent can be an interesting choice if you think of Green Sun Zenith and White. This actually
And Natural Order.
Natural
it's
Order,
it's a
yeah.
must include.
I think Opposition Agent is probably one of the best cards that he has. And I'm also not against bringing in a couple of edicts for some creatures in case, but they're of course they're very, very unreliable because there's so many mana dogs and small creatures that prevent or help it against the big creatures.
Yeah, you would have needed like how's it called, the 3 mana sweeper, for example, a Toxic Deluge, to clear all the small little things and then clean up the rest with the efficient edict effects.
So we have basically Simon now as 1-0 at this time, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And yeah, Thiago for sure. I mean, he was on the play on this one first, but he still lost. But he get to replay it now a little bit, and hopefully uh, deploy a more impactful start. I mean, 40-1 was actually very good, but in the end, not enough because the natural order was then cast.
Yeah, and as we've seen, Simon has the ability to draw those big things on the latter turns. He can even greens and Sinify and Drux in the mid to late game because, like, with Cradle, 8 mana isn't actually that much to cast greens and Sinify and Drux a Ground Unifier.
You mean like hardcast it?
Yeah.
This is unlikely in that case, but
No, not hardcast the Atraxa, but hardcast the greens and Sinify.
yeah. Happens sometimes. If you have Cradle with a couple of creatures, it's for sure a possibility. What I think is very good from Simon's side, he got to deploy the Once Upon a Time. It's always good to start with a free spell like that before it gets into a mode where you need to pay the two mana.
Yeah.
And yeah.
It just gives you that much more selection over your starting hand, that you choose the key card of the next 4 cards that you really want to have in your hand. Even 5 card is broken, should be banned in Modern.
It is.
I know.
Yes.
But one cool thing that I quickly want to talk about with the deck list of Cradle Control is the second Dryad Arbor.
Yeah. I think this is actually standard, more or less. You have the ability to not only fetch it, but also get it with Green Sun Zenith. And Dryad Arbor is more access to mana acceleration. And there's a good thing. Edict, sometimes you don't have too many creatures maybe, and a fetch land then can represent also a creature that you can, let's say, pull under Shieldred E, for example, to protect one of the big creatures. So I think 2 is a solid, I think standard number for Dryad Arbor in this deck.
Yeah, and to just play around, as you said, edict effects and stuff like that. It's really, really nice, and it further improves your mana with Cradle.
Exactly.
If you have like 2 Cradles and fetching and an additional Dryad Arbor nets you 2 mana with those.
And as rightly was pointed out in the chat, the Arbor also works phenomenal with the white of the Reliquary. Exactly, can use it to sacrifice it and then tutor for any land that you need.
Any Cradle.
Exactly, yeah. Usually, probably
Cradle or Talon.
Talon Gates, yeah. Talon Gates is actually a super nice addition to the deck as well. It acts as both protective card to save your creatures or remove blockers if you need that. Has been really I think must include in all these kind of land toolbox kind of decks, and rightfully so. We have 2 copies of it in the main deck for Simon.
And for sure, Lair of the Hydra. It's still a big beatstick that you need sometimes in the late game, and it's pretty efficient to tap in more mana with guys. Cradle.
Exactly, it's a mana sink that is very nice to have at hand if you need it. Cannot close in one swing the game usually, and very, very great card as well for the deck.
And now we actually seen a little bit of a slower game now for Thiago and Simon. We've seen the removal on the white, we've seen the wasteland on the duel, and now we've seen another fetch for another Bayou, and most likely another 1 or 2 drop, or maybe a Greens and Zenith for exactly the 1 drop that you want to need.
Exactly, yeah. So Wasteland was very good that Thiago had, and also he had the answer for the white of the Reliquary with the Edict. White in that sense would have been for 1 card that can turn after turn just generate too much advantage over time. So that was, I think, very good for Thiago. And Elvish Reclaimers also costed and must be respected as well. And Thiago, I think it's not the best situation if you just have to pass the turn with 3 mana up. I think both decks are kind of proactive in a lot of ways. They have, strong creatures, strong threats that just want to go on the table for both sides of things.
Yeah, both of those decks, I mean, more the mono black one lacks consistency in the mid to late game. You don't have the cantrips to get you exactly the cards you want. You also don't have the cards that nets you so much card advantage that it doesn't matter which cards you get. We've seen those with the One Ring decks, for example, in Mono Red Stompy. The Mono Black Midrange deck just hopes that the starting hand and the next few cards is simply enough to win the game. On the other hand, with Simon Ritter, with Cradle Control, you have much more cards that give you consistency. With, as you said, the Green Sun Zenith, the Elvish Reclaimer, the White of the Reliquary. Those get you exactly the cards that you want. So it's kind of a little bit of a different topic.
What he thinks Simon needs to think about, of course, is some of the instant speed interaction that Thiago has in his deck. We know Austrian Masters is one of them, or the Opposition Agent, and there's actually one copy in the hand of Thiago. So this is what he is currently representing, and in the end, here casting end of turn. So he makes sure that the Elvish Reclaimer cannot be really activated favorably at this point. I'm pretty sure he wanted that his opponent will cast a Green Sun Zenith or something like that to get more the actual value. But yeah, let's say future cards like that now are not super great for Simon. So Opposition Agent is of course one of the potent threats that deal very, very nicely with the deck from Simon.
Yeah, and we may see Shield Red on this turn actually from Thiago to set a little bit of a clock on Simon. Because like currently you would just trample over the Opposition Agent. Both your creatures are, I think, a little bit bigger.
You can also think about deploying, I think there's a Nethergoyf and also a Barogoyf. So there's also the option to bring in two big creatures, which I think over the long run might be slightly better over, whenever you get to double spell, this could be one option that you can. Of course, also the Shield Red is super, super potent, and every draw step is also a life swing.
Yeah.
So it might also go just for the Shield Red. But this would have been the two options for Thiago at this point.
Could you hardcast this turn Atraxa?
Yeah, well, currently no, there's no. Well,
you need one mana.
Unless there is a Cradle involved, because it
with the Cradle you have 8 mana, but you can't make white and blue on the same turn.
Yeah, exactly.
The one thing that I missed, I think, on the side of Simon was like to exile one card of the graveyard of Thiago with Keenet Corridor.
Like at the end of his turn, just to make sure that any Goyfs are over the time getting smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
And we see now Barogoyf should be at least 4/5, maybe 5/6. Or 3/4, maybe it is. And also Nethergoyf. So yeah, looks like both are 3/4s at this point in time. But the Keen-Eyed Corridor, of course, is a very good answer to both Goyfs in that case. Can shrink them pretty effectively.
Yeah, and you don't really mind trading off your Elvish Reclaimer in the near future to the Death Touch of Barogoyf, because you can't search something up because of the opposing Opposition Agent.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Elvish Reclaimer is at the moment just a 3/4 beta, which is of course good. But not being able to search with it is definitely a downside.
In this turn, he didn't exile anything because he's passing the turn. He just missed one exile, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, there was a second option as well. He now untapped with the Lair of the Hydra, and he could.
True.
He could have end of turn exiled at least 2 cards, which I think would be very crucial when he faces two types of Goyfs here.
Yeah.
So at least making sure that they shrink time after time. This is something that you have to pay and fight in that case.
Would you block now? Yeah, you block now and exile enough cards.
To
Yeah.
just let's see what happens. Simon decides to block with the Keen-Eyed Curator and starts to exile certain cards. We see one creature. There's the instant, and then there is
Another instant.
Okay, so there it goes down to 1 because there's only
Yeah.
lands now in the graveyard of Thiago. And just okay, interesting. Just gets eaten up by the Keen-Eyed Curator. Okay, and Barogov, of course, because of it also matters. The opposing graveyard stays. Now,
This was a huge mistake on the side of Thiago. Now Simon remembers to exile cards.
Yes, exactly. So let's see. So he will use up the curator now. Currently, he has exiled 3 different card types, so he would need 1/4 type so that it actually will grow into a 7/7.
Yeah, it's currently a little bit stale because both players can't really do anything. Sheoldred just tickles Simon a little bit each turn.
Yeah, and this is something that is an advantage for Thiago because the longer the game goes, the Sheoldred at some point will just, of course, turn after turn, reduce the life total of Simon.
Yeah. I think you really need another mana source and start hitting with the Lair of the Hydra or something like that. Or find one. What does he? He needs actually a Talon Gates. To make another color of mana to maybe then do Hardcast Traxxas because he has it in hand.
Okay, there's a Traxxas in hand. Yeah, but I think so for this state now he's very far from it being able to actually with a Cradle off the top maybe.
He needs 2 lands. Yeah, he's pretty far.
Mm-hmm. So with Thiago being able now to attack, because there is the only big creature now, the really big creature was the potential Keen-Eyed Curator, and this Elvish Reclaimer is of course not a favorable block for Baroglyph, which is 3/4, and since the graveyard is now safe kind of, so the Baroglyphs will get a hit, which is a further advantage for Thiago, in addition with the Sheoldred.
Yeah, it's currently Thiago just goes further and further and further ahead in the match itself, which means that we get actually a 3rd game of this.
As of this,
hopefully.
As of this, it looks like it. Stalker might not be a super important card, does not really matter here, but it's just another threat that grows over time, and not the most important problem for Simon. He, of course, looks mostly into the combination of now Sheoldred, Opposition Agent that prevents the Green Sun, Zenith, or any Elvish Reclaim activations from being happening. I found actually a Cradle. Interesting. Let's see if there was an ability. I think he was missing the colored mana. Otherwise,
yeah, he's missing the one blue.
Yeah.
Or white.
Yeah.
Depends how you see it.
Right. So with another mana dork, he would be able maybe to cast. I guess to hard cast the Atraxa.
But he will be facing that.
Yeah, this attack is huge, of course. There's only 8 points in life, and he definitely needs to block.
Wait, what does it? Okay, I mean he makes a big fat land.
He wants to eat up, I guess, the Nilogorth. On the other hand, there's a 3/3 Stalker, I think, and also a 3/4 Barrowglyph. And yeah, I think he needs to block 2 creatures, otherwise he will die to the Shield Red on his upkeep. On his draw step, rather.
Yeah, and you have to double block the Stalactite Stalker because of the menace.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it goes down to 2 now and should... Unless the Stalker is just a 2/2, but...
Stalker is currently a 2/2,
Ah, yeah,
but
okay.
you still have to double block it.
Yeah. But he could block the Netherglyph if that was an issue. So it goes down to 1 then, I guess.
And there is another Barrowglyph. Goes down to 1. Has 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
Now, actually, the Talon Gates of Madara gives him hardcast to Traxa.
If he has it, you mean?
Yeah. But
okay.
But the sweet thing would be he has to pass the turn, and then Thiago just passes back and he dies to the static ability, basically, of Sheldrat, the Apocalypse.
Yeah.
So
we have 1 and 1 in the matchup.
And what do you think about this matchup?
Yeah, like I said, if Thiago has the impactful cards, I think the opposition agent did a little bit of a job. Not really that it gets super much value, like being played into a Green Sun Zenith, but it prevented the Elvish Reclaimer and
the
Salmon.
natural order in hand.
Exactly, and the natural order in hand. So of course, well, he had a Traxa in hand as well. So there was not, I guess, natural order then was not really a reliable card. But with the Elvish Reclaimer, I think he could have fixed his mana to get a Cradle earlier and try to get the mana sources to hardcast their Traxa. And of course, Simon had more spots to use for the Keen-Eyed Curator, which I think was something that should have mattered a little bit.
Yeah. To use the beatstick a little bit more and attack your opponent, because you were on a clock with a Traxa, with Sheldred. Sheldred just means you have 10 turns from now on. Your last turn, 1 of those starts right now. Exactly. And yeah, we haven't seen any possibilities from Simon to develop his board further. He didn't found any additional creatures. He just had the few that he had lying around from the first few turns in the starting hand. And other than that, it just crumbled to dust because of the sheer power of the effect from Opposition Agent.
Yeah, Opposition Agent for sure. And then Sheldred, I think those two helped him quite a bit. And then, I mean, he had just more threats. He just deployed threat after threat every turn, and this was just very, very good. This is what Thiago wants, basically, in this kind of matchup. And the Opposition Agent, of course, is kind of the safe bet to not get blown up by some kind of early natural order. And well, it was unfortunate for Simon that he had the Traxa in hand, and there was no answer to the Opposition Agent. So
I mean,
rough spot.
It was kind of fortunate to actually have it in hand, because then he had access to it, but he was unfortunate to didn't draw any possibility to hard cast the card. So let's see how someone on the play develops. On the play, you still have the possibility to ramp out a little bit more with Green Sun Zenith for the Dryad Arbor, then go for any 2-drop and another 1-drop on the next turn, maybe even drop the Grist, the Hunger Tide, to have access to throw down any future Sheldreds and Opposition Agents. It's just a really, really good card where you, on the one hand, can ramp out creatures and kill things.
The good thing for Simon is that he now knows that Opposition Agent is a possibility for Thiago to have, so he can play around it accordingly. And but of course, when he's on the play, let's say he has a turn 1 Mana Dork, and then maybe can have like a turn 3 Nature's Order to ramp it out faster. This would be a spot where Thiago might not be able to deploy the Opposition Agent. But of course, there's always the possibility, and he now is able to play around that, especially because Thiago has 4 Dark Rituals. So you should respect that card for sure early on. And yeah, we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, it's will be quite exciting because both players have some draws or have shown some draws that can win them the game. On the one hand, shutting down Simon on the side of Thiago. On the other hand, Simon just rushing through with the game plan to put and hold onto Thiago's mono black mid-range menace. And yeah, it will be exciting to see if Simon can go for a very quick natural order for Netraxa to outvalue Thiago through the next few turns, or if Thiago just pushes and kills and negates everything that Simon does.
Simon is on the play, as we said. He definitely looks into an early mana ramp, some kind of faster protection, or something like what we see here now. The Once Upon a Time is also one, of course, the best card because it is free, and free cards are very good in Legacy overall, and it helps him potentially to find any mana dogs or natural orders, whatever. Well, natural order, but no, in this case, the Cradle, yeah.
It gives you a
more
lot of those
consistency.
things that you want. You need to have access to a Cradle in the first few turns. It's the thing that really gets Cradle control to its being state of a well-running machine. On the other hand, like you need the creature, you need your one drop, your ignoble, your noble, your elvish reclaimer, just to get the things out that you want to have here. And consistency, as I said, is key. And we are not playing any brainstorms or ponders. And we just love what the deck gives us.
I think it's a fine start for Simon. He get to Once Upon a Time into an ignoble hierarchy, so he has 3 mana on the next turn. Potentially more if the Cradle is involved. So let's see what happens. And Thiago, on the other hand, we see now a Dark Ritual. And the question will be if there is, for example, an opposition agent in hand, or if he opts to use one of his discard spells as early interaction pieces, which he might also have. I think there's one Thoughtseize, for example.
Yeah, the thing for Simon that I'm not hoping that Thiago has, but it would have been already played, would be, in addition to the Dark Ritual, a Thoughtseize and a Bowmasters.
Exactly, yeah. But let's see what Thiago is opting to do. He also has the option, from what I see, of going turn 1 Barrowgrave. It's also not too bad as a start involving the Dark Ritual. Probably he is thinking, because it seems that he has some options here.
Yeah, and if you look at the decks, it seems like the mono black deck is actually one that's pretty much designed to beat exactly this configuration of the Cradle control deck.
Yeah.
Because usually with Cradle control you want to board in some removal to deal with cards. And your removal spell of choice is the one that doesn't hit a single one of your opponent's creature for Snuff Out. So you're dodging a lot of stuff that Cradle control can do.
Yeah.
The wastelands on the side of Cradle, are those wastelands? No,
there are wastelands on the side.
They're wastelands,
yeah.
Oh, he boarded the one wasteland in actually.
But it's actually interesting. This play he now decided to cast a turn 2 White After Reliquary and then kind of saved it immediately, protected with Talon Gates as he deployed the land, just to make sure that any removal spell cannot hit it, probably for this turn. Interesting.
Yeah. And now we even have the Endurance as additional protection on the next turn. And let's see how he will spend the 2 mana, because he does now have the Sheoldred's Edict, which would just clear now the Hierarch.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And with Hierarch you can attack, get the trigger from the Hierarch, sack the Hierarch if you want to get another key land in here. But I think the hand currently can't really be improved with getting another land.
Yeah.
You just want to have creatures and draw maybe a natural order or something else.
So I guess now Thiago is deciding, thinking about whether he wants to Dark Ritual into powering out one of the heavier cost cards. Given the Simon, of course, has the next turn because of the as how phasing works. The white would come into play in his not summoning sick, so he can directly use it. This is, I think, why he chose to protect the white in this spot.
Yeah, you just have the mana now, and on the next turn, in theory, it can protect itself, because you can then sack the noble away to get another Talon Gates of Madara. So this is kind of the thinking behind it. But now the 2-mana remove spell gets rid of...
He just wants to use his cards in hand and mana, because he also, with the Dark Ritual, he wants to accelerate the same way that Salmon does with the lands and with the
Was there a fetch land used on this turn of Thiago? The turn was so long. I think so. Am I right?
Yes, I think there was a fetch land, yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, we saw now, okay, the white was not used because the creature was gone, the Noble Hierarch. So, the Ignoble Hierarch, rather. And so Thiago actually got to utilize the push on the white on the upkeep when it phases in again. But Simon top decked another one. And the white should be at least 5-5, I think. Or 4-4, okay. 4-4. There's a 4-4, yeah.
Still can't block the Stalker.
Can't block the Stalker because of the menace, yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, it's the second fetch land on the side of Thiago. Let's see which 3-drop that he chooses now to play out.
I think there's a Barangorf actually in the hand, what I saw.
Yeah.
Yeah, Barangorf is pretty good. At this point, with the endurance, it can trade with the white of the Reliquary, likely. So, well, this is like, say, the out for Simon. And the white is also currently bigger than the Barangorf.
Let's see what the draw was on the side of Simon. Another creature would be quite huge, actually.
Yeah, this is actually a good card to hit, because now he has also the endurance open. He can still cast it, and he has the option with the white to use it and the noble to search for a land, for example, a Talon Gates or something like that.
Would you have attacked in this point? Because white of the Reliquary has Vigilance.
Yeah.
Would you be happy to trade off the white with the Barangorf?
I think so, actually. Yeah. Well, white also has potentially. It depends, because on the other hand, if Thiago is now attacking, I would also just I would block the Barangorf, because if Barangorf just gets in turn after turn and mills away and gets back creatures, it's I think more value than having the white here on the battlefield. I would incline that this is a trade that I would take.
Yeah, because if you trade on the one line of attack, you would also trade on the other one.
Yes.
And yeah, you really need to get rid of the graveyard of Thiago with the endurance, I think.
Exactly. There's endurance. I mean, maybe is there an option to go for a cheesy line? Let's say he can. What he has open at the time is endurance 1 graveyard and activating the white for Bochukubok on the other graveyard. Then the Barangorf would be a 0-1. So maybe this is what he was thinking about.
He could have done this at attacking.
Yes, in that case, for sure. So in that case, maybe it would have been more or less free to attack if this was the plan originally. Or, yeah, now for sure in blocking, if Thiago decides to attack, this is a possibility that we might see.
We have to see this ingenious play now. But
yeah, this is more or less one way to save the white or any blocker if the Barangorf attacks. But I think because of that, Thiago didn't actually attack, and just passes the turn.
Yeah. and this is where I think Simon has to basically put the pedal to the metal and shift his gears. He has to go a little bit more aggressive now, because he just can't wait until he does something. The Stalactite Stalker has grown a tremendous amount. It's now, I think, a 4/4. It can kill the right. You can't really do anything. You now play just another 0/1. You don't attack once again because the fuck.
Yeah,
I mean,
that makes sense.
I mean, this one makes sense.
I think Simon has it covered that he knows there's a Bojuka Bog. It would shrink the white for sure. But of course he doesn't want to just trade in that case with the Baragov, and Thiago I think might notice it as well.
Yeah. Now we've seen the gears a little bit turning, tables a little bit turning. Thiago still has one card in his hand, but now with the two noble hierarchs, with their how's it called, the ability, the exalted ability, making every threat a potent threat, attacking with a 5/6 now is really, really good.
Yeah.
As long as the graveyard of Simon doesn't provide Baragoyf with an X6 stat line, so 5 different card times in the graveyard, he's good to go to attack with this card every single turn.
Thiago has drawn an Sheoldred's Addict and decides to attack with the Baragoyf, and now of course he knows if there was Bojuka Bog involved, he can just group the Goyf back up one. And for that reason also Simon just says, okay, he will jump and then sacrifice it. It's I think a good play. It prevents the trigger and also the life gain from Baragoyf, and Simon can utilize the white's ability to search for any land that he needs.
Yeah, and it crucially doesn't improve the Stalactite Stalker, because nothing of Thiago's side goes to the graveyard. I mean, it would be fine if the Baragoyf goes to the graveyard and the Stalactite Stalker grows by 1. But now the right is also out of range from Stalactite Stalker, which is also really, really key.
I have Eureka in the chat. Nice to see you. Welcome to the stream.
Now on the other side of the screen.
Yeah.
I mean, 1 month ago, I think he was visiting us.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And it was nice to have some international guests in here at our nice, sweet, local FNMs.
White, so he basically made the same thing again. I think he just... no, okay, no. He is
Judge calling?
Maybe they have to clarify something. Yeah.
Maybe he wanted to respond with the right effect with
the edict.
with the stalker.
With the stalker, okay.
And this one doesn't work because it's cost. It's before the ...
You mean that he killed the ignoble with the stalker? But would you throw away your stalker just for one ignoble hierarch?
No, to kill the right.
To kill the white, you mean? Okay.
But
yeah. I see. Yeah. Now, of course, the creature gets sacrificed as part of the cost. Yeah.
Now we have lots and lots and lots of mana. How big is it? 4.
I think 6 or 7 with the ignoble hierarch, and attack with both the white and the lair of the Hydra. Does it have trample or something? No, I think it's just
White Justice Village. And... No, it's just a big beat stick.
The lair. Yeah, it's just a...
It doesn't have any form of evasion.
Okay. Good thing is that the Baragoyf is now back, like tapped, and can't block and trade with anything. So there is this 5/5 white and I'm thinking 6 or 7 Hydra.
Yeah.
If I count it. We had like 4 creatures plus 2 more land, 6, and I think it's
And
6
1
actually. It costs 1 extra, so
Yeah, it's a 6/6.
it should be 6/6. Which is a lethal. No, it's not a lethal attack. It's almost
No.
lethal.
He would be still at 2. He blocks there and wants to kill this one. Okay, he now has the composure to not sacrifice the endurance for anything else, because he wants to block the Barogoyf
Yeah.
or the block on the Barogoyf.
Exactly, yeah. So that it, again can like do in this case, yeah, block with the Arbor and then sacrifice.
And then I think I would get another Dryad Arbor.
Yeah, activation is on the stack, and the question is if Thiago wants to respond. Another Dryad Arbor sounds
Decent.
decent. He could do like that again, yeah, exactly. There will be, yeah, second Barogoyf.
I mean, you
I mean,
still
it was clear that he had some threat, because otherwise he wouldn't have attacked. Or at least a targeted removal spell.
He has the.
Sylvan
Does he?
Safekeeper.
Why doesn't he go for the win? Or does he?
How? Attack and then with Talon Gates to remove the blocker. Yeah. Maybe, yeah, he can still do it, right? Or just attack with two creatures that are lethal on their own. Might be possibility also.
Yeah.
So both of them are. How can he even?
And before blocks,
Yeah.
he
He can just do everything. He will get Talon Gates, remove the blocker.
And with Sylvan Safekeeper, there is not a single remove spell that can save him.
Yeah.
So we've seen Simon Ritter with 5 and 1, winning on Cradle Control versus Mono Black Midrange versus Thiago Di Bella. And yeah,
Was nicely played. Was really nicely navigated. I think very nice showing of white of the reliquary strength.
Yeah.
As we said, together with Dryad Arbor, also pretty good, and yeah, preventing the Barogoyf triggers, preventing the life gain, and nicely played.
There we see actually the power creep since the old Knight of the Reliquary. What a damn big creature it would be if it has Vigilance. But yeah, to move a little bit further, we are, I think, now talking a little bit about what the 8 best players are now receiving.
Okay. Yeah.
So let's hop into the prize payout. And jokes on you, it's not only top 8, it's top 12.
Yeah, exactly. We have a really nice I think payout for a 50-player tournament roughly that we have. Kaitos, very nice if you want to pick up blue-black tempo or something like that in Legacy. Fetchland of Flooded Strand also. Always nice to see. A couple of Force of Negations, foil versions, foil, Force of Will, and the first person will get 1 City of Traitors plus the precious ALM invite.
Yeah, and yeah, we will be shortly back, I think, with the stream when we have our top 8 pairings. Then we will search out.
Do we have a backup match? We can maybe check.
I mean, it's
okay.
already
Okay.
in extra trans.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if the backup match was still playing. Yeah.
Was long and grind. So yeah, we will search out the best feature match or the best top 8 match of the quarterfinals that we can find for you. And then Daniel and Felix will be actually back to talk to you guys.
Yeah, exactly.
So
see you in a bit.
See you in a bit.